msalabani mwake. Dhambi zako Bwana azingoja, zipeleke msalabani mwake. Yesu wangu msalabani, ndiye Mungu anayekuita mkombozi wetu. Huyu Yesu msalabani, ndiye Mungu anayekuita mkombozi wetu. Kaidi uzima milele, mkombozi wetu. Kwao wote wampokeao, mkombozi wetu. Kaidi uzima milele, mkombozi wetu. Kwao wote wampokeao, mkombozi wetu. Yesu wangu aliteswa msalabani, akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye Mungu anayekuita mkombozi wetu. Huyu Yesu aliteswa msalabani, akafa kwa ajili yetu. Ndiye Mungu anayekuita mkombozi wetu. Uinyangane langane kwenkwezi, uingwele simankade. 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 Uingwele, 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 uingwele simankade. Uingwele, 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 uingwele simankade. Ulimtulale mtwalo ongisirayo, 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 uingwele simankade. Uingwele, 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 uingwele simankade. Uingwele, 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 uingwele simankade. Timomo, mo, 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 timomo, mo, 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 timomo, mo, 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 timomo, mo, 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 timomo, mo, 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 timomo, 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 oh timomo, timomo, timomo. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy, Lord of Lords. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy, Lord of Lords. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy, Lord of Lords. You lift my heavy burdens. You are holy, Lord of Lords. Oh, you are holy, holy. You are holy. You are holy, Lord. Oh, you are holy. You are holy. You are holy. You are holy. You are holy, Lord of Lords. Ulibeba mzigo wangu, wastahili sifa Bwana. Ulibeba mzigo wangu, wastahili sifa Bwana. Ulibeba mzigo wangu, wastahili sifa Bwana. Ulibeba wastahili sifa, wastahili, wastahili, wastahili sifa, wastahili, wastahili, wastahili sifa Bwana. Ni waura nono ruoda anapaki Yesu jawari, waura nono ruoda anapaki Yesu jawani, waura nono ruoda anapaki Yesu jawani, waura nono ruoda anapaki Yesu jawani, yeah, anapaki, anapaki, anapaki Yesu jawani, anapaki, anapaki Yesu jawani. Oh, timomomo, 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 oh, timomomo, 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 chakutumaini sina, damu yake Bwana, wema wako chakutumaini sina, damu yake Bwana, wema wako kwake Yesu, nasimama, ni salama, haleluya, kwake Yesu, nasimama, ni salama, haleluya, njia yangu iwe ndefu, yeye unipa wokovu, mimi akinipiga nguvu zake ndizo nanga, njia yangu iwe ndefu, yeye unipa wokovu, mimi akinipiga, haleluya, nguvu zake ndizo nanga, kwake Yesu, nasimama, ni salama, haleluya, kwake Yesu, nasimama, ni salama, haleluya, nikiitwa hukumuni, rohoni nina amani, haleluya, nikiitwa hukumuni, rohoni nina amani, haleluya, kwake Yesu, nasimama, ni salama, haleluya, kwake Yesu, nasimama, ni salama, haleluya, damu yake na sadaka nategemea daima, haleluya, Mwokozi atanitosha, damu yake na sadaka daima, haleluya, kwake Yesu, nasimama, ni salama, haleluya, kwake Yesu, salama, ni salama. Haleluya, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Haleluya, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Haleluya, kwake Yesu nasimama, ni salama. Nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni salama. Sina wengi kuoa malaika, nashindwa na mali sina wengi kuoa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu, sina wengi kuoa malaika, nashindwa na mali sina wengi kuoa malaika. Pesa zasumbua roho yangu, sina wengi kuoa malaika, nashindwa na mali sina wengi kuoa malaika. Kidege, 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 oh kidege, kidege malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina wengi kuoa malaika, na mali sina wengi kuoa malaika. Kidege, oh kidege, kidege jamani, na malese na welinge kuoa malaika. Na malese na welinge kuoa malaika ninge. Oh jamani bab ninge. Ninge kuwa na he ninge. Jamani sina hela ninge. Wolololo wallala ninge. Oh ninge ninge. Nani sina hela ninge. Ninge kuwa malaika. Dumelangria, dumedisa, dumelangyonke. Dumelangria, dumedisa, dumelangyonke. Dumelangria, dumedisa, dumelangyonke. Dumelangria, dumedisa, molenyonke. Molwenria, nibulisa, molwenyonke. Molwenria, nibulisa, molwenyonke. Molwenria, nibulisa, molwenyonke. Molwenria, nibulisa, dumelanyonke. Dumelangria, dumedisa, dumelanyonke. Dumelangria, dumedisa, dumelanyonke. Dumelangria, dumedisa, dumelanyonke. Dumelangria, dumedisa. Jerusalema, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalema, Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela. Jerusalem, 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 omunzi ohanyayo. Siya kutangazelela. Jerusalem, siya kutandaza.
Jerusalem,
Siya kutandazelela. Aye, Africa, aye, Africa, oh, liberté. Aye, Africa, aye, Africa, oh, liberté. Na komitona, dege oyo ya bolingo. Tekomana na ni Africa. Na komitona, dege oyo ya bolingo. Tokomana na KIPPRA. Tiriri, lokasa oyo ya bolinga winonga ina ewamboi ate pasi. Aye, Africa, aye, Africa, oh, liberté. Aye, Africa, aye, Africa, oh, liberté.
A round of applause for KSG Choir. Thank you so much. Wonderful renditions there. We really do appreciate. Beautiful voices. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to hearing from you next time. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to make sure today you're smack dab in the middle of time so that we are not letting it ticking away from us, and we don't keep you for long as well. For them that are joining us today, welcome. This is the second day of the KIPPRA conference, the 8th edition, which is being held in Nairobi. The last one was in Kilifi last year. And we are glad that you're joining us from wherever you're joining us as well. Even for them that are online, we want to extend a hearty welcome to all of you. Thank you so much. We want just to begin so that we continue apace with the program, even as we wait for our chief guest to be here momentarily. He's just round about the corner, as I mentioned. And today we have a packed, of course, program for ourselves. We shall just begin with the official opening of the conference. Yesterday we began by hearing from the PSs of the Ministry of State of Economic Planning. That is a State of Economic Planning from the Treasury. That is the National Treasury. And of course also from the Ministry of Sports, Economy and Creative. And today we want to continue our pace to hear from also the CS who will be joining us momentarily. But in the meantime, if you missed all the sessions, we have Melap Sitati here who will just give us an inkling of what you missed yesterday so that you can have just a smooth transition to what will be happening this morning. So I just want to extend a hearty welcome to Melap Sitati to just give us that brief. And as soon as the CS is here, I will kindly ask all of us to be upstanding, and even as we observe the national anthem and the East African anthem, then we begin the program in earnest. Thank you, Melap. DJ, the goose mic. Testing 1 2 check. Check 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 check. Testing 1 2 check. Testing 1 2 check. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We've been entertained. I hope you are energized. I'll take you through the recap for yesterday's sessions, what we discussed yesterday. So the first day of the conference began with an engaging keynote address that set the tone for the discussions ahead. KIPPRA Programs Chair, Professor Peter Koech, recognized that previous conferences have built into critical themes such as gender, sustainable development, among others. Professor Koech introduced the theme of 2025 KIPPRA Annual Conference, Shaping Pathways to Future Jobs, Unlocking Opportunities for the Youth. With the current commitment by the government in tackling social economic challenges, the theme of this year conference could not be timely. Professor Koech noted that currently Kenya experiences a youth bulge, with 75% of the population being youthful. The acting executive director of KIPPRA, also Dr. Elda Onzom, welcomed all the participants to the conference, and she provided quite good statistics to provide context of youth employment in sub-Saharan Africa. I'll just mention a few of the statistics. She noted that 3 in 4 youth lack secure work in sub-Saharan Africa, and only 1 in 5 of the youth between the ages of 25 to 29 is engaged in regular paid jobs, which is below 4 in 5 in high-income nations. Dr. Onzom also noted that Kenya projected population is 53.3 million people in 2025, of which 20.3 million are young people aged between 15 to 34 years old. And this was from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data. She also noted that Kenya created about 848,000 new jobs in 2023, which was against the government target of 1.2 million. So we didn't attain that. And again, that most of the jobs created were in the informal sector, about 85% of the jobs that were created. Also, youth statistics were, she provided youth statistics disaggregated by age group and regions, which we saw there was a wide variability across counties and across the regions. So she also informed the participants that the setup of the conference, on the setup of the conference, and highlighted the themes that were to be covered during the discussions of the conference. Among the themes were the human capital development theme, digital transformation and infrastructure, creative economy, talent and innovation, the theme on gender equity and inclusivity, trade and industrialization, emerging sectors and agribusiness, resilience and adaptability, data management for job creation. After that, we had some remarks from Professor Nura, who welcomed participants to KSG and congratulated KIPPRA for organizing this conference. He emphasized that KSG is committed to building the capacity of public servants and supporting the youth agenda through various transformation programs, which some he highlighted as follows. There was an initiative on youth empowerment program, and this program targets university students leaders to equip them with skills and leadership experience. There was also an initiative on First Ladies Women Empowerment Program, which is a 6-week initiative to nurture talent and promote entrepreneurship among women. There's also a youth leadership grassroots program that was developed in collaboration with the state departments to reach youth across the country. And finally, there was an upcoming initiative on the Widows Economic Empowerment Program, which is a capacity building effort aimed at supporting widows economically. We then had remarks by Dr. Makoha, the PSSDEP, who welcomed the participants and also highlighted the importance of the conference theme that aligns with the government agenda of empowering youth through education, skills development, and job creation. The PS highlighted the following: that Africa has a high youth population, and Kenya has approximately 20 million youth, with at least 1 million joining the labor force market annually, often without the required skills. Also, the MTP4, developed by SDEP, is aligned with the better agenda, moving away from the traditional employment approaches and promoting innovative and digital skills. And in 2023, Kenya created about 848 new jobs, which also was highlighted in the statistics that was provided by our acting executive secretary. He also emphasized on the need for skills alignment, public-private linkages, and digital transformation to bridge the gap between youth and labor market. He commended KIPPRA and stakeholders for organizing the conference and urged participants to ensure actionable recommendations are implemented, monitored, and evaluated to improve youth outcomes. This was followed by remarks by the PS Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, PS Jacob Fikirini, who began also by expressing his appreciation. He emphasized that the conference was happening at a critical juncture when the State Department was actively engaging with various stakeholders to formulate high-level strategies aimed at realizing the youth agenda. The PS expressed concern about the state of youth unemployment, referring to the fact that about 3.5 million youth Kenyans are currently not in education, not in training or employment. He underscored the importance that the youth unemployment rate remains significantly high than the national average, and that many young people take up to 5%. Despite these challenges, the PS expressed optimism, noting that Kenya is blessed with youthful, tech-savvy population. He outlined various government-led efforts aimed at promoting youth inclusion and empowerment. And these initiatives include implementation of an internship policy, the Nyota program, which aims to benefit over 800,000 youth, and the establishment of youth parliaments to promote youth voice and participation in governance. He also referenced initiatives such as access to business incubation centers, the Ajira digital program, and the construction of youth empowerment centers across the country. The PS also indicated that a youth engagement bill 2025 was currently in draft form. This was followed by a session on what works for youth employment in Africa, the KIPPRA PEP MasterCard Foundation project from various countries. A presentation on this was made by the Executive Director, PEP, Dr. Jane Mariara, as well as the MasterCard Foundation, Mr. Kasper. Further, there was country case studies and reflections from various countries, including Uganda study, which was presented by Dr. Peter from Makerere University, Professor Selam Mawit, who provided findings for Ethiopia, and Hope Umgiza highlighted Rwanda study, and Boaz from KIPPRA also provided the Kenya study findings. This was followed by a Q&A session, and the key policy issues that emerged from these discussions were exclusion of youth in policy-making process, issues of skills mismatch, and fragmented youth employment programs, as well as weak monitoring and evaluation for youth programs. We covered 3 themes yesterday. I will just summarize the key issues from the sessions. The first theme was on human capital that had 3 parallel sessions, which included linking early childhood nutrition and cognitive development to future workforce potential. And this was chaired by Ruth Oboa, and the panelists included vast organizations from Food for Education, Zizi Afrique, NIPFIN from KIPPRA, APHRC, and Scaling Up Nutrition. The 3 key policy issues that emerged from this.
Thank you, Mela Sitati. We have to stop there. We've got the recap, and I will urge you to be upstanding as we give a hearty welcome to our chief guest as well. Be upstanding, everyone, kindly. Thank you very much, our chief guest. Thank you for graciously electing to be with us this morning. We thank you so much. And we want just to begin the program right now. I will kindly ask the KSG choir to give us the national anthem and the East African anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. Our chief guest, we really do appreciate you coming this morning. We've been, of course, eagerly waiting for you to officially open this conference for us, which is the 8th edition of the KIPPRA conference. And before we proceed, we'll just get one short number from KSG Choir, and then we let them go. But they've been doing a sterling job. We really do appreciate. So just a brief one. Thank you.
Tuishangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki. Na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya. Hatutaki matata Kenya. O wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
O wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya ni mama yetu, tena ni baba yetu, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
O wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
O wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu.
Mimi ni
Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Nitatetea haki za Wakenya.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Na majirani wangu nitalinda.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Sitaharibu mali ya wengine.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Wala sitakubali ukabila.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Wenzangu, wenzangu.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Oh, wenzangu.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Oh, tuishangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Daima.
Thank you, thank you. Give him a good round of applause. A hearty one, tafadhali. Thank you very much. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Tell your neighbor, Kenya kipenzi chetu. No, I can't hear you. Kenya kipenzi chetu. Fantastic, fantastic. Our chief guest, we want to proceed with the program swiftly. And now it is my plumb pleasure and great honor to welcome Professor Nura Mohammed, who is the Director General of Kenya School of Government, to officially also just welcome here in this beautiful premises and these facilities at the Kenya School of Government. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him as he comes to the podium.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Youth, Creative Economy and Sports, Mheshimiwa Mburia, our Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, the Chairperson, KIPPRA, all Board of Directors, KIPPRA, ED, great people, good morning. Welcome you to Kenya School of Government. Fortunately, I've known Waziri for the past 12 years. He started when he was the governor of Kwale County, where he brought about the transformation. At that time, I was here at the Kenya School of Government, and we worked together closely. Waziri, let me take this opportunity to really appreciate you and say that this ministry that today you are leading is one of the ministry required for the Kenya to change. Because the team that you are leading, the categories of the people that you are leading referred to as youth is the future of this country. And that is why this ministry is one of those ministries that is required to bring about the change that is, the government is expecting in the future. And such, therefore, then, is a wonderful ministry where Kenya School of Government will be ready to work with you, Waziri, to make sure that the change the government is yearning for the youth to be what we refer to as the future of, this country will happen. Because there are three critical aspects you are looking at. Not only the youth, but the entire creative economy and the sports is a game changer for this country. And it is what is required for us to realize what we refer to as a bottom-up economic transformation agenda. From our end, Waziri, it is the time where the Kenya School of Government will support your vision for the vision of this wonderful youth to be realized. And we have series of programs, Waziri. Up here on the third floor, we have a regional center of competence referred to as digital literacy and artificial intelligence in the public service. That will support the realization of the agenda for this youth, where they'll be testing their talent, their creativity in terms of, developing the software for this country, for them to be the entrepreneurs in the digital economy, so that then ultimately over 1 million or 2 million in the next 2 years will then become a developers of software, not only for Kenya, but also for the world. So such center, Waziri, we have established up here, and Kenya School of Government is ready to work with the wonderful youth who are talented, who are agile, who are creative of the economy of this country, so that then we realize the transformation. From our end, once again, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of us to Kenya School of Government. Please feel free. Let us work together. Let us realize the agenda for the government. Let us make sure that our youth the future of these wonderful people are safe in our hand as we then progress the transformation agenda. From our end, once again, as I said yesterday, please remember that ng'ombe akivunjika mguu malishoni hujikokota zizini kusaidiwa. So consider this school as your zizini, as your safe space, where then you can come, reflect, stop, reflect, and ultimately realize your agenda. From our end, tunawakaribisha sana, and we say, may Almighty God continue blessing you, our youth, our leaders, and our country. Asanteni sana na karibuni tena.
Thank you. Thank you, Bonadiji. A good round of applause for him again. Our chief guest, we've really keenly considered the theme for this year, and of course, which is smack dab in the middle of what you're doing in the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Shaping pathways to future jobs, unlocking opportunities for the youth is what this 8th edition of the KIPPRA conference is running under. And we've had interesting conversations since yesterday. And today we know also it is a crescendo and the climax of it, even as we come to open this session for us as well. And we are grateful because we know you have special interest of the youth in this country. We are knowing that that is the greatest currency that we do have as a country, and we need to invest it wisely. I would love now to appreciate and recognize Dr. Elder Onsuma, who is the acting executive director of KIPPRA. Of course, we know KIPPRA is a convener of this conference, and I would want just to yield the floor and extend a hearty welcome for her also to come to the podium to welcome us officially. A round of applause for her as she comes, please. Put some heart into it. Thank you so much.
Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, the Chairperson, KIPPRA Board members present, the National Government officials present, County Government officials present, the youth groups and representatives of various organizations present, the various private sector representatives and non-state actors present, good morning. It is a great pleasure for KIPPRA to welcome all of you to this conference, which is themed Shaping Pathways to the Future Jobs, Unlocking Opportunities for the Youth. On behalf of the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, we are honored today to have you all as our participants and also to discuss key issues that affect the youth in our great country, Kenya. This conference is organized in collaboration with various stakeholders, starting with our host institution, the Kenya School of Government. We have the State Department for Economic Planning. We have the various partners who are both representing the bilateral team and also the multilateral team. These partners came together and thought it wise to think through the theme on creating jobs for the youth. This team also is keen to ensure that going forward, we are able to support various institutions and government to ensure that we tackle the issues affecting job creation for the youth. The first day for this conference was on Tuesday, where we were able to train 35 youth at the Huawei Technology Center. These youth were taken through the public policy making process, which is one of our programs at the Institute. Starting from yesterday then, we assembled here where the stakeholders have discussed issues which are of strategic national priority, and they include human capital development in job creation, digital transformation and infrastructure for job creation, gender equity and inclusion in the future jobs, opportunities in trade and industrialization, jobs for youth in emerging sectors, agribusiness, resilience and adaptability for sustainable future, for youth entrepreneurship, SMEs, development and access to finance. We have also looked at the issues of policy and institutional frameworks which are required to accelerate sustainable development. This conference, therefore, is crucial because it tackles the issues that we shall be able to tap into the opportunities of the more than 75% of the Kenyan population which is aged 35 years and below. The conference also will help us harness the energy, the creativity, the technology-savvy youth, and also boost the economic growth of our great economy. We'll also be able to boost and enhance knowledge in the skills development and employment opportunities, as well as impart into the youth the integral, institutional, and value frameworks that are required to have a strong labor force. This is the reason as to why then I also wish to inform you, sir, that the various partners who have supported this conference, including the following: the Kenya School of Government, the Partnerships for Economic Policy, the Huawei Technology Organization, the IRLI team, GIZ, KIPPRA. We also have Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. We have CGIAR, and also we have various organizations like KIPPRA and Tichati, which are key in terms of tackling the issues of the youth in this country. It is for that reason I welcome you all, and I look forward to having great opportunities as we tackle the issues of youth in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate that hearty welcoming remarks from Dr. Elder Onsomu, the acting Executive Director of KIPPRA. Thank you so much. And of course, as we always said, we began yesterday that you cannot whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play a symphony. And this is working out because of many stakeholders that are making sure that we do have the 8th edition of the KIPPRA conference. So thank you so much. And we're going to be appreciating these partners as we move along. We want now to also yield the floor to the chair of KIPPRA board. This is Professor Paul Wachana, to come to the lectern here and also give us his welcoming remarks as well. A round of applause as they come to the podium. Thank you so much. A hearty one for that matter, please. Yes, that is a proof of life.
Mheshimiwa Honorable Salim Mvurya, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Mheshimiwa Dr. Boniface Makoha, Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, KIPPRA board members, Acting Executive Director, KIPPRA, Dr. Elda Osomo, Professor Noor Mohammed, who's the host here, the national government officials and county officials present, invited guests, the key people who are the youths, and other leaders, most of them elected leaders. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the 8th KIPPRA Annual and Regional Conference. Your presence here today confirms your continued support for KIPPRA and demonstrates your commitment to advancing deliberations on the national development agenda. On behalf of the KIPPRA board and the entire KIPPRA family, I say, karibuni sana. It is our tradition to come together and hold a conversation on identified key policy issues every year. Each year, KIPPRA selects a theme focused on a current and emerging policy issue. And in particular this year, our conversation is steeped in shaping pathways to future jobs, unlocking opportunities for the youth. Today, I am accompanied by my colleagues, the board members, who have provided oversight in preparation of this conference. I would take this time to request the board members, KIPPRA board members, to be upstanding. Other than just waving, I have to introduce them. From the right is Professor Peter Koech, who's the chair of programs at KIPPRA. Next is Ms. Christine Wanchala, KIPPRA board vice chair, followed in the meetings by executive director, acting executive director, Dr. Elda Ozom, former PS director Joseph Musuni, followed by former KIPPRA board chair, Professor Peter Ateng. Then on the left, trim left, is Director Lois Atema. Thank you, guys. You may be seated now. As you can see, KIPPRA board is full of intellectuals and industry representatives, and they're equal to the task. Thank you, board members. We are proud to steer the institute to build capacity at the national and county government, the private sector, and the youth, as well as undertake relevant policy research to support an evidence-based policy process. Ladies and gentlemen, youth empowerment is not just a national priority, but also a regional and a global agenda. The aspirations outlined in Kenya's Vision 2030 align closely with Agenda 2063 of the African Union, as well as a series of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, those SDGs. These frameworks emphasize inclusive growth and sustainable development driven by empowered youth. I note that 75% of the Kenyan's population is under the age of 35. 75, under the age of 35. That's a big, huge proportion. And similar demographics are reflected across the African continent. The role of the youth in shaping our social, economic, and political future is undeniable. We often say that youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but I strongly believe that they are the leaders of today. as the youths who are here, you know that even the minister in charge of youth, the PS in charge of youth affairs is one of you. These youths, through innovation, resilience, and digital fluence, are already shaping industries, governance, and entrepreneurship. However, despite these trends, structural barriers, limited access to education and training, unemployment and employment, exclusion from decision-making spaces are hindering them from meaningful socio-economic transformation. Therefore, this conference is more than a policy dialogue. It's a call to identify, scale, and implement strategies that ensure youth are not just beneficiaries of development, but co-creators of a sustainable Kenyan economy, harnessing youth potential, empowering them through access to quality education and training, investment in well-being, employment opportunities, and social systems that support the growth of a productive and resilient workforce. The diverse range of speakers and panelists represented by policymakers, industry and experts through thought leaders from academia, and they all present a platform to actively engage in discussions that will unfold over the next 2 days or so. We have a rich program lined up featuring various sessions that are aimed at fostering collaboration among stakeholders in the public policy space. Ladies and gentlemen, the KIPPRA Institute is keen on building the capacity of youth in public policy research and analysis, and has over the years rolled out capacity programs targeting the youth. The KIPPRA Young Professionals Program, launched in 2003, is designed to equip the early career professionals with practical, hands-on experience in policy research and analysis. It is gratifying that over 250 young people have graduated from the program since its inception in 2003. I request that you visit our young professionals alumni portal for the success stories dating from this youth. KIPPRA has played a pivotal role in bringing together universities and technical institutions in order to create awareness, develop the capacity to understand the public policy making process, and promote the next generation of leaders through the KIPPRA Mentorship Program for Universities and TFES, the KMPUs. KIPPRA has capacity built over 10,000 students in 22 universities and TFES since the inception of this program. This is a testament to our commitment to foster partnerships, empowering youth through mentorship, and solidifying the vital connection between academic knowledge and its practical application in the realm of public policy. KIPPRA's work on understanding the future of work and tapping into the potential of the creative economy has been incredibly valuable. This research not only provides practical insights, but also supports the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, that's the better, by providing evidence on resolving youth unemployment and identifying opportunities for sustainable jobs in sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, construction, housing, forestry, digital innovation, and the green economy. KIPPRA is shaping policies that respond to the aspirations of our young people and the needs of the Kenyan economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, this conference has been organized with invaluable support from the government, from private sector, and development partners. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to their tireless commitment to making this conference a reality. The management and staff of KIPPRA, thank you for working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conference possible. Maybe the KIPPRA's management just wave so I can proceed if you're here. Management and staff, just wave. Okay. Your dedication has ensured that we have a conducive environment for this meaningful engagement. As I finish, I want to quote what I've also learned from this conference since it started. Yesterday, we were reminded by the PS, economic planning, that our focus and we should make sure that we actualize on what? Actionable recommendations. So may God bless you. And it's now my honor to invite the PS, Dr. Boniface B. Makoha, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, to share with you these wisdoms, as he also represents the CS for National Treasury. Thank you so much, Bwana PS. Karibu. Asanteni sana. Makofi kwa PS as he comes.
Asante sana. Waziri pamoja na wageni wote. I just want to echo what Professor has said, that yesterday I reminded us that we need to always think about actualizing the recommendations that we bring forth. And I believe that this will be the first. We'll be able to work together and Waziri ensure that at least we have tangible outputs that have positive impacts to the youth. I'm here on behalf of the CS. I was here yesterday, and I don't want to tire us with my own speech. I'm here to deliver keynote address on behalf of the CS, Honorable John Mbadi, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, and Economic Planning. He was to be here, but because of some other urgent matters, he asked me to step in. So allow me, Waziri, to read the remarks of Mheshimiwa Mbadi. Honorable Salim Mvurya, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Governors present, Senators present, Professor Paul Wachana, Chairperson, KIPPRA Board, KIPPRA Board members, Dr. Edna Onsomu, Acting Executive Secretary, Acting Executive Director, KIPPRA, Professor Nur Mohammed, Director General, Kenya School of Government, national government officials present, county governments officials present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to join you today in the 8th KIPPRA Annual Conference whose theme is shaping pathways for future jobs, unlocking opportunities for the youth. I wish to thank, through the State Department of Economic Planning, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy and Research, for organizing this important conference that brings the youth policymakers, researchers, academia, and other key stakeholders together to deliberate on jobs for the youth and the pathways to jobs, which are integral to socio-economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's economy continues to grow, though at a moderate pace. In 2024, the real gross domestic product, GDP, expanded by 4.7%. This performance, though it outpaced the sub-Saharan average of 3.8%, it lagged behind the East Africa community, which was at 5.4%. The financial and insurance activities, real estate, transportation and storage, agriculture, fishery, forestry demonstrated strong performance and gave the country room to invest in development and youth programs creation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to provide a snapshot of Kenya's current employment landscape and highlight the pressing need to create opportunities for the growing youth population in the country. The government is prioritizing youth employment and job creation, which seeks to increase job opportunities among youth through expanded funding for small businesses, vocational skill programs, and entrepreneurship support. The fourth medium-term plan for 2023 to 2027 reinforces these by focusing on housing, manufacturing, digital infrastructure, creative economy, renewable energy, and value-added agricultural sectors. This is expected to create over 5 million jobs by 2027, targeting youth, women, and persons with disability. Promoting digital transformation for the government is a key driver of future jobs. By equipping our youth with ICT skills and fostering innovation hubs, we can enable them to tap into opportunities in e-commerce, digital marketing, software development, and artificial intelligence. I am pleased to note that in the current fiscal cycle, National Treasury committed 13.2 billion to youth empowerment and employment initiatives, including the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities, Ajira Digital, and National Hygiene Program, or Kazi Mtaani. The Ajira Digital Program and Jitume Labs are enabling young Kenyans to access global freelance work. Over 1.9 million youth have benefited from Ajira, with youths earning sustainable income. Strengthening technical and vocational education and training, TVET, is also critical in bridging the skill gap. Recognizing the financial challenges faced by universities and TVET, the government is prioritizing reforms to enhance access to education, financing, especially for vulnerable students, including committing 29.3 billion in the current fiscal year to equip TVETs with tools that will in turn ensure graduates are employable and entrepreneurial. The agricultural sector, through employing 54% of the country's workforce, remains unproductive and unattractive to the youth. The National Treasury allocated 6.1 billion to cater for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project that is focused on improving the entire agricultural value chain from production to market access. An additional 2.4 billion was allocated to the youth and women in agriculture to provide financial support and training. Financial support and training. The Youth Enterprise Development Fund has been at the forefront in providing loans to the youth-owned enterprises, including those in agriculture. The funds offer market support, facilitates linkages with the larger enterprises, and provides business development services to enhance the capacity of the youth-led agribusiness. The fund to date has disbursed 479 million in agribiz loans to 19,631 youth beneficiaries. Therefore, I urge the youth not to complain they lack capital, but to take advantage of these opportunities. The ministry is keen to support in agriculture and to foster an enabling environment for the youth to engage in agriculture, thereby contributing to food security, economic growth, and realization of Kenya's Vision 2030. Micro, small, and medium enterprises also contributes to approximately 40% of the gross domestic product, and particularly for the youth, at least 36% of MSME employees are youth who are finding employment outside the formal sector. Transforming this sector is among the 5 pillars of the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and therefore, equipping the youth with business skills, capital to start a business, overcoming market barriers, low adoption of technology, will form strong linkages that will actively engage the youth who can fully participate in the economy. Through collaborative partnership with banking sectors, which has resulted in an additional 150 billion in loans for MSMEs. Further, the government is committed to developing this essential sector. In terms of financial inclusion, we have achieved significant milestone with the Hustler Fund so far. So far, this is an innovative initiative that has disbursed close to 60 billion Kenya shillings, benefiting 24.6 million Kenyans and generating over 3.3 billion in savings. The fund enjoys a repeat customer base of 8.5 million beneficiaries and boasts a repayment rate of 79%. Fostering creative industries is a significant leap in ensuring the creative economy is a vital contributor to national development, job creation, and wealth generation. The Creative Economy Support Bill of 2024 establishes a legal framework for enhancing the growth of the industry. This bill embodies the establishment of Creative Fund, which will allocate resources to promote and develop the creative sector. As part of the broader digital superhighway initiative, the government is investing in expanding broadband connectivity across the country, including construction of 100,000 kilometer fiber optic network, which aims to enhance digital access to and provide a platform for creative work. The government is laying the ground for a vibrant and sustainable creative economy in Kenya, recognizing that it is key to contribute to significantly to the nation's development, especially the socio-economic aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, the Affordable Housing Program aims to undertake construction of housing units throughout the country at the rate of 200,000 new units every year for the next 10 years. Units every year for 10 years. The affordable housing now accounts for 200,000 new jobs created over the past year. It is the government's desire to have a workforce of 500,000 by 2027, emphasizing the program's role in stimulating economic growth and reducing employment. The Juakali sector has been one of the major beneficiaries of the program. The collaboration with the sector has resulted in over 4.4 billion being paid to Juakali artisans nationwide, empowering local communities and promoting skill development. The government's commitment to the program underscores its potential to transform the housing sector and serve as a catalyst for youth employment by continuing to invest in affordable housing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to creating an enabling environment for job creation by improving infrastructure, simplifying business processes, and fostering public-private partnership. These measures will attract investments and spur economic growth. I urge the youth to embrace a mindset of continuous learning, resilience, and innovation. The fourth industrial revolution is redefining work, and adaptability will be a critical skill for success. As I conclude, let me emphasize the importance of collaboration. It is only through coordinated efforts between government, private sector, development partners, and communities that we can unlock opportunities for our youth. As we continue in this conference, I wish you fruitful deliberations as we chart a path towards a brighter and more inclusive future for our youth. It is now my pleasure that on behalf of the CS Honorable John Mbadi to welcome our chief guest, Waziri for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Honorable Salim Mvuria, to deliver his key address. Thank you and God bless you. We can put our hands together and be upstanding as we bring our chief guest. Karibu sana Waziri.
Asanteni sana, tunaweza keti. We can take our seats, and thank you for the Principal Secretary in charge of economic planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, who is also standing in for my colleague, John Mbadi, the Chair of KIPPRA, Professor Paul Washana, KIPPRA board members, the Acting Executive Director, Dr. Elda Onsomu, Director General of the Kenya School of Government, Professor Nura Mohammed, national government officials here present, and also county government, our collaborators, the youth, ladies and gentlemen, good reality and promise of Kenya's youth budget, a rapidly growing and dynamic population whose potential, if harnessed effectively, can significantly transform our economy. However, we are equally aware of the existing gaps in skills, employment, access to capital, and inclusion that continue to hinder many young people from participating in national development. As a ministry, we have intensified our efforts and made notable progress in implementing youth-centered interventions that reflect the core principles of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda: equity, inclusion, and economic empowerment from the grassroots. Our programs are designed not just to support the youth, but to empower them as active agents in shaping Kenya's future. In Kenya today, we have over 400,000 young people who graduate annually from our institutions of higher learning, including universities and TVETs. While this reflects the growing reach of our education system, it also underscores the agency to create meaningful and sustainable employment pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has implemented targeted interventions to prepare young people to transition from training to earning. These interventions focus on capacity building, supporting enterprise, expanding access to opportunities, and fostering innovation. In response to the rising demand for employment and income security, we have introduced the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Program, a program that we are working in partnership with the World Bank. This transformative initiative targets 800,000 vulnerable youth aged 18 to 29, extending to 35 for youth with disabilities across all 47 counties. Nyota offers a multidimensional approach that includes entrepreneurship training, access to credit, mentorship, and support for transition into sustainable employment. It also emphasizes the empowerment of marginalized and at-risk youth, ensuring that no one is left behind in our national transformation journey. Through Nyota, we are not only addressing the unemployment challenge, but also laying the foundation for long-term resilience, innovation, and inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, to support enterprise development through the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, the ministry has disbursed Kenya shillings 1.24 billion in loans to more than 95,000 youth entrepreneurs, enabling them to launch and grow business at the grassroots level. We have operationalized youth empowerment centers across the country providing 1 million youth with access to career guidance, digital access, and startup incubation. In addition, we have identified and nurtured 5,200 young talents in sports, creative arts, and leadership, while 3,915 youth have been engaged in green jobs through conservation, afforestation, and circular economy initiatives. These interventions are not only creating livelihoods, but also laying the foundation for a more inclusive and resilient youth economy. Through the Presidential Award Program, we target to train 43,000 youth in leadership and governance and enroll 32,100 in the President's Program. And I also want to emphasize here that this President's Award Program, we now have a directive which has also been sent to the Public Service Commission and all government agencies to give priority to the youth who are awarded gold, silver, and bronze. And therefore, while employing, while recruiting in all agencies, those who will have been awarded those categories will be given priority. Through a collaboration with the TVET ecosystem, the government aims to bridge the gap between industry and training and transform the labor market ecosystem to support the youth. In the creative economy sector, Kenya has earmarked expanding infrastructure for arts and culture, including establishing Studio Mashinani in counties. In fact, we should be launching this in the next few weeks so that we can be able to provide more opportunities for those youth who want to record their films, they want to record their music and whatever it is. So the Studio Mashinani will be available very soon. And training also media practitioners in performing and creative arts. These initiatives are also targeting to nurture young talent to thrive in music, theater, graphic design, and other creative industries. The operationalization of the HUSNET talent search for youth in the creative economy is set to create more opportunities. As I conclude, we continue to focus on achieving our national vision where no one is left behind, and I urge all stakeholders, including government ministries, county governments, departments, agencies, the private sector, civil society, organizations, and international partners to continue collaborating in creating a robust framework for youth employment. Let us invest in our youth today so that we can all enjoy a prosperous Kenya in the years to come. I wish also to congratulate again KIPPRA, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, the State Department for Economic Planning, and other partners for working together in holding this conference. I'm optimistic that the deliberations from this important engagement will support government policy on job creation for our youth. I want to add that the government of Kenya and His Excellency the President has been very forthright in terms of looking at strategic interventions that will inspire and create opportunities for the young people of our country. As a ministry, we are working on an enabling environment in terms of policy. So we have a youth policy and bill, which we are reviewing. And basically, this is an effort to update our legal and policy environment to the realities of today. So we are working on reviewing the policy. We've already been working on the creative economy bill, which has also been introduced in Parliament. We are also looking at the sports policy and bill so that it can be inclusive and also be updated according to the realities of today. Away from the policy environment, there are other opportunities that exist in government. For example, the program on special economic zones, which is creating new frontiers of investment in Naivasha, in Dongokundu, in Mombasa, where already the government has already signed with Afrexim, to create opportunities for investment. Those are also key areas, that create opportunities for our young people to be employed, but also to get more experiences to realize their potential. We also have a rural industrialization program through the county aggregation and industrial parks, which basically focuses on value addition and creating employment at the lower level in the rural areas. We have also a big program within the Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs of seafarers, you know, where we also have a lot of opportunities for the youth of our country to work in the marine sector. And in this area, we also have other agreements that the government has done with other countries, you know, where every year seafarers are recruited. And of course, they have to go through a training at Bandari Maritime Academy so that they can be certified. We have other programs, the labor mobility, you know, which is being coordinated by our sister Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Youth is supporting. Through the Youth Fund, we are supporting stipends, we are supporting startups so that those young people who participate in this program, when they are employed outside the country, we also support them through the Youth Enterprise Fund to meet the basic costs. We also have a very robust program on digital space, which I think has also been outlined by my colleague in his speech. But basically, we want to use technology and take an advantage of technology to also create opportunities of young people. You are aware we have Konza City, which is a very innovative investment strategy for government. We have opportunities in agribusiness, in housing, and many more. Basically, these are opportunities that we want to ask young people to take advantage of, and especially on matters technology. You know, technology and our online platforms are the areas where we dialogue. And I think what I want to say here is that let us be very positive with technology. There's a lot of investors have really advanced in terms of creating technology opportunities for our young people. And therefore, it is my wish that the youth of our country can take advantage of these online platforms, you know, to first of all better their experiences, share knowledge, participate in innovation, and also look at online jobs. It is also not very good when these online platforms are used negatively. When you post something negative online, you are basically telling the world, and basically that could also ruin your profile going forward. I know there are many organizations when they are recruiting and they are doing background checks. It is no longer just the referee, you know, where you say my referee is Professor Boniface Makoha. You know, they also go back to your credentials, what you've been posting. And I know people who have lost opportunities because of their online attitude. And what I want to say is that I'm aware that there are many challenges facing our youth in this country, but there are also opportunities. So this conference, what this conference is also doing is connecting you with opportunities, because in this conference we have many speakers, we have many agencies, we have also many areas that are being shared where, you know, youth can be able to benefit. And therefore, this connection with opportunities requires proactivity, so that when you know there's a youth fund, then it is for you also to look for information. When you know we have a creative economy space which we are developing, and in fact, on June 5th, we will be hosting a forum where we bring the American creative economy investors, so that we can also discuss and see how we can leverage on that opportunity for them to also invest in our country. And when we do all this, we expect that positively you will also capture these opportunities. The professors who have introduced themselves here, the chair, the PS, madam here who is the CEO, they were also youth at some point, and therefore the matters youth is not rocket science. You know, many people here have experienced this in different areas, and as a government, we also would like to commit to work with young people and also to provide these opportunities so that we can then transform our country with the youth participation. Youth is a big constituency and we cannot leave them behind. And that is why in the next few months, we'll be rolling out the national youth elections so that those who would wish to mentor themselves on matters leadership, they can have a platform. But in my view, the youth is a whole human being. We have a youth who would wish to be politicians one day, maybe. There are others who would wish to be in different sectors of our economy. And therefore, what the government is providing is an enabling environment, you know, for all of you to realize your potential. And realizing your potential also requires that you are also proactive and alert. So I don't want to say a lot, but because I'm also in charge of 3 topics: the youth affairs, creative economy, and sports. I also want to say that in sports, we are also investing. Right now, we are investing in infrastructure across the country. We have the Talanta City Stadium, which is coming up. It's a legacy project, currently employing over 3,300 youth every day who work 24 hours. We also have other infrastructure across the country we're working on. We have 37, you know, academies that we are setting up across the country for basically to harness the talents from that level. And therefore, we are looking at the youth across the board. So those of us who wish to participate in sports, we are there. And in fact, in August, we are hosting CHAN. And next 2027, we are also hosting the Africa Cup of Nations. And therefore, we have provision, you know, for all sectors of our youth. So I would wish that this conference, in fact, my wish is that this conference then becomes the catalyst within which our youth will be able to make connections with opportunity, but also psychologically, you know, work together to ensure that we become very proactive as a country and we harness the opportunities that exist in our country. Kwa hivyo mimi sina marefu sana, lakini nimeshukuru sana. Nimeshukuru sana kwa KIPPRA na shule yetu ya serikali kwa kuweza kuandaa hafla hii, kuwaleta wadau muhimu, wasomi, wale wa mashirika yasiyo ya kiserikali, vijana wenyewe na pia washikadau wa maendeleo. Na tunashukuru pia ndugu zetu wa wanahabari ambao wako hapa wanatusaidia kusambaza hizi habari na vijana wetu. Na jambo la muhimu sana kwa hii washa hii ambayo ni muhimu zaidi ni kwamba inaunganisha vijana na fursa. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu tu wakati yanazungumzwa hapa na wakati pia vijana wana nafasi kule nje, uangalie zile fursa ambazo zinaweza kuwasaidia. Tunajua kwamba vijana wetu wanaishi kwa wakati mzuri sasa. Wengine ambao tulikuwa vijana wakati ule hakukuwa na teknolojia, hakukuwa na mambo mengi kama leo ambao kuna urahisi wa kila kitu. Lakini ni muhimu tu wakati tunatumia teknolojia tujue kwamba inaweza kutujenga na inaweza kutuharibia. Na pia vile vile nawaomba tena vijana tuchunge, kwa sababu kati ya wananchi kuna wengine pia ambao tayari wamefaidika katika talanta zao. Wengine wamekuwa ni viongozi wa kisiasa kwa ngazi za juu, lakini sasa wanatafuta nafasi ya kuwapotosha vijana. Mimi nawaomba vijana msipotoshwe, kwa sababu wewe unapotumiwa kisiasa, saa zingine unaweza kuachwa mahali ulipo na yule aliyekutumia akaweza kuendelea mbele na ndoto zake. Kwa hivyo tunaposikia semi za kwamba vijana wajihusishe katika maovu ya kuvuruga nchi, tafadhali mjitenge na hayo. Nafikiri ndoto yenu si kuvuruga nchi. Nchi ikivurugwa hakuna anayefaidi. Tumeona nchi zingine ambayo hata profesa kama huyu ambaye ni mustarabu kabisa, wakati kumekuwa fujo, yeye anakuwa muhamiaji. Sasa anakuwa refugee, anapata refugee status. Kwa hivyo tunataka kusema kwamba wakati ambao tunazungumza, tunaenda kidemokrasia, tunapeana fursa, tufanye haya yote kwa njia ya amani. Mtu mwingine asije kuchukua nafasi hiyo kuvuruga nchi ama kuwachochea vijana. Matatizo ama changamoto tunaweza kuzikabili tukiwa nchi ambayo tuko na umoja na tuko na amani. Kwa hivyo nitataka tu kukomea hapo, and I want now to take this opportunity with a lot of respect and recognizing the role you have given me in this conference to now declare the 8th KIPPRA Annual Conference officially open. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again for Waziri. He has spoken quite movingly on a raft of issues, a confluence of factors that we need to take note of, especially what the ministry doing in Mashinani. We think that Studio Mashinani will be making such a discernible difference. It is Albert Einstein who once said that creativity is intelligence at work. And so that will also give the youth a handy opportunity to explore their creativity in Mashinani. And a lot of other issues that you have actually highlighted as well. We want to thank you so very much. A round of applause again for him. Even as you are acknowledging the wanahabari walio hapa, I just want to alert you that we are live on NTV, right? So make sure that you see it prim and proper and you look a bit telegenic so that if you are captured, of course, you're not captured dozing or picking on your nose, right? So that it is not going also on social media. So thank you very much for that. It is also Charles Swindoll who said, wherever you are, be there. Wherever you are, be there. So be alert. Thank you. We are coming to a very seminal moment also in this conference this morning, I should say, which really marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future for our nation. And so we also gathered here for the official launch of a groundbreaking book that shines a powerful light on a crucial truth, that gender equality is not only a matter of justice, but a strategic imperative for sustainable development. This book, titled A Gendered Approach to Unlocking the Potential for Sustainable Development in Kenya, explores the transformative power of integrating gender perspectives in policy, planning, and implementation. It challenges us to rethink traditional development models and offers data-driven insights and bold recommendations to ensure that no one is left behind. So as we unveil this book today, we want to celebrate the research, the partnerships, and most importantly, the voices, especially of women and marginalized groups that have shaped its findings. This is more than a launch. It is a call to action. So let us take this opportunity to learn, to be inspired, and to recommit ourselves to building a Kenya where gender equality drives innovation, resilience, and progress. And so I want just to welcome back on stage our chief guest who will preside over this launch, to come together with the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, to be also on stage as well. I extend also a hearty welcome to Professor Paul Wachana, the Chairman of KIPPRA Board. Also, Dr. Elda Onsomu, the Acting Executive Director of KIPPRA. So we want to have a very impactful and engaging launch of a book as well. The media will help me with the countdown as well. And Bwana Waziri, we can move over there to where the booth is, so we can just spread ourselves. We can have 2 of you or 3 of you on the other side. And Bwana Waziri, you'll be on this other side, so where we have, yes, Bwana Chair, you can go to the other side. Professor Wachana. Oh yeah, stand, oh yeah, just be there, yes. So that we, okay. I think Daktari, yeah, just move closer, yes. So the media will give us the countdown, and Bwana Waziri, the button is just before you. You will, not yet, count of 3. So that at least now you can have the book launch. Okay, give us a count, please. Fireworks. Just be for that moment as well. With right. Just scoot over closer now to where the booth is. Right. Bwana Waziri, thank you so much. Please don't be in a tearing rush to leave because we'll just have a short media interview. The journalists are already here, so that we'll release you if you don't mind, Bwana Waziri. Our journalists will just ask you a few questions and then you can leave. In the meantime as well, we have other paper policies which will be highlighted on the screen as well. So, media, are you ready? Bwana Waziri is in a tearing rush. He has to be in another venue, right? All right. Okay, I'm given to understand because you're really pinched for time, we just release you so that you go. We don't want to make sure that you're not delayed. All right, but we'll have a photo session outside, Bwana Waziri. So, Bwana Waziri, together with the board members as well, we want to say thank you so much for coming. All right, so that was the launch, and these copies, you will get them soon. So you will, of course, go to the fantastic. Good. So because today we want to keep time, we don't want to overlap like yesterday, back to back with the program. We want to take a short health break. right? Then we will come back. We continue with other sessions that we have with the breakout sessions. We'll come back here so that you get briefed on where the other sessions are. Please go and enjoy your health break. So, and if you are caught short of yourselves and you want to use the washrooms as well, just remember where they are. If you're joining us today, just across the glass door, take your left, is where you'll find the washrooms. Thank you. Your left, is where you'll find the washrooms. Thank you very much for being amazingly patient since morning. We look forward to engaging you on the other sessions as well. Thank you.
Usimtoe yeye. Ikoaje? Niende.
All right, we want to call the meeting to order. If you're still outside, would you kindly walk up back in so that we can continue with the program? Kindly. If you're still outside, come back to the plenary so that we can continue the program. Kindly, kindly. If you're still outside, welcome back to the plenary. We want to continue with the program. Just to highlight that we'll be having this session here in the main hall before we go also for the breakout sessions later. And the topic at hand is gender parity and social inclusion in the future of work. If you're still outside, kindly walk back in so that we can continue with the program. Calling the meeting to order, please. DJ, if you could, my mic is too hot. You could just reduce it a bit. Yeah, it's very hot. Karibuni sana, we've been waiting for you. I hope you've enjoyed your health break. And just to remind you as well, just on this floor we have our comfort rooms. Yeah, if you just walk out on either of the doors, you have your washrooms. So if you're caught short of yourself, don't worry, it is just near you. And again, also we have other facilities outside, just when you walk through the glass door, also on your left, the washrooms are there for you. Are you ready for this session? Hello? Is there any proof of life here? Are you ready for this session? Hello? I will kindly ask the guests who are at the extreme end of the plenary, if you could just scoot over to the empty seat just next to you. That would be so nice. Right? Kindly, kindly. If you're far way behind, I can see one or two gentlemen there. In fact, I can only just see your heart. I can't even see your head. Right? We want to see your face. We don't want to speak to the hearts. We want to speak to the faces. Right? Kindly, thank you, thank you. If you can just scoot over, occupy the empty seats in front of you, that will be good. Thank you, thank you. I'm still calling upon you. Our dear ladies there at the back, kindly, if you can just scoot over, take the empty seats ahead of you or in front of you, that will be good. Could we stand up a bit and just do a little bit of an exercise? So you say yesterday, you remember we used our finger yesterday, right? Our index finger. I told you it's going to be very pivotal throughout this conference. For them that are joining us, we'll just give you a dummy run of what we did yesterday. This is just to wake you up, to make sure that you're agile, you're engaged. I want to see how nimble and active you will be if you're going to keep out your ears and listen to these conversations that is very critical at this juncture, especially in this country where we're grappling with the issue of femicide, where we're grappling with the issue of gender mainstreaming. Even from the policy perspective, still we're always talking about the sunshine clauses when it comes, from the bills, but we've never realized these sunshine clauses, right? For the longest time we've been talking about gender mainstreaming, not only in the public sector, even in the private sector as well. When we're talking about also the boardroom representation, we don't have active and good numbers in our boards as well when it comes to the corporate sector. And that's a very key and a pivotal aspect and a cog when it comes to corporate governance as well. Is it a matter of tokenism, right? There is something they always call, especially from the Nordic countries, where we know they've managed to mainstream gender, right, in their parliament representations as well. Rwanda has, or is still doing, a very good job in making sure that there is hope. And it's good that we have hope here from Rwanda, right? Their country is mainstreaming gender, and President Kagame is particularly intent on that. So are we doing it for just the golden skirt effect, as they call it? That's a probing question. So just to set the mood of that conversation, where is your finger? Lift it higher. You remember the drill? Daktari, you remember the drill? Good. Now I want you to do this. Yeah, with your neighbor, can you house your neighbor's index finger? So we have sort of a zigzag, right? Yes. So one, yeah, Nicole, she's got it. Good, good. So everyone is housed. Oh, there's a Lorna there. Yeah, can you just scoot over? Yes, so that you, yeah. The president with a beta, or a beta as they call it, yeah, bottom-up economic transformation agenda. They're mainstreaming the issue of housing. And yesterday you saw such a seminal optics that we had from our television. People from Mukuru kwa Njenga, now they have good facilities. And as you see, now they're very happy. They were saying, hata mimi sasa ni kama mtu akirereshwa. Hata mimi sasa ninaonekana kama naishi Karen. Right? But it just shows the aspect that we're trying to make every person in this country have a dignified life. I know you're getting tired. Okay, let me stop talking. Let's do the drill. Are you ready? So this is it. I want you to grab that finger. And make sure your finger is not grabbed. It's just as simple as that. But it shows how nimble and attentive and active you are. Have you taken tea? Have you taken at least some bitings? Are you ready? So on my counter, make sure you grab that finger. And make sure your finger is not grabbed. Are you housing? This house is leaking. Put it properly. It's like this. Why is it slanting? Okay. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? Here's my count. We're doing a dummy run. 1, 2, 3. Grab it. Who has been grabbed? I can't see anyone who has been grabbed. Oh yeah, at the back there. Hey, that guy is very sharp. Can we? Okay, now that you got the drill, can we do it again? Are you ready? So I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself, okay? If you were grabbed, make sure you're not grabbed. And if you didn't grab, make sure you grab that index finger. On my count. 1. Ta-dan. 2. Follow instructions. Wait. Chill your horses. Okay. Some are shaking. I can see. 1, 2. Grab a finger. Clap for yourselves, guys. Clap for yourselves. Thank you. You can have your seats. Thank you so much. Yes, so be active, be attentive. As we look ahead to the future of work, one thing is clear. Progress will be meaningless if it's not inclusive. The world is undergoing profound transformation driven by technology, climate change, and shifting demographics, yet too many voices remain unheard and too many talents untapped. So today's conversation is about more than representation. It's about redesigning systems so that equity is not an afterthought. And when we're talking about gender parity, we want to delve deeper into this. Gender parity and social inclusion in the future of work. And I want just to welcome Millicent Okello. And she's a women economic empowerment specialist at the UN Women Kenya Country Office. And she's a gender and development practitioner with over 15 years experience working with women, youth, and adolescent girls, focusing on entrepreneurship development, linkage to employment, and financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to extend a hearty welcome to the smiley face of Millicent Okello here on stage. She will guide us on this conversation. A round of applause as she comes. A hearty one. Thank you, Millie, for the good work you've been doing and mainstreaming, of course, this conversation forward for 15 good years. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you. This is the session. You can use this one.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to moderate the session on gender parity and social inclusion in the future of work. Just before we begin the session, I will call upon Nicole to come and give us an overview of gender parity within agricultural food systems, after which we'll be able to call on the panelists and we'll begin the session. So Nicole, welcome.
Is this one? Yeah. Okay, thank you. I have been asked to give a little bit of a framing for the discussion that these eminent people are going to have. My name is Nicolene de Haan. I'm based here at Ilri, if anybody knows that, on livestock up on the hill. But I am the director of what we call the Gender Impact Plan. That's when we talk about youth, automatically we think about young men. We don't often think about young women in that space. And that's going to be one of my things here as a researcher. Can we start getting that data and evidence about young women in this space too? Because we need to understand both sides if we want to move the world forward. Okay, gender parity. So we all know the numbers. It's going to take another 134 years before the gender pay gap is going to be changed. Now, good news. In Africa, you guys, Kenya is at the top 5% of being less difference between men and women. So you're doing a good job, even better, if you know what I mean. I would like to actually set up a little bit some of the things that when I think about gender in youth and jobs, how we need to look at that. And again, like I say, I talk mainly about agricultural systems. So first of all, we all know that women play a key role in agri-food systems as producers, wage laborers, workers, processors, distributors, traders, and consumers. And I point this out because I think one of the things we often do is talk about women as if it's one group. We also know that it's normal, irregular or part-time, low-skilled, labor-intensive, and low-paid. Now think about that. Why do we have a disparity there if it's true that women's jobs are often informal, low-skilled, etc.? On low pay, for instance, on average, women really work. Okay, so do think about that. And also, of course, we also know globally that women earn only 82 cents to the dollar. So every dollar that a man earns, a woman only earns 82 cents in agri-food systems. Again, not very fair. There's a movement called, it's basically in October, that women would stop working. If you want to pay us full, then we'd have to add those 2 months. So there is a movement in Europe, for instance, where women have a day where they say, we're not working anymore because you've paid us what we've worth. So, you know, so think about that. The other thing is women's work is often irregular and part-time. We know it's often labor-intensive, and unpaid domestic and care work is part of it. Again, women can work up to 2.4 hours to 10 hours on unpaid a day on unpaid care work. So in other words, women do carry a bigger burden. Their work is often informal and low-skilled. Low-skilled, why? Because often women don't have access to as many opportunities in education. We all know that. We also know that it's informal and low skill because women often don't have the voice to actually make sure they sit at the table to demand better rights. And of course, one of the interesting things, it's often precarious and they're often vulnerable to shocks. So during COVID, interestingly, during COVID, 22% of women in off-farm agri-food systems got kicked out. 22%. You think, well, COVID did a lot to us. Men and the care of having a salary, so it's a double burden. So remember that. Asking a woman to stay extra long at night might be a little bit difficult. The other part is norms. What are the norms towards what we should be doing and what men should be doing? And we need to understand how those norms influence us having a productive agriculture. We've done some very interesting work on how do we actually get animal livestock vaccines to women. And you would think, what's the problem there? Well, often women aren't allowed to travel to a vet or aren't allowed to talk to a vet because the vet is often male. That already means that some animals die. We're losing a resource there. So again, something to think about when we talk about norms. The same for men. We have certain norms of what we expect men to do. We need to understand that. And especially, for me, youth. We have certain norms about youth. We want them to have a voice, but not that noisy. Huh? So let's think about those norms that's also preventing youth. We've learned a lot about gender norms, but think about the norms that society has put on youth of what youth are and aren't allowed to do. Because by fixing a youth and giving them more education, we've learned that with gender, it doesn't work. Because if you want to fight it, you need to understand those norms. The other one of my 4 things of why this is access to resources. And again, here I combine youth and gender. Youth often don't also have access to resources like land, like education, finance. We all know that. For women, it's even more important. One of the biggest resources you have as a woman, or as a human being almost, is time. Again, what do you do with that time? Where do you prioritize your time? Where can you prioritize your time? We talk about a double burden, but that's because time is a limited factor. So think about that as you move forward. Then my 4th issue, so we have the double burden, we have the norms, we have the access to resources, and my 4th one is, think about it, the life cycle of a woman. A woman will have children. That has an impact, and we as a society need to understand that. So what does that actually mean? And how do we actually deal with that? Because in a woman's life, there are different moments that she'll need different things. And that society is expecting different things of her. If she has children, society expects her to take care of them. If she has children, she also has labor. A positive thing. So I'm not saying either or, but think about those things. It is therefore important to address these gaps urgently, not just in food systems, but across other sectors. Investing in women's employment, decent work, and access to resources isn't just fair, it's economically smart and good for everyone. One other piece of evidence that we've recently been working with is closing gender gaps in productivity and wages in agri-food systems could boost the global GDP by 1%, nearly $1 trillion. And all we have to do is start respecting each other a little bit more and understanding each other a little bit more. Sounds easy, but if it was easy, I wouldn't be here. So how do we get there? And so here I'm going to do some actionable actions, as I heard one of our previous speakers say. We need actionable actions. Start working with young women now. Don't expect the system to change in 10 years, but start working with them now. Start figuring out what a 14-year-old needs to produce food in the future for us. And also boys, because it's a combination of the two, isn't it? So start thinking about now what we need 15 years down the line, and then we might actually get there. Start recognizing women's contribution in work. make the informal formal so that we also understand that men and women can benefit alike. How do we do this? We need to challenge the gender norms, but also youth norms. Create a seat for women at the table and invest in their participation in higher nodes of the value chains. And again, another point, fix systems to work for women and men alike. We should always put gender equality at the center, because in the end, we want solutions for the whole society to work, and whole society is both of us. So think about that. How can we negotiate to get a better society, to get a society where everybody thrives, where everybody has an opportunity to deliver what they can and what they were asked when we were put here on this earth. Just a few thoughts to frame the conversation that my colleagues are going to take forward. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nicolene, for setting the pace for us. Kindly allow me to introduce the panelists who are going to move us forward with the conversation on gender equality and social inclusion in the future of work, looking at the information that has been provided, and some of us are already aware of what is happening within the gender space. We are aware that we are lagging behind in all the targets relating to gender equality and the empowerment of women. And so it is important that even as we are shaping the pathways to jobs and unlocking opportunities for our youth, then that becomes part of the conversation that we are talking about. How do we move with speed? How do we ensure that the policies that we are coming up with, the programs that we are designing, the interventions that we are implementing are addressing issues that have been raised here, the issues of gender pay gap, the issues of lack of access to opportunities and resources, issues of unpaid care work that is really pulling women and girls behind when it comes to accessing or meaningfully participating within the opportunities that are available for them. So please allow me to introduce three panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Irene Nyamu, PhD. Dr. Nyamu is the Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Education Learning Initiative, or if you like, RELI Africa. She also serves as the current chairperson of Women Educational Researchers of Kenya, WORK. She has a PhD in Development Studies and a Master's in Social Policy for Development with a special focus on children and youth. Irene is an experienced Southern childhood studies scholar, social policy analyst, and child protection expert with a profound commitment to advancing children's rights, welfare, and protection. Her work spans the areas of education, children's rights and safeguarding, social protection, young people's reproductive health rights, gender and inclusion in education, disability politics, youth and climate change, and transformative social policies within a global South context. Her research is underpinned by critical social theories and perspectives, notably decoloniality, post-colonial theories, and political economy, which she adeptly applies to analyze and address complex social issues. Irene has authored several scholarly publications, including journal articles, book chapters, policy briefs, conference papers, and research reports. She combines this robust academic and professional background with over 15 years of development practice in the civil society space to bridge and divide between policy and practice. So join me in welcoming Dr. Irene. Our next panelist is Mr. George Wanyonyi Wanjala, who is a seasoned public service practitioner with over 25 years of experience in curriculum instruction, child protection, and youth empowerment. a holder of diploma in project management and certificate in strategic leadership and management from the Kenya Institute of Management. George also holds a master's degree in education curriculum planning from the University of Nairobi and is a member of the Kenya Institute of Management. He currently serves as the Principal Program Officer in charge of the Division of Youth and Children at the National Gender and Equality Commission, a position that he has held since 2019. Join me in welcoming Mr. George. Our next panelist is Ms. Lillian Kilwake. Ms. Lillian Kilwake. Ms. Lillian Kilwake is a Kenyan development and a humanitarian professional currently working at UNICEF Kenya as a program specialist, gender. She also works as a specialist in the protection of prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse. She has 23 years of experience across various domains and programs. Lillian has a bachelor's degree in community development from Daystar University. Karibu sana Lillian. A master's in development studies from the Institute of Social Studies, The Hague, Netherlands, and is in her final year of her PhD in gender from the University of London, School of Oriental and African Studies. Join me in welcoming Lillian. So a very big thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much for availing yourself to participate in this conversation as we move the gender and inclusion conversation forward. We have heard the statistics, we have seen the statistics, we have experience, we have worked on the ground, and we know exactly what happens on the ground. And so today our conversation will revolve around gender equality, gender parity, and social inclusion within or in the future of work, as we are shaping the pathways to future jobs for the youth, unlocking opportunities for them. There are serious conversations that we need to have to ensure that nobody is left behind, ensuring that both the young women, the young men, persons with disability, youths in the marginalized areas are all moving forward together with us, even as we seek to ensure that every youth has an opportunity where they can fully exploit their potential. We will move straight to our conversation, and my first conversation will be, I'll be engaging George. George, you're coming from an organization known to promote gender equality, freedom from discrimination for all Kenyans, and especially for persons who are coming from these very marginalized areas. So I want you to just share with us some of the strategies that your organization is promoting to ensure that we have inclusive participation of the marginalized groups, and if you could give special attention to persons with disability so that we just understand exactly how you are supporting their inclusion. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I hope I can be heard. Once again, I think I want to thank KIPPRA for always providing the National Gender and Equality Commission the opportunity to mainstream issues, talk about issues of gender equality, and to talk about issues of inclusion to young people, because really that is where we should be focused. I joined this conversation with three of my colleagues who are in this meeting. Lynette Kigodo, you can just wave, from the commission, my colleague in the division, and I am also joined by two attaches from the National Gender and Equality Commission. That's Vivian and Edwin. I hope I got your name right. Just wave your hands, because we walk around with young people. That is because we really want them to see and understand and shape our future. So the National Gender and Equality Commission I just want to mention that we are not implementers. We are an oversight body. And so I approach this discussion from an oversight perspective, because for us, what we do is to provide regulatory oversight over the implementation of gender equality and inclusion programs and projects within the country. So how do we approach these issues of inclusion and equality by action? So the Commission has 16 functions. That means that we have 16 ways of ensuring that we are entrenching the principles of equality and inclusion in the national agenda. So there are 16 ways, but I collapsed them into about 3 or 4, so that then, because of time. Now, one of the biggest things that we do as a commission is to influence policy, the policy and legislative environment. So we facilitate the development and review of existing policy to ensure that those policies have within them an entrenchment of the principles of equality and inclusion. When the CS was making his speech today, I observed quite clearly that there are several policy documents that are currently under review that will impact highly young people. But even as they impact young people, we recognize from the Commission that even the category that we call young people, they are not homogeneous, isn't it? So we have those that have a disability, we have those that that come from marginalized areas, and so therefore we ensure that in those policy and legislative reviews or development processes, the principles of inclusion are entrenched. Number 2, the Commission is heavily invested when it comes to issues of research. Why? Because we know that without research provisions, our policy and legislative, the policy and legislative agenda in the country rests on borrowed legs. So it is important that we invest a lot in research, so that then we are able to use the products of the research to ensure that we influence the processes that particularly affect, for example, persons with disability at the workplace. Now, before I even move out of that, because we are talking about the disability world, I just want to mention that, of course, because of our involvement in issues of legislative and policy reviews, we were heavily involved in the recent amendment to the PWD Act 2003. We now have a new law. And therefore, it becomes our business as a commission to monitor how well that law is going to be implemented, so that then we are able to track progress and to issue advisories to various organs of government about how well the country has progressed. As I listened out, for example, the last speaker talked deeply about issues of agriculture. And the involvement of young people in agribusiness has been one of our big investments in the last 3 years. For the simple reasons that if counties are not able to appreciate the participation of young people in the agribusiness world, where opportunities exist for young people, then it becomes very difficult for these same young people to make a bit of progress in tackling the issues that involve their future. So maybe I could stop there, but there are many other things, of course, that we do a lot of compliance monitoring in terms of how well institutions are complying with the provisions of the law and international and regional conventions and treaties, so that then the state is able to report back on the progress that they have made in terms of the concluding observations from the various bodies across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George, for that. Very clear. Your role is oversight and, of course, monitoring the implementation of inclusion gender and inclusion measures, both within the public and the private space. And so I'll be coming back to you a little bit later on to just understand how you've been doing that. So allow me to move to Dr. Irene. Dr. Irene, you work for an organization that is very focused on learning outcomes. And one of the key areas that you focus on is evidence generation to inform policy, to inform programs and initiatives that would, I mean, within the education space, for example. So far, what are some of the evidence that you have been able to gather, especially those that link between inclusive education and the future of work, or making the learners work ready?
Thank you very much, Millicent, our very able moderator, and to the team that has been planning this, and KIPPRA. And together, we do a number of things. One of the things we do is we try to do a lot of research. So we are a data and evidence-driven network. And in there, we try to aggregate information that is coming from what is happening, of course, at our local context, but also informed by the global developments that are informing the need for us to shape education. The second thing that our members do, and what we really pay attention to as a network, is using the evidence we are generating from research in order to inform policy. So our role is not really just to produce evidence and start saying this is not working, but we do actually go to policymakers and we discuss some of these things. And I'll talk about one of the things that has been very useful. Many of you may have heard, and you do know, about the conversation that is going on around the competence-based education or curriculum. And those conversations were also largely informed by the Uwezo assessments. And one of the things that has also now happened in the course of implementing the outcomes of those evidence or research is the development of the values and life skills discussion. Because one of the emerging trends globally is that we are realizing that young people, actually, many of them have been leaving schools without having acquired the basic skills, that they need, beyond functional literacy and numeracy. And this was a big concern. And so the trend now is to think about socio-emotional learning, or the soft skills that go hand in hand with the theoretical knowledge that people are gaining in schools. And so the Regional Education Learning Initiative has developed and contextualized learning assessment tool, the Assessment of Life Skills and Values Initiative. And if you go to our website, you're able to download that tool. It's an open source. And what informed the need for that is because we looked at what was going on globally. Most of the learning assessments that were being done to assess learners' outcomes were not contextualized to our need. So when you talk about needing to have, it's people who have communication skills in an East African context. What are you talking about? So we went into a 3-year process of interrogating what are the key 21st century skills, which ones are critical for us in Kenya, in Tanzania, and Uganda. And so we picked 4 areas, 3 skills, and 1 value: respect, and then self-awareness, problem solving, and communication. And we've actually been able to work with Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development to really think about how we influence teacher training so that we can now begin that is actually prepared to tackle very complex 21st century skills. So that's what we normally will do. And the third aspect of our work is really learning, and these kind of conferences also help us to learn more and integrate evidence into the classroom space. So our members do a lot of interventions to think about and model teaching at the right level, because those 21st century skills and the ability to learn has to be nurtured within the classroom space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari. Just hold on the mic because I'm still with you. And I like the fact that you've said you not only generate evidence, but once you have the evidence, you share it with the right people to be able to make the right decisions. Quite impressive. I like the fact that you were able to identify some of the critical areas that needed more attention. I like the fact that you are engaging also with the teachers so that they are able to provide better outcome for the learners. Allow me to ask you something more deeper, especially when it comes to mainstreaming of gender within the education system. So based on the evidence that you've been able to collect over the year, looking at that evidence, of course that evidence is supposed to inform improvement. So how can that evidence be used to improve the education system in Kenya, and especially to transform, how can we use it to transform the education system and to foster a more gender responsive career pathway for our learners, and especially thinking about the STEM pathways, technical courses. So how can that evidence help us to transform?
Okay, so thank you very much for that question. I think we've been, since the 1990s, we are all aware that we've had a big push towards, of course, initially we were talking about gender parity, having equal access to education opportunities for both boys and girls. But what is emerging now, as part of the evidence we have been collecting, is that, of course, we are almost, at least in Kenya, almost at par in terms of enrollment. And in some places, actually, you even see some level of enrollment surpassing. But if you start moving to the higher classes and the transitioning happening to secondary school, that is where you start seeing the difference. And when we look at research that is being generated, we know that what makes a difference is actually post 12 years of schooling, beyond 12 years of basic education. Because when you have somebody who's dropped out at less than 12, their level of earning is way, way different from the others. So now we have started to formative pedagogies because it all happens within the classroom. The gender gap begins to grow in high school. They transition. And then from two there, that's the evidence that we've seen, is when you start seeing some girls dropping out. By the time they are exiting high school, you have a very different number. And then, allowing them to compete because of mathematics and science challenges. And so the STEM path is really critical. And so part of what we would like to see and are advocating for in a gender-responsive pedagogy is to model opportunities for young girls to be able to see female engineers or even male engineers coming to advocate for more women into those spaces, because evidence is showing that even in the STEM programs, you will actually find that the nuanced gender understanding of issues, for example, when you talk about designing architectural spaces, the role that women would have is very different in terms of how they view and utilize spaces compared to men in that space. But what we would like to see is an opportunity where we model that possibility. And secondly, when it comes to the affirmative action, we have not seen enough of it. And I know there's been a push now with a lot of people asking, what about the boy? I think one of the things we need to recognize is that in pushing for transformation and gender equity, we must also realize that we are trying to shift power bases. And that means that there will be resistance, but we have not seen enough opportunities for women, but we must not neglect the boys. So for me, it's a question of the gender transformative pedagogies and also the teaching and learning resources and facilities and materials. They have to be in such a way that they are not promoting, biases. And the teachers also, we are also focusing on curriculum changes, at least within the teacher training colleges, so that you also have teachers who are more aware. And when they come into the classroom space, they also have that intersectional understanding. There are girls and boys in the classroom. There are those who are poor. There are those who have privilege. There are those coming from marginalized communities. There are those who are coming from low-income neighborhoods. So wearing that intersectional lens of understanding the students who are in your class and really using that opportunity to retool the teacher so that they are better prepared.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. For that. And I like the approach where you are transforming, you are looking at transforming the thinking, the attitude, the knowledge of the teachers. You're working to transform structures, to be more gender inclusive. You're working to help the learners themselves understand the opportunities that are available for them. Thank you for that. We move to Lillian. Lillian, you work for an institution that also focuses on children. And we cannot overemphasize the critical role that
Also, I would like to thank the organizers for this important forum to dialogue and continue to leverage on each other. I work at UNICEF Kenya. UNICEF is one of the UN agencies in Kenya. We work globally, we work in 189 countries. And in Kenya, we began our operations in 1965, so over 50 years ago. We work several critical areas: health, education, nutrition, water and sanitation, social policy, and child protection. And our strategy is both development and humanitarian. And we work in batches of 4 years. So every 4 years we have a country program which is approved by the board. And all our support is towards the Kenya government, both at the national and subnational levels, and also in collaboration with so many other partners, including many partners maybe in the room. Currently we have over 60 civil society partners that we work with. Right now, we are really working in a spirited manner to address the needs of the 21 million children in Kenya, because we are told by statistics that 47% of these are experiencing multidimensional poverty, which means a lot of deprivations. Our primary category of work is 0 to 18, but we also extend to young people and youth, especially in the topics of today. And in terms of upskilling and future of work, we have very innovative programs. We have several programs which we work on under our innovations program. They touch on education, education as a sector. They also touch on agriculture. Some of them are very good for learning purposes and for collecting data. For example, we have one which is called YOMA. Maybe some of you know it, where we are working in a digital format with youth, making sure that they gain digital skills, they have a digital footprint, they can update their skilling, and they are linked to several other skills. We also have one called EKIAN, which is an agriculture and nutrition one, which we partner with SNV. In this one, we try to give seed money, capital to young people of $5,000, and also farm inputs, and it's being implemented in some of the counties. For example, in Kirinyaga, UNICEF works in 16 counties, but some of these initiatives are in the specific areas that are the most left behind. Our mandate allows us or requests us to work in the most left behind, the most marginalized persons. So we have several initiatives across the sectors that I spoke about: health, education, nutrition, child protection, and social policy. Mostly because we work with 0 to 18, our youth or young people's component is quite unique and quite innovative, aiming to really be modern and digital, and aiming to actually have having a life course approach. So we are skilling in primary school. So we do a lot of disability inclusion. We have an adolescent girls policy and strategy globally that aims to address specific and unique challenges for adolescent girls. So in terms of youth skilling, we are leaning more on girls, and this is because of the data that we have that girls are most left behind. We know from statistics that globally 122 million girls are out of school, and also that 15 to 19-year-olds girls are more likely to miss out on all opportunities compared to boys. So UNICEF is quite consolidating their views, and working with men and boys is one of the 3 change levers in our gender action plan. We actually have a gender action plan 2022-2025, and it's supported by our gender policy 2021 to 2030, and now we are in the 4th
that helps you to see the change that you want to see, that helps you to see the change that you want to see. Also like the point on male and boy-child involvement in your programming, because that has been a real concern when we are talking about gender issues. And I think we have received quite a lot of backlash in the community. When you go to the community and all you talk about is women empowerment, girls empowerment, the question is always, why are you not talking about men? Why are you not talking about boys? Of course, we know the reasons and we can justify, but it's important because we are looking at brings to the girls and the women, and how this country distributed within the family, where all these men and boys are. And so we need to work with them so that they are able to understand and be supportive of the programs and the interventions that we are advocating for. I like the fact that you are also coming up with a gender equality action plan. Could we make it a gender equality and inclusion action plan so that we are leaving no one behind? Yeah. So thank you very much. I'll be back to you a bit later on. Let me come back to George. George, these are key partners in the space, working to transform systems, working to transform norms, working to transform behaviors, attitudes, and mindsets. And of course, as we began the conversation, you talked about you having an oversight on mainstreaming of gender and inclusion within the private sector and within the public sector and even among CSOs. So my question to you is how you are working with these partners, including county governments, to advance inclusion, especially in education, and reduce the social barriers to work.
So thank you very much, and I also want to appreciate a lot of what they have said, largely because the Commission is mandated to work around issues of what we call special interest groups. So that means that even as we work closely on issues of women, we are not forgetting that within the community, we are expected to work on issues of children, older persons, persons with disability, those from marginalized communities. In brief, basically, working with everybody to achieve gender equality and inclusion. That really means that there should never be at any one point, one category or one section of the community that is left behind. So when you talk about boys and male engagement, for example, in 2015, this commission raised the initial feelers because there were discussions in this country that the boys were being left in the overall development agenda. And so therefore in 2015, we mounted an initial assessment of the status of boys because of the perceptions that they were being left behind. So what we have is a perceptions report that we are hoping can be rolled out into a national assessment that should then be able to inform policy and the policy and legislative agenda. Now, when we do all these things, we don't do them alone as the National Gender and Equality, because we do not, by the law that created us, we do not develop policies. We can only facilitate the development of the policies. So facilitating the development of the policies means working with all players in those fields, whether it is in education, in health, across board. So for county governments, for example, then it becomes, and the national government, it becomes our business, for example, to try and help them or facilitate them to put resources that should enable the achievement of a gender equal and inclusive society. So we facilitate the development of gender responsive budgeting guidelines, for example, because that is where the resources will be apportioned. So that the county governments, as they develop their county integrated development plans, as they do their annual development plans, they do that from a gender and inclusion perspective. So that then we are able to walk this journey together and remove the narrative that when you talk about issues of gender equality, then we are talking about women's issues. Because when we develop gender responsive budgets, then those gender responsive budgets respond to the gender needs of the men and the women, the boys and the girls. So if we are able to appropriate resources across board at the national level and at the county levels, budgets that are gender responsive and budgets that are inclusive, then they will affect all categories of persons, boys and girls, persons with disability, those in the hard to reach areas, and such other places. But we partner a lot when it comes to public education and awareness, because public education and awareness is about responding mostly to what gender equality issues are, the rights of workers. We walk around institutions, coalesce them around discussions about the rights of persons with disabilities, the rights of women at the workplace, gender-based violence and sexual harassment at the workplace, because we recognize the fact that in tolerating these practices, for example, then we move away from the gender equality world. But again, more important for us is compliance monitoring, because we provide annual reports to Parliament, and the annual reports are supposed to give the status of progress, especially institutions that have managed to meet a certain threshold when it comes to disability inclusion or gender equality at the workplace. So those reports are extremely important, because then they are able to, tell the country about the status of progress that we are making. In the morning again, when I heard the speech of the cabinet secretary, I was triggered to think that just beyond ministries declaring their status on gender equality and inclusion, I think it should be important for ministries not just to give a general position, but to also give a specific position with regard to the extent of mainstreaming of issues of, for example, young people. So that then we are telling ourselves which opportunities are in existence for young people across the 20-something ministries in this country. If all the ministries are able to give us a dashboard about the opportunities available for persons with disability, opportunities available for young people, then young people will not be struggling across, across all government websites to try and find out which opportunities are there. Because we are almost always tempted to tell them, why are you not visiting our websites? But then young people want things done fast. They have their own way of doing things. They don't want to go to the website and spend 30 minutes on the website. So if we try to, I'm thinking that if all ministries, for example, are able to create responsive websites or dashboards, clear dashboards that would be able to provide opportunities. If I went to the Ministry of Agriculture website, the dashboard should be able to be very clear about the opportunities available to young people and things like that. But finally, of course, we conduct a lot of gender audits, gender and inclusion audits. The reports are available on our website because the gender and inclusion audits help not just the institutions to track progress, but they also help the country to know where we are in terms of all this. So for county governments, it's about trying to help them to align their various laws, to align their various policies to the national laws, so that then they are able to customize the aspirations of the nation to the aspirations at the county level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George, for highlighting how you are partnering with the different stakeholders, including the county governments and even development partners, to ensure that gender mainstreaming is indeed not just remaining in policies and papers, but is being actioned upon. Allow me to move back to Lillian. Lillian, youth in general faces challenges while transitioning from training to employment. This is even more for adolescent girls and young women. There are quite a number of barriers that inhibit their quick transition. So with your understanding of these barriers, what are some of the strategies that we can use to overcome the barriers?
Thank you very much for this question. So UNICEF has an adolescent girls strategy which is global. It's a very ambitious strategy. And even as I mentioned before, in our new upcoming Gender Equality Action Plan, we have actually highlighted adolescent girls as a main change lever. So that will be our trademark. We are working in 25 countries, so Kenya is one of them. Some of the strategies that we are going to use are engaging women-led and girls-led organization. I don't know if all of you are aware that we have girl-led organizations. They may not get the media prominence all the time, but we have organizations for and by girls themselves. And the reason we want to engage with them, and that is a strategy, is because of giving them the platform, legitimacy, and the opportunity to be heard, to influence decisions and policies that affect them, and also to be taking up the space, because for a very long time, I think we've been speaking on behalf of. So we need to let girls speak for themselves. That's the first one, engaging the organization. The second one is ensuring that we have funding for work on adolescent girls and girls in general and gender equality. As a UN family, we have an ambitious target. We have a UN Gender Equality Action Plan, all of us as a UN. And one of the targets that we've put for ourselves is that 15% of our resources should go to gender equality. UNICEF is also aiming to do the same. So for our budget, for example, in Kenya, we are aiming to have 15% of our program budget go to addressing gender equality. When we get these resources, we'll be able to actually prioritize the needs of adolescent girls. In the adolescent girls strategy, we have girls protection from violence, exploitation, and abuse as one area. We have 3 areas. And then we have one on skilling, which is related to this conference. And the other one is their health, including mental health, their reproductive health choices, mental health, teenage pregnancy issues, and everything related to girls and health. So in this manner, we aim to solidify these 3 areas. These are not the only areas that adolescent girls have needs, or at least adolescents, but at least these are the ones that give us a head start into the discussions. And I would just like to reiterate also that in working with the girls, we are working in a whole of society approach. So our strategies are not just adolescent girls only. We have a change lever called social and gender norms. So in working with the community, we address adolescent girls' strategic and practical needs, but we also aim to change social and gender norms, because we have learned as an organization over all these years that gender and social norms are very strong, and a lot of the challenges that we face also are because of the norms and the social expectations that we have and are there too as a community. So those are the 2 strategies I would mention for now: engaging the organizations, giving them voice, and also resourcing for girls. And we have, you can all read our adolescent girls strategy. It's a public document. It's quite ambitious and quite nice. And as I said before, we are working with partners at both national, subnational, and also civil society. So our partnerships are quite wide and huge, and we want to leverage on all what others are doing, and also bring the learning that we've had and the capitalization that we've had globally. We work in 7 regions in the world. As I said before, we are global, so we have a lot of learning from Southeast Asia, from other countries. We are also piloting a lot and also using a lot of data and evidence to be able to expedite and address the needs of adolescent girls.
Thank you very much. And I just want to pick one point from what you've said on engaging communities, and especially because of the issues of social cultural norms, issues of stereotypes, biases that all act as barriers to achieving gender equality. And that leads me to Dr. Irene. So given the situation the way it is, the communities where we come from, we know that we have our beliefs, our cultural practices, our norms, and some of them are actually barriers to achieving gender equality and inclusion. So what do you think should be the role of the community in supporting organizations and even the government, especially on matters to do with inclusive education? And if you could just take a minute.
Very much for that question. I think one of the things that we really are appreciating much more is the power and the influence that parents and the community has on learning. And I'm really, really happy that in the last decade, there has been a lot of work that county governments are now doing in order to invest in early childhood development. That is an area that had been neglected earlier on, but we are increasingly seeing resources and research work going into this area. And so what we have learned is that social norms are not practiced and are not caught or even passed in a vacuum. It takes people who are interacting with children. It takes the modeling of certain behaviors and attitudes. And so if we think about transforming and making sure our education is inclusive, we have to go back and engage parents. And I know, for example, when the CBC curriculum began, there were some parents who were really surprised that they have to be told to go to school very often. And this is because the designers of the curriculum are appreciating that parents have a nurturing capacity. They have such a strong influence on children. And so we need to see a lot more of that school-community partnership, where we draw also on the local knowledge. And I think one of the things we need to do a lot more now is to understand the childcare practices in different communities and how those impact on the kind of social norms and attitudes and behaviors that are actually so strongly and deeply ingrained, because they affect how, as a teacher, I view a girl, how I view a boy, how I view a child with a disability, how I interpret, some of the things I see in the curriculum and bring them to life within the classroom, the examples I give. So we need to also think and bring about strategies that are critical in ensuring that parents are always involved. And I think the CBC curriculum is creating that opportunity. The Ministry of Education is also doing a lot of awareness, but we need to constantly go back to the community to raise that awareness and make parents appreciate why the teachers and the schools keep asking them to be involved in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as we come to the end of our conversation, I think, Dibal, you'll allow me to just have one question that will go around to all the panelists. And this is of, not really of the conversation, but more of what you're thinking or what your thoughts will be around gender parity and social inclusion. So just share with us as a parting shot, Lillian, Irene, and George, what are you optimistic about when it comes to the future of work, especially in relation to gender equality and social inclusion? What are you optimistic about?
Thank you very much. I think very quickly, I would say that pre-2010, the country was at a certain level of, I could say, the level of information flow around the country with regard to issues of gender equality and inclusion in general and specific to institutions was fairly low. I am optimistic, I am extremely optimistic that we have made significant strides in terms of ensuring the entrenchment of the principles of equality and inclusion at the workplace. And that we are going to have a more diverse and a more compliant work environment that accepts the diversity of persons, irrespective of age, gender, ability and all that at the workplace. So we are getting somewhere. We are not there yet, but I think we are getting somewhere, and I have some bit of optimism about the level of progress that the country has made significantly to try and achieve gender equality and inclusion, not just at the national level, but also at the county level. At the county level, of course, still baby steps, but we are helping to try and ensure that even the workforce around the county governments are as responsive as they are in terms of equality and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irene. In 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think what I'm optimistic about is, first of all, the fact that there's a lot more public discourse about the issues of equity and inclusion. I think more than any other time, that discussion is happening in very diverse platforms and in a very animated way. So that, for example, issues of, say, femicide and gender-based violence are also gaining, a lot of attention at the space where, it allows the public to engage and policymakers to start thinking more deeply about these things. The second thing I'm optimistic about is the fact that we are now we have very many tools that we can use now. The gender responsive budgeting, is a very dynamic way of trying to understand who is getting what resources and what opportunities and how are they being utilized. So I think those conversations are really happening, and it's important for us to leverage on those and then push the conversation to a transformative space beyond just mainstreaming. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There's so much positivity around. As you're all aware, now we have a State Department for Children with its own PS. So we are very optimistic. Kenya is also a very, very positive and advanced space. We are the only country in Africa with a menstrual health policy. We are very advanced at the normative level. Our constitution is very progressive. We have very many agencies. In Kenya, we have many actors working on the topic, so I'm very optimistic. And one of the most optimistic things for me is that we are addressing gender transformative approaches. You know, you all know in the gender continuum, we start from gender neutral, gender blind, gender responsive, and then transformative. Right now, a lot of issues are addressing power and root causes, and we are also working at scale. Every action that actors are doing is at scale, and we hope to have changes in the near future. And we should not all give up. Let's continue having the conversations. Let's engage. Let's leverage on each other. Let's cooperate. And also let's put in resources for this, because it's one thing to have good normative and programmatic approaches and the appetite to do, and it's another to have resources. And we continue to appeal to all the actors, especially those who have the resources, to continue engaging and giving us money, especially civil society organizations and frontliners, children organizations and women organizations, so that they can continue to work at the front lines to address the very many complex challenges that face young people and children.
Thank you very much to the panelists. And so as we wind up, just some key highlights on what we need to do as we move forward to achieve gender parity and social inclusion, especially within the educational space and the workplace. Key is resource allocation, because no matter how good our plans are without resources, there is nothing much we can do. And so we need to allocate enough resources to actualize these good plans that we are having. We need to work in partnership and in collaboration with one another, so that we are able to achieve a greater impact or outcome. And then, of course, issues to do with community engagement, very key, male engagement, very key, working, and especially employing integrated approach in our interventions, very key, using evidence to come up with policies and even to implement these policies and even interventions, very key. Within the education space, we've talked about gender transformative pedagogy. I think that is also very key. And last but not least, we also need to do a lot of awareness creation to the community, so that they can understand the importance of this. And so I think before we leave the podium, we'll give opportunity for maybe just 2 questions. I don't know who will help me to move the mic. Dibal, you're allowing us how many questions? Just 2. Okay, because of time.
Thank you so much. By the name, I'm Joseph Owino. I'm a university student, and as well as I work with a parliamentary caucus called Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association that brings together parliamentarians with disabilities as the advocacy and partnerships lead. And to also acknowledge the 2 ladies, Madam Dr. and Madam Lillian, like your amazing profiles, and I would like to be you when I grow up. Yeah, because of your the work you're doing, and I'm so passionate about issues about education, and more so inclusive education. Because looking into the issues that you brought up, I may not have a question directly, but also to highlight some comments. You know, like the issues, I'll lean more into the affairs of persons with disabilities, because that's the domain that I am hugely in. And one of the challenges that we have is issues about education financing, so that at least the plight of learners with disabilities within our education institutions, from the early childhood education institutions up to even the higher education institutions, is still a challenge and a marriage to many, because we find that the metrics are not balancing to take care of the diverse needs, because you can't use the same metrics for a learner with disability, the same metrics to also cover up for learners without disabilities. And I hope that NGEC, you can come in to seal this loophole when you do auditing. And so, because even the Department for Special Needs Education itself is underfunded, that the progress of its funding, it can't even audit itself, or audit the institutions that they are funding further. And another thing is issues about localizing our engagements. it is very, very prudent, because a fraternity of persons with disabilities are not domiciled in one county or one place, that if at all you want to follow up on programs that are targeted towards them, it will be a one shoe size fits it all in terms of following up and everything. And so I'll really push so that at least we see how to engage with the organizations of persons with disabilities, institutions that serve persons with disabilities within our localities, because yes, for those persons with disabilities who are within the city, they have easy access of these programs and interventions. But how about those who are within the rural households, in like far-fetched places outside the cities and the urban areas? And so that's also another thing that I know, working with the Rally and even UNICEF, we can see how to expand these so that at least the terrains around provision of education and more so inclusive education works for learners with disabilities. The third issue is about the policies. And Mr. George from NGEC highlighted about the Persons with Disabilities Bill, Persons with Disabilities Act that was brought up and assented to by the President. We need to expand the terrain. And I'm glad that through KIPPRA, that is Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association, we're bringing up not just the PWD Act that was assented to, but we also bring the Learners with Disabilities Act, Learners with Disabilities Bill, and also the Kenya Sign Language Bill, so that we look into how do we augment all that we are doing, so that at least the issues that are affecting learners with disabilities within our education institutions are well enhanced and are well taken care of in a broader perspective. So that at the end of it all, the education of all these learners are taken care of, not just by highlighting in engagements, but rather going to look into them deeply. So issues about financing, issues about resource factor, issues about human resource, the staffing and everything is taken care of. The last bit is about data. We are grappling with data, and especially from the persons with disabilities aspect. The census that was done last in 2019 did us it left us with an injury, because working with the model that was worked with, that is the Washington model set of questions, dealt a big blow to persons with disabilities. And so that means that even the numbers that we have within our institutions is still a challenge. We can't really know the numbers that we have within our institutions and within our localities. And so I believe that UNICEF, coming in by and large, can help us out within the education purviews to see how these can be augmented, because without data, we can't invest even sparingly to support the education of these lads. Then the last bit, there's no development within our education purviews without looking into the co-curricular segment of our learners. I am a good example because I do sporting myself, and I always carry this with me, because not every child who is taken to class will get to progress or to succeed through classwork. No. There are those who progress through extracurricular engagements that are partaking. And if we don't have proper support framework provided for by different sectors or different providers within our societies, then we'll be just taking these learners through school and leaving them out, or we are just passing them through the systems but not helping them by and large to ensure that at the end of their education, they can even fend for themselves. And so, NGEC, there's a challenge here. Investment, especially within our sporting domains and even cross-curricular engagements, are underfunded, especially those are targeting persons with disabilities. What is it that you can do to see an increase, especially in funding for these activities to be undertaken by persons with disabilities, so that they can also partake what is theirs, because they are also taxpayers, they are also citizens of this country, so that they can also benefit from this. So thank you so much. That was my comment.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Lilian Niva Magero from Kisumu Youth Watch Parliament, and I'm also a peace ambassador and African Union. My question goes to everyone who is in this room. We have been talking about gender-based violence, and more so sexual gender-based violence. I've been dealing with survivors at the grassroots level and also in slum areas of Kisumu. But we have a very big challenge whereby we don't have a safe space, enough safe space for the girls, for sexual gender-based violence survivors and also women who have been through gender-based violence. So my question is maybe to all of us, what are we doing in regard to this issue, so that at the end of the day, we can have enough safe space for the girls and also women. Because these girls are below the age of 18 years, most of them. And some of them have been violated by their own relatives and even parents. Then you expect the same girl to go to the same house whereby she has been violated maybe by the father or the stepfather. So it's a big challenge, and it's something that is really affecting all of us. And personally, because I interact with some of them, I have a big number of them, and I'm just a volunteer. But at the end of the day, you are being called, this and this has happened. You don't have even enough resources. You go to report even at the police station, at times unaambiwa gari hakuna mafuta. So it's a big challenge, and we need to work out and make sure that at the end of the day, our girls and women are safe in the community. Thank you.
Maybe you can just take one last one, a pressing one from a youth. And don't inject.
Okay, my name is John Omondi. I come from Siaya. So I work with an organization in Siaya where we work with young girls and women. So from this discussion, I remember one of the presenters said that when you close your eyes and think of a youth, whoever comes to your mind may be a young man. But then we also have young ladies within. The same also goes to, when we are now talking about the young ladies, there's a segment that I think I've not even heard being mentioned within this conversation. And these ones are the young mothers, the people who give birth at early age, the teen mothers. So I'm just asking the panel, within this discussion, where is their place? Like, what are we doing to help them? Because we talk about the education and even shaping the pathways for the future jobs. Where are we putting these young mothers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we'll go systematically, and I think I like the concerns and recommendations that Joseph has shared with us. Most of them are in terms of recommendations on what more we can do to improve, especially the space for persons with disability. And his concerns are very valid. So George, I don't know if you want to just respond in a minute on what Ngek is doing about that.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think I'll run very fast. I'll start with Omondi from Siaya, who has raised concerns about teen mothers. The Commission is in process of facilitating the review of the guidelines that have been in place for a very long time, since 1994. Of course, at one point they were reviewed, but we're trying to see the status of how well the guidelines were observed, what gaps can be identified, so that then we are able to find ourselves in discussion as a country to see whether the guidelines have been were implemented well enough to accord those girls an opportunity to get back to school, and therefore to get back to school, and therefore to have an opportunity to make progress in their life. Safe spaces, again, the Commission also facilitated the development of guidelines for setting up the safe spaces. I will not speak for the State Department for Gender, because they are the implementers, but we hear you. We should be able to have a discussion with them with regard to, if we have not, I'm not in the division responsible, so I'll not be able to say much, but we should be able to tell how far the country has gone in terms of progress for the shelters. For the issues that were raised by my friend, I think it was Otieno, most of them were comments like you correctly observe. Some of them were challenges to some of us, and I can provide an assurance that, for example, the issues of the co-curricular issues, now that we have an opportunity and space, the CS mentioned about the review, I think of the sports policy or something. That is an opportunity for us as a commission to ensure that we have fully entrenched the principles of inclusion, including disability inclusion, in the policy document. I must give you that assurance. For education, of course, one of the big things that we want to do in the next 2 or 3 years, beginning this year, is to try and build on a 2016 study that we conducted as a commission in terms of access to basic education by children with disabilities. Some of the issues that you raise call for early intervention, especially the financing, the resourcing for the education, assessment and resource centers, so that then we are able as a country to tell ourselves that we have assessed those children early enough and we have placed them appropriately, so that then they gain early levels in their life. I think that is about all. For the PWD Act, we will be heavily involved in the formulation and development of the regulations that should be able to actualize the law. So we will be heavily involved to ensure that the regulations capture the spirit of the law, so that then we are able to say that all the provisions that we kept talking about, including the 5% provision for reservation for persons with disability in terms of employment, is observed. So we will be very heavily involved in the development of the regulations to ensure that we operationalize that law in a way that responds to disability inclusion issues. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Daktari, do you want to weigh in into the comments and the questions?
Just one, because I think George has done a very comprehensive job of responding. I just want to make a comment about the adolescent mothers. And one of the things that is progressive is the school reentry policy, which George has talked about, the 1994, updated in 2020. But what I find very interesting and what studies are showing is that a lot of parents are actually not aware that we have this policy in place that if a girl drops out of school because of pregnancy, once she's gone and had her baby, she should be allowed to go back to school. And that is something that parents and communities need to be aware of and actually engage head teachers about. And the policy provides that if the child doesn't want to go to the same school, or if the school doesn't want to, because there are head teachers who actually have an attitude and are biased, then they can facilitate by making sure that the child gets the right documentation to be able to go into another school. But these are questions and issues we need to have conversations about. So when we do those community engagements, these are issues we need to talk about. And then lastly, there's a new bill that has been in discussions, and there was a call last year for public participation. And one of the things that it's the parent-child bill, and it talks about protection. It's about protecting parents who are children themselves. And one of the progressive things there is to have care centers close to where the schools are. So we do not know whether it will see the light of day, but this would be a very progressive one, especially if the counties pick it up and actually implement it once it is passed. But it's already been sponsored, it's a private bill, so we hope to see much more coming out of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. If you want to weigh in to the conversation, and as you weigh in, think of the young mothers, for example, the teen mothers in marginalized areas. How are we supporting them, for example, to reintegrate back into education, to upskill, or to skill and to move to the world of employment, even amidst all these challenges that are being mentioned. Yeah.
So thank you very much for this opportunity again to make a comment. Just like to weigh in by saying that as a UN family, we are supporting the Kenya government through the UN Development Cooperation and Sustainable Framework. We have joint UN programs. Is one on triple threat. So just for the comfort of the speaker who was concerned about triple threat, the UN as a family is trying to address together. We have division of labor, so UNFPA is taking some work, UNICEF is taking some work, ILO is taking some work. We're a family of agencies with very specific mandates. We are called programs and agencies. So I think it would be very interesting also to continue engaging with the UN family as part of the ecosystem that is supporting the Kenyan young mothers who are affected by early marriages and early teenage pregnancies, FGM and so forth. We even have a joint program on FGM. So just my main comment here is that there's a lot going on also on the multilateral side. We are happy to engage always in terms of coordination, leveraging, synergy, and advocacy. On the part of UNICEF, last year we launched 12 advocacy issues. Many of them touch on the issues that have been brought forth. So my second point is that we are working on an upstream level, which is what we call advocacy and policy influencing with the counties. In the 16 priority countries that we work in, we are working directly with county governments, trying to look at what they are doing, how they are doing it, and how we can also technically support them to include and do the right things according to the best standards. When it comes to issues of SGB, for example, the mandate of UNICEF is mostly GBV risk mitigation, and then our other sisters, UNFPA, take the response and other aspects of GBV. You know, GBV is quite huge. You have the prevention, response, and so forth. So we divide ourselves in terms of our niche globally, the leadership we have globally, in terms of leading clusters and so also leading sectors. I just wanted to also comment that in terms of the data, UNICEF is also really focusing on data. Our gender action plan is quite strong on that. We aim to really collect data and use it to shape discussions and policy. So we're really happy to engage with all of you in terms of data. We want to be evidence-based. You know that in our topics, you know, gender issues are social sciences. They are not natural sciences. So social sciences are quite dynamic, yeah? What I know today could change even in the afternoon. What you know now could change tomorrow. So we need to invest in knowledge generation, data and evidence so that we can be very scientific and we can also measure, because it's really difficult to measure sometimes in our sector in terms of change in social norms, change in attitudes and so forth. Even the impact of policies. We have good policies, we have good laws, but how do you measure whether they've had a good impact or they are actually changing what we are talking about? Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, and I think that marks the end of our conversation. And as we wrap it up, we urge all the practitioners, all the partners, all the stakeholders to have a keen focus on gender parity and inclusion, especially for the marginalized youths. We know the marginalized areas within our country. We know the kind of challenges the youths are facing in those particular areas, and especially the young women. And in relation to inclusive education and in relation to transitioning to work. And so as key stakeholders within this particular space, let's take up the challenge and realize that gender issues are not far from us. Gender issues are actually within our own households, within our own villages, within our own neighborhoods. And so when we look at it as a mandate of other people to be able to intervene and bring the change or the transformation, we may not be able to achieve the desired change that we've always talked about. So let's take it as a personal responsibility to advance gender transformation in whichever space we find ourselves in. And with that, we say thank you so much for your attention and for your participation, and thank you so much to the panelists.
Good job, good job. A round of applause for Millicent Okello with her power panel. Hey, I know it's time for lunch, yeah? But you can give a hearty clap. Could we do that for them? Thank you very much. One session there on gender equality, gender mainstreaming and come to realize that equality means more than passing laws. The struggle is really won in the hearts and minds of the community where it really counts, right? So we can legislate, dictate, mandate, and do all these things. But as we've always been told by the PS, economic and planning, that we need to actualize, right? It is in the actualization of the actionable policies, on the actionable legislations that we do have. So we cannot just be talking a good game about gender equality, social inclusion, mainstreaming, if we do not implement at the end of the day. Diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate. I've picked a lot of information there for my own consumption and understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 o'clock on the nose, and I want now to let you go for lunch. But when we come back, we will not really assemble here. We'll go to 2 rooms where we're having breakout sessions. So whichever that really tickles your fancy, you can actually go there. We have a topic that is pegging on diversity, equity, and inclusion in the future of work. So if you want to get more information and more understanding on that particular topic, your room will be 210. And that will be displayed, right? When you come, it will just be displayed across the walls here, and you'll be guided also by the ushers. Then we have the future of social protection and social justice in the future of job, and that will be transpiring in room 214. Again, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the future of work. That is in room 210. 214. The topic will be the future of social protection and social justice in the future of job. So, I hope we're clear. Are we clear? Is it clear? Good. I can see the comments or the responses are getting weaker and weaker. Shall I bless the lunch? Okay. May the good Lord bless our water, and may He bless our bread. In Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. Oh, you wanted a longer prayer? Starting with the brothers, if you will. Ningependa tuibe pambio kwanza. Enjoy your lunch.
Produced. We have produced 20 metric ton of onion. Sasa siku hiyo ndo tulinunua gari Succeed model, tukafika kwa hiyo level. Na mbeleni mara sometimes tulikuwa tuna foot, from there tulikuwa tuna haya pikipiki, from pikipiki sasa tuko gari. Hata mimi wakati tulianza hii shamba ilikuwa leasing. Sasa ni personal property, imekuwa ya group. Tumefika hiyo level. Hata hii shamba yenye iko hapa sasa next tumenunua. Tunataka kwanza kufuga pia wanyama. Tunataka kununua kama ng'ombe na mbuzi. Tulifika hiyo level. Sasa hii pia nilikuwa naishi nyumba ya rent mbeleni. Sasa hii nimejenga yangu. Sahii leo usiku, jana usiku nimelala vizuri, siku anaulizwa rent. Sasa tulifika namna hiyo. Sisi wote we are 4 in number, na kila mtu sahii anaishi kwa plot yake. Gari sasa driver tumeemploy. Currently wawili wako hapa wanachukua pesa kwa mwezi na ni youth. Moja ni driver, sahii amepeleka gari Moyale, ni 3 plus hata mimi mwenyewe nimejiajiri. Alafu kuna wengine wanafanya through daily basis ya kuchukua pesa. Anaanza asubuhi kazi 8 hours, then ikifika jioni he earns 800 shilling per day. So kuna watatu wa mwezi na kuna watu wa 7 wale wanachukua kwa siku pesa. Tumeemploy youth kama hiyo. Sasa 4 of them ni wasichana na 6 ni vijana.
Tuko pamoja, it's a community-led initiative located in Gazi Bay, and we are deeply rooted
of Lagos.
calling on you. Hello? Break the fellowship. Break the fellowship, Daktari. Daktari. To get Daktari, Daktari. Let's get in, let's get in. We want to call the meeting to order. Please, if you're still outside, kindly walk back in. We are starting. Kindly, if you're still outside, walk back in. We want to get the meeting started. Please. And I'm holding the ID of Award Ronald. If you're here, please. Award Ronald, if you're here, please. I have your ID. Somebody just passed it to me. So come and see me. Award Ronald, I have your ID.
For each and every one of us.
Hello, guys, you are seated too far. We are waiting for you near here. We want to start the afternoon session, and our session is actually on gender-based violence and harassment in the future of work. And we have very, very able panelists who are going to tackle these. I want to bring on board our first panelist is Alberta Wambua. Alberta Wambua has worked in the field of gender-based violence for 18 years. And in her years at gender-based violence, she has implemented programs on gender-based violence, prevention and response in 9 hospitals. This has been through project development and mobilizing resources in support of GBV, through corporate functions, tournaments, and international engagements. She was involved in the medical services and psychological support emergency response during the conflicts in the South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mount Elgon, Tana Delta region, the 2007-2008 post-election violence, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the drought response program of 2011 in Kenya. She coordinates a center of excellence in the management of gender-based violence through provision of free, quality, and comprehensive medical treatment and psychological support to more than 4,000 survivors annually at the 8 GVRCs. She plays a critical role in developing skills and knowledge to different service providers and corporates and the commodity sector in GBV management, sexual productive health and rights, and child protection. This has resulted in developing training manuals, national management guidelines, policies, and laws related to gender-based violence and SRHR. Ms. Wambua continues to offer technical assistance to hospitals and institutions to set up 15 GBV centers and supporting 16 shelters. Ms. Wambua is the chair of the National Anti-Gender-Based Violence Sector Working Group under the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. Allow me to now invite Alberta to come as a panelist here. And Alberta, is she here? Or she has gone to a wrong room? Okay, so maybe when she comes we shall get to her. Then we have our other panelist is Shelmith Gatwiri Maranya. Shelmith is a practicing advocate of the High Court of Kenya, currently serving as the legal officer and program manager at AMCA Africa Justice Initiative. In her role, she leads transformative efforts to shift power dynamics, influence social practices, and shape policies to promote access to justice for marginalized communities. With a strong commitment to human rights and social equity, she brings a dynamic rights-based approach to legal advocacy. Shelmith holds a Bachelor of Laws honors from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology and a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law. Allow me to usher in Shelmith Gatwiri Maranya as our panelist for this session. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Karibu, welcome. We also have now Mr. Wilson Zau from KIPPRA. Wilson Zau from KIPPRA. Wilson is a trainer, advocate, and chairman KIPPRA. Wilson Zau is a seasoned trainer, mentor, and advocate with over 20 years of experience working with men and boys to promote gender equity, positive masculinity, and social change. He is the chairman of the Kenya Men Engage Alliance, KIPPRA, where he leads initiatives focused on gender-based violence prevention, sexual reproductive health rights, HIV awareness, and positive fatherhood. Wilson is also a certified trainer with the United States Institute of Peace, working with men in uniform to integrate peace building, conflict resolution, and gender-sensitive approaches into their roles. Additionally, he is a respected trainer on positive parenting, equipping fathers with the tools to nurture responsible and emotionally intelligent children, with deep passion for mentoring and fostering intergenerational dialogue. Wilson continues to inspire transformation at personal and community levels across Kenya. Allow me to usher in Wilson Nzau as our panelist. Welcome, welcome. I can see vast of knowledge and experience in that. I'm aware that Alberta is around, but now I don't know where is. Ah, welcome, welcome. We thought you got lost. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Then we shall also be joined online. We shall be joined online. We shall be joined online with another, that is Julie Diffu. Julie is a program officer, legal working with the Coalition on Violence Against Women. She's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a certified professional mediator with expertise in public interest litigation. With a strong focus on human rights, Julie is deeply committed to fighting for justice, equality, and dignified life for all. So we shall be having Diffu online at an opportune time. Just one word. Thank you. I was just consulting. Among also, finally, we have our final discussant here, and allow me to bring on board Mrs. Benedict Loyoju, CEO Anti-FGM Board, Kenya. Benedict, welcome. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Huyu akiwa FGM imeisha. Feel welcome on this very critical topic. Karibu sana. So members, as you are aware, we have various issues that affect gender-based issues. And remember, as we tackle these cases, we are not saying that men are beating women. We are saying that there are gender-based violence issues that are coming up. And I'm happy that we have a man amongst these ones who will be telling us how bitter men are as they are being beaten every day. So it is going to be a very interesting a topic to discuss. Panelists, I want to welcome you. I want you to feel at home. This is a very good a session that we have to participate fully. And I want to say it is very good that you're here. So we want to go through these and discuss this very, very pertinent topic. I want to start with Benedict to tell us a bit about herself and then delve into the topic just briefly. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. As you've been told, my name is Bernadette Resian Loloju. I'm the CEO of the Anti-FGM Board. And I've been in the space of gender and issues of women empowerment for more than 15 years now. I've worked closely with communities to bring to an end female genital mutilation and other harmful practices like child marriage. So I'm here today to really speak into gender-based violence at the place of work. Having been a manager for many years in places of work, having been a worker myself, I have come across issues to do with gender-based violence at the place of work. And so I'm very humbled to be here to discuss this topic and really bring out how issues of gender-based violence and harassment at the place of work looks like, not only in the future, but even now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is actually the bit that you wanted to hear. And now, as we shall be discussing, at least I'll be coming back to you, but at least now people understand what you are really doing and how it's really affecting society and how you are going about that. Now, let us maybe get to Alberta, and she's dealing with the Gender Violence Recovery Center. Recovery. Kindly take us through before we come back to you.
Okay, so I take you through the gender-based violence. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alberta Ombua. I work at the Gender Violence Recovery Center of the Nairobi Women's Hospital as the Executive Director. Been in the space with Madam Bernadette I've been in the space for 20 years, working around gender-based violence, both prevention, response, and the advocacy level. Personally, GVRC also co-chairs the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Sector Working Group under State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action. Currently also the vice chairs of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence, Ending Gender-Based Violence, including femicide, and also I'm in the advisory role for IFC. So gender-based violence, where I work, has been in this space for over 24 years. And yes, both men are also survivors of gender-based violence. That's to the moderator. Yes, and I'll speak more to it when we get to that.
Thank you very much. And now, Nzau, you are leading this organization, KIPPRA. Kemea kwa nguvu sana, kemea. Sasa sijui unakemea namna gani? Karibu tueleze kidogo.
Yesterday when I came nikaulizwa mnakemea nini? My answer ni kwamba tunakemea tabia yoyote mbaya ambayo inanyima watu wengine their human rights, whether ni mwanaume au ni mwanamke. Now, having said that, KIPPRA is a network of about 25 organizations from NGOs and CBOs. We are affiliated to Men Engage Africa and also affiliated to Men Engage globally. Our core business is to work with men and boys in different thematic areas, whether it is HIV, whether it is GBV, whether it is a promotion of women into governance. That is the role that we do as a network.
Thank you. That's a good introduction. Gatiri, what are we doing as we tell people kuamka? Wanaamkaje?
Thank you. It seems like everyone in this panel is my senior. I'm hearing 15 and above years of experience. Anyway, my name is Shalmit Gatwiri Maranya. I'm a practicing advocate as well as the programs manager of AMCA Africa Justice Initiative. At AMCA Africa, how we combat gender-based violence is through access to justice. So basically using the legal systems, whether it's through empowering people to use the legal systems in their favor, changing the legal system so that they can work for victims of gender-based violence, conducting research on what is the status of gender-based violence in the country, but I'll speak more into that later. So that's basically AMCA Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think members, as you see, these are members who are really entrenched in this field, and it shows how it is really happening in society. But we are lucky that we have already people who are serious about it and are willing to go out of their way to make it work for all the gender, so that at least we have a normal trend within the society. Allow me to just go back to Alberta, maybe just to inquire, what trends are GVRC observing regarding gender-based violence and harassment in workplace settings, particularly in the informal and also gig economies within the country, or even beyond, since you have also worked beyond? Kindly take us through that.
Thank you. So at the Gender Violence Recovery Center, when the there's no political instability or any instabilities, including COVID and the like, or electoral period, we support approximately 4,000 survivors in 1 year. So the last year, there were about 3,763 thereabout. Now, when you talk about survivors in the informal settings and the other economies and the commodity sector, yes, survivors come from all these areas. It's important to also mention that 68% of the alleged perpetrators are actually known to the survivors, known and mentioned, and then you have another percentage that's known and not mentioned, and a very small percentage that is that the perpetrators, alleged perpetrators, are known to the workers. What we've also seen at the center, and ties up with our societal, let's say, our social norms and how we understand gender-based violence, is that those who report would only report when it's severe injuries. So whether it's not understanding or not having a reporting mechanism or a response mechanism that is supportive, so those are not, would I say, there's under-reporting, that's what I mean to say. Because just as you said, in the informal sector, for example, there maybe not be would I say, an HR setting or policies governing that, or a clear support system when someone is violated, or even people not understanding what gender-based violence is. So some are violated, and sometimes it becomes the burden of proof, especially around sexual harassment, where you're not even understanding whether you're being violated or the person violating you, including the power imbalances. And also, so you don't even, how do you even prove that, for example, someone touched you in an indecent manner for you to be able to report, and that's required of you. A lot of people also don't report because you might lose your work, and for example, those ones who are like delivery people and those who are at gigs, how do you continue to do that work? You might even be let out of the applications or the shifts. We've had sessions, for example, border riders, where a lot of us would say they are the alleged perpetrators. Yes, they could be, but they are also being violated, for example, by their customers. So again, part of that violation, which you don't understand, is also the discrimination around it, and also not being able to provide conducive work environments. So for example, now there are markets that are being remade or they are being upgraded that have breastfeeding areas and areas for children to play. So those are the challenges, where then you also have a lot of those who report to GVRC. Only about 10 to 15% then will follow through with the access to justice, or holding the person who's perpetrated them accountable. So making it then a vice that people continue to perpetrate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that shows how intense the situation is, and somehow how eventually we end up not reporting, and other reasons that come with that. But then maybe this also maybe leads us to, I want to just get from Wilson. You said that you are not just actually working with men alone, also women come in and such like. But then I wanted to inquire that from your experience, what are the most effective strategies to engage male colleagues, or even maybe leaders, maybe in preventing workplace GBV, with your experience now?
Having worked with men, and I might say that men are good people, very good people, once they understand a situation. Like we have just been told that cases of sexual harassment happen in secluded places. It's just two people. There are power dynamics involved, and people are afraid to report. Just before I answer that question, I also would want to highlight the way we perceive gender-based violence as a community. For women, the numbers speak for themselves. And it's a sad thing, especially where we've had cases of femicide, increasing gender-based violence, and even domestic violence is ever increasing.
And again, I said it's a human rights issue where also men also suffer gender-based violence. But the saddest thing about men who undergo this is the way we trivialize the whole issue. And we make national jokes about it. And one of the most common and has been making rounds, nani alikatwa, tunaita nini? Transformer. And we will lose the fact that this is a person. So the approach that we need to follow is that we remember this is a serious issue, it's a human rights violation. So for me, the strategy that I've found most useful is first to educate the men. Educate and sensitize them. The other approach is to help men understand what really sexual harassment is all about. Because another problem with sexual harassment is the way we sometimes take it very lightly. And I think most ladies in this hall will agree that a majority of them have gone through this. And the answer they normally get is, I was not serious. I was only joking. So sexual harassment is something that is hard to prove, but we can sensitize men to be able to recognize sexual harassment, to be able to stand up against a GBV, and even to form groups that can advocate and fight GBV in the workplace. Another thing is that in most organizations, we have very good policies on gender-based violence. Very good in writing, but they don't seem to work. What is the reason for these policies not working? The big problem with policies that we have is that most workers, the people who are working in these organizations, don't know about those policies. They are not sensitized about these policies. And even the reporting pathways are not clear to them. So the strategy that I've found most effective is to start training managers of organizations to sensitize them on the policies that they have. Because these are the decision makers, and once they understand the policy, they'll be able to deal with these policies and even protect, because GBV has to do with power and privilege. The people in power are the ones who perpetuate this. And normally, most of the victims are powerless. Like we've just been told that if I report, I might lose my job. So these are some of the issues, these are some of the strategies. And I said it must be continuous. People must be sensitized on what their policies at the workplace talk about. We must also involve men, because even in the morning when we sat here, we saw most of the decision makers were men. And these are the people who can make change in the workplace. Normally when we talk about gender, for most people what comes in mind is that gender has to do with issues of women. But gender is an issue that speaks to all of us. Is an issue that addresses all our concerns. I like giving stories of instances where I've seen real change. If you allow me, I can go ahead and say this. I worked in a place called, in Kirinyaga. We were training fathers on positive parenting. And working with men is very easy, because all you have to do is identify the things that men are interested in. And one thing I realize is that men love peace at home. So in this training, as we taught about parenting, other things showed up. Like the chief told me that cases of gender-based violence had decreased. So long as we speak to men, so long as we involve men, those issues can be handled. Should I continue? Yes. Another thing that is important is to involve men as advocates, to advocate and fight GBV, and also because like I said, men are in management positions in most organizations, tell them the need to have these policies working, because GBV has a financial impact. Like in the flower farms of Naivasha, they found out that most women would not report to work on Monday. And the main reason for that was because of GBV that happened during the weekend. So it affected those companies that were working there. So there are many issues that GBV brings and that need to be addressed. So for what I really, really want to emphasize is that we must train men to identify GBV. We must sensitize, and it has to be a continuous process, not just a one-day thing and then we call it off. And again, I would like to suggest that in most organizations, there is no budget for GBV. There is no budget for GBV. So these workshops are not supported. They don't happen. And even what we sometimes say are gender offices, you find the staff there cannot even differentiate between gender and sex. So there is a lot of information and a lot of training that needs to take place at the workplace so that we can protect the people who undergo GBV, so that they can know, how do I report when this thing happens? Am I safe? We need to create that safe environment for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is that's quite insightful. Before I come to you, Gatweri, I wanted to inquire from Bernadette. I know you are dealing with the FGM, and we've had advocacy for quite some time. What makes this vice persist, and what are some of the breakthroughs that you have made as a board?
Thank you very much. One thing I want to say is that female genital mutilation, as we know, is a human rights violation. It's the worst form of gender-based violence meted on women and girls. And for us to be able to say that women and girls who have gone through FGM, which leads to child marriage and most of the time teenage pregnancies, we find that such women and girls never get themselves to even a workplace, because they become mothers and they never even find themselves working anywhere. So what I can say is that we have made strides, but we are not yet where we want to be. FGM still remains one of the types of gender-based violence that continues to affect our women. I'm very happy to have Wilson here because men are our greatest allies. We've come to realize that there's no way we are ending FGM without men, because men traditionally were the ones who pushed for women to go through female genital mutilation, because we were made to believe that if you don't go through FGM, then you don't get married. And in our communities, marriage somehow is number one than anything else. Like, people in our cultures is that if you're not married or if you're not in a marriage, that you're not successful as a woman. So every time in your community you're told you cannot get married if you don't go through FGM, then you give FGM, you allow FGM to be like the prerequisite to everything that you do. So you first of all say, I have to go through it so that I'm able to get married. But what we have done is that we have brought men into the conversation. Men are the major stakeholders when it comes to issues FGM. And so we have brought elders into the conversation because they are the gatekeepers of culture. And what we've been able to do is that we've been able to have dialogues with men. And as Wilson has said, men are people you can sit down with and explain issues the way they are, and they will come on board and support you in whatever work that you want to do. Because I remember the first time we went to the elders in Samburu County, we went to the men at the grassroots. We went to meet them under the trees. And you know, they told us, you know, now you have come to us and we are going to help you in really ending this FGM once and for all. So we have brought men into the conversation. That one has really helped. Then the young people. We know the young people are the generation that will end FGM once and for all, because the young people of today understand what exactly it means to not go through FGM and what exactly it means to be a woman who has not gone through FGM. So the young people are not only girls, but we have brought the young men on board so that the young men can assure younger girls that they are good the way they are. They don't need to go through FGM for them to be marriageable. So that one has also helped us. So we have young people in the conversation. We also have what we call My Dear Daughter campaign, where we feel that mothers who have gone through FGM are the best ones who can stop it, because we have also realized that women are the biggest perpetrators of FGM. Women who have gone through FGM themselves take their daughters through FGM. So how do we convince the survivors of FGM not to take their own daughters through FGM, so that we end that generational passing of the trauma to the next generation, and so that the next generation of women and girls can stop FGM? On issues of gender-based violence at the workplace, I think I also need to go into that. We know that even us who are stayed in this room, most of us might have gone through gender-based violence and harassment at the place of work. The question we need to ask ourselves, did we report? If we did not report, why didn't we report? And if the harassment took the whole course, like you were harassed and you found yourself that you really went into the harassment, it happened to you, we need to ask ourselves why maybe did you allow it to happen? Because we have seen the power imbalances in our places of work is really causing a lot of harm to those who don't have the power themselves. We know of our attaches, we know of our interns in our offices, we know of our house girls in our homes, we know of the shamba boys in our homes. All that is about gender-based violence when they are harassed and when they go through a violence that even maybe they do not understand. Another issue that we need to ask ourselves, do people really understand what gender-based violence is and harassment? The other day you saw in the papers, someone called someone lollipop. Was it lollipop or was it something like that? And that case was taken to court for someone calling someone something like that. What names can you not call someone? Where can you go as far as not calling someone at the place of work? Are you supposed to call someone my dear? Are you supposed to call someone sweetheart? Are you supposed to call someone that lollipop or whatever? Is that something that should be checked into? And people are encouraged not to use such words at the places of work because that is gender-based violence. We also have issues of technology now. we have seen a lot of harassment, online harassment, whereby people are either harassed through email, or people harass you through Twitter, or people harass you through TikTok, or people harass you through WhatsApp. That is now the future of work. There'll be a lot of technological harassment, which is already here with us. Not that it is even a future. It is something that is already here with us. How are people harassing others using technology? And how are we going to have policies that will be very clear, or laws that are very clear, also on gender-based violence and harassment using technology? So as we look at the future of work and gender-based violence, there are so many questions that we need to ask ourselves. And even if we have policies at the workplace on sexual harassment, on gender-based violence, are the people who are in those offices aware of the existence of those policies? Do we have those policies in our websites? Are people able to access and be able to understand if there is a gender-based violence policy in this workplace? What happens to people who are in formal sectors, who don't have a human resource office to report to? Who do they report to? Where does a house girl report to? Where does a mamafua report to? Do we have very clear reporting, you know, how do these people report when they go through gender-based violence and harassment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bernadette. That is very, very critical. You know, what comes out is that it is men who started. Maybe for some reasons, maybe we shall come back to you later on. But maybe just an inquiry from Gatweri. As a young person from Amka, Africa, how are you engaging youth, especially young women, in challenging normalized, the word is normalized, workplace harassment?
Okay, thank you. So for Amka Africa, how we are engaging the youth to challenge workplace harassment, first of all, is through legal empowerment and education. And legal empowerment and education that seeks to eliminate the invisibility that is around workplace harassment. Like my co-panelists have said, most people don't know certain things amount to harassment at the workplace, whether a man or woman. Most workplaces have normalized a culture where some things are just jokes, and if you're seen to challenge such a thing, you're seen as someone who is, you're not easy enough, you're not social enough. So we try to use legal education, and how we do this is we reduce the legal jargon. I know when most people hear the law, lawyers, it's always big words. So for us, we try to use small words. We try to reduce legal jargon, either through edutainment. For instance, in partnership with JZ, we have a couple of posters, flyers, a couple of YouTube videos, just depicting how sexual harassment occurs, especially in agribusiness, in employment in the agribusiness sector. So looking at what are the circumstances that someone has never thought of. And I've seen in sessions where we have had legally empowering women who are working in agribusiness, when they watch such a video, they're like, oh my God, this happened to me and I never knew this is actually harassment. The other thing that you're doing is now empowering the victim to take action and to advocate for to take up their own advocacy. Because in most scenarios, because of the culture we have in Kenya, we have a very big culture of victim shaming. Not only because of in cases of workplace harassment, but generally in gender-based violence. I've seen it on X so many times. Something happens to someone, and I know even us in this room, maybe you did not voice it, but you sat down and thought, because of the way she dresses, definitely, what would you have expected to happen to you? Or because of the way, maybe even for men, he's what the society deems an effeminate man. If an effeminate man comes and reports a case of harassment, you start thinking, oh my God, because of the way you act, what were you expecting? Why are you acting like a woman? So we try now to empower the victims through the justice process. One of the biggest challenges you have seen is because the court process takes so long, a lot of victims lose hope. They lose hope in the middle, and you constantly have to try to talk to this person to be able to go through the entire system. The other way is we actually take an intersectional approach, which is something I would be challenging all of us, even in gender-based violence generally. An intersectional approach whereby we are thinking about the interconnectedness of all the oppression that we face. Are we thinking about, for instance, recently we realized that the justice system is very different for women with our social media pages. We are having a lot of deep fake photos from AI. You don't agree with someone, whether politically, whether however you do not agree with someone, then you decide to undress them using AI. So we'll need to look at even our laws, our policies. Currently, Kenya, our Computer and Cyber Crimes Misuse Act. It's a very good policy, but then now it needs to be constantly updated, because now we were actually checking yesterday with some of the team, our team, and wondering, can this, is people using AI to come up with these deep fake photos, has this been criminalized in our system? So basically, just to summarize, for AMCA Africa, what you're using is legal empowerment, legal aid, and policy advocacy to be able to address violence against young women in the, young people generally, and especially young women in the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At least those are some of the ways. I want to come back to you, Alberta, and either us or people in this room, the people you have dealt with, or maybe any other person you could be knowing, we can be called survivors. So maybe just an inquiry, how can employers and policymakers integrate, especially that part of trauma-informed care into workplace support system for GBV survivors? How can the employers come in to especially entrench also trauma-integrated care within the employee system, in the policies and maybe the workplace that can help actually the survivors? How can the employers also come up with that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So one, for survivors to even report or seek that support, there has to be, would I say, a supportive, conducive environment then that they can share. So one, it starts by sensitization on gender-based violence, letting staff know that it's an important component of the work, and it's that the interest of the employer to have a safe working environment. So what GVC, and I know some of the partners here and these panelists have done, is then you're invited to different workspaces to just explain what is gender-based violence. So that is one. Two, having what at GVC we call managerial stewardship, letting the leadership understand what is gender-based violence. A lot of spaces we've gone to and assessments, and in confidence conversation, leadership will tell you, yes, we know this happens, but we don't know how to go about it, or we're also scared of our reputational risk as an organization. So making them understand what is gender-based violence, what is the cost of gender-based violence to your organization. So for example, you have staff who come to work, but because they're survivors, you have presentism. They'll come, but there's no productivity. Or those who are missing work, for example. So people being able to understand what is that cost. The National Gender and Equality Commission costed gender-based violence to the country in 2016 at 46 to 1B. But when you look at an organization, then that's how you have also your medical covers, the cost of productivity, the loss of man hours and so forth, reputational risks and all that. So when that leadership understands, then they're going to put mechanisms in place. They're going to have the policies in place, and beyond those policies, they're going to simplify them and make sure they are cascaded into the employers to be able to simplify and also to be able to understand it. In some of the government institutions and also private institutions, I know now they're part of performance measures and so forth. That's one. So two is also then to create, what can I say, conducive working environments in terms of even what hours do people leave work? Are there flexi hours, for example? There is an organization I know, they give maternity leave, I think, for 3 months, and then the 6 months after it's going to be half-day work, half-day, so that then you're also contributing to breastfeeding and the well-being of the mother and child. So such conversations, I know, for example, in the Employment Act, there's supposed to be the breastfeeding component. Now, this will look as prevention, but it's also a form of making the employee understand and feel relaxed and feel safe enough to be able to escalate an issue. Then you have reporting mechanisms that are friendly to the survivor. So as earlier mentioned, such that if I report I'm being violated as a survivor, or report a colleague who's being violated, they're feeling safe and it's not victim blaming. But you're also enhancing the capacities or the agency of the other staff to know that they can report when Alberta is abused. Don't just keep quiet. You know, that they can also speak for me. Beyond that, the employer should also be comfortable enough, which I've seen in some organizations where, and I usually say Alberta at work is not different from that at home. So I could be going through violence at my home space, but how am I able to come and report at the workspace to be able to get that support through the workplace? What employers have also done is they've also used existing structures. So we have commodity sectors, for example, one of them that we worked in that had hospitals. So then we went and built the capacities of the healthcare workers to be able to respond to gender-based violence when it happens within there. Others had schools. You go and create school programs so that then there's discussion around child protection mechanisms, gender-based violence, and so forth. Others, it's community town halls where then they're marking different days around the 16 days of activism, the anti-FGM day, or any day of the African child, the difference, using the different calendar days to be able to create that awareness. The other one then is in terms of referral mechanisms. If the employer or the workspace is not able to provide this, link with other organizations. So where I work, for example, the organizations that would call, including when I'm sitting here, and someone just sent a chat and they would say, so-and-so is being violated, can they come to your institution for support? So that way then they're also able to get support from different institutions with that expertise that you don't have within your workspace. For accountability purposes, we have organizations that you can be part of a bigger network. That for you to be part of that bigger network and to continue being part of them, you also have to have safeguarding policies. You also have to have, no issues of gender-based violence in your workspaces. So that then holds you accountable, including even audit procedures. Currently, as we speak, we are finalizing a micro-assessment for GVSC where I work, and part of those questions and a bigger chunk of it on people, they're asking about policies and asking different people and whether they understand and whether there's been any violations and what has been taken around that. So those are just some practical ways that we can make sure that there's trauma-informed and sensitive support for gender-based violence survivors at the workspace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is very, very good. So there is a way, there is something going on, and maybe for us who did not know that, at least there is what people can do, and also for people to understand this even better. That is actually good that something is going on. But now let me come back to you, Wilson, with an inquiry. First of all, maybe you understand that usually it's almost laughable when a man reports that my wife beat me, and others will wonder, why did you even have to go and report? You normally keep quiet. But that is not maybe the case. What I want to inquire is how can organizations other than the one you are running design training and mentorship programs that can challenge toxic masculinity and which can promote healthy, respectful, and professional relationships? I know you could be doing it in your organization, but how can we develop or design either training programs for other organizations so that this vice can be controlled within other relationships?
Let me first say that men are very important in the fight for GBV, like she said, and there are places where women cannot penetrate. I've worked with certain communities where the men, especially the elders, will not listen to a woman. So what has happened here is that we normally visit those organizations. We had a forum, I think, with Maasai elders. We had another one with Borana. And we had another one with Njurinjeke. It is only when you talk to these men And you have to create a safe space to speak to them, that you can speak openly of FGM. And I think my sister here will attest that if she approached the elders to speak on FGM, she will actually be dismissed immediately. What you said about a man being laughed off is how we've been cultured, how we've been socialized as men. From childhood, you are told men don't cry. Men are strong. You cannot be beaten up. You are not a woman. You see, it's how we are socialized. It's how we grow up. And you know, most interesting thing is that even with our education, it does not address some of these issues. What we've done in our trainings is to create a safer environment for men. And we will talk about some of those toxic, or should I say negative norms. You know, a woman can be sent home because of a gizzard. It might look laughable, but it's a culture thing. And even there are stories that men tell. Stories that men tell so that they can continue to enjoy that privilege and power. And those stories are everywhere, in almost every community. When we were working with men from Marsabit, we first had to deal with an interesting story. We had to really understand what makes these men so hard on women. And one of the stories we had was that long time ago, there was this woman chief, and she really harassed the men. She really harassed the men. So the men conspired at night and buried that woman chief. And from that day, men have never allowed women into what? Leadership. The Kikuyus have the same stories, the Kambas, stories that strengthen the belief that men should not give power to women. So the thing that we do is talk to them, talk to men. Listen to how they have been socialized, and question in a good way. Question, do you think this is right? How can we move forward as men? If my wife ate the gizzard, does that make me a lesser man? It's just a piece of meat. So we touch on those cultures, the way they've been socialized. You know, in the forums where there are only men, it's easy for you to tell them that even men should cry. That men should report when that violence happens to them. But you have to create a safe environment for men to be able to speak out. You have to change you have to challenge some of the cultural issues that come up. You have to talk about how men have been socialized. And you know, for us in Kenya, we have different ethnic groups. We have been socialized differently. So the first thing is to understand, who are you talking to? Where is he coming from? And where do you want us as men to progress? Because unless these issues are addressed, the issue of violence will continue. And you know, it's interesting that when you talk about gender, every time we talk about gender, GBV just appears. We talk about health rights and GBV is there. We talk about rights and GBV is there. We talk about governance and GBV is there. Governance and GBV is there. We talk about families and GBV is there. We talk about families and GBVs there. And it is something that, and I hope I'm addressing the men in this hall, is something that we need as fathers. My dress, my choice. It hit us as men, but it's a truth. We have to look at this thing from, like.
Thank you very much, and I think we are progressing well. But also now that you are also fighting and talking about it, and it happening to. So seated here, remember, we have an ID for a war Ronald, which got lost. A war is from Busia. If you are here, your ID is here. Don't go away without it. I'm told that today, when your wife is beating you thoroughly, she's the one who cries most. And when your brothers are coming to rescue, they end up beating.
Is to set up working systems, not to just set up systems. The Employment Act states that every employer with more than 20 employees should have a policy relating to sexual harassment. And I know for most of us, when you come to the blue-collar jobs, when it comes, I think all of us saw the BBC expose. Then also, are they working policies? Working in the sense that I've seen so many cases where someone comes and says, oh, I've been harassed, this and happen. And then I ask them, bring me all the documents you signed from with your employer. Mostly it's just a contract. It could be even many of us in these rooms have not signed policies. Actually, the law requires that if you have such a policy, the employee should be aware of them. Every single employee, including interns, including attachees, when you're doing your orientation, have them involved in the process. Explain these policies. Have them sign the policy so that it's a contract, so that even them, when they harass someone, you can hold it against them. On the other hand, besides just having the policy, set up the systems. Do you have someone who is in charge of receiving such complaints? And also, what if the person in charge of the person in charge, for instance, the human resource person, is the one who has now harassed another person? Who is this going to be reported to? Have these systems and have the employees aware of this system. Another thing is align them to current trends. As I was stating, now you have someone, before we are so used to sexual harassment being someone verbally abusing you, touching you physically. Sexual harassment even amounts to someone coming with a phone and looking at a video that has some very harassing content, with you trying to show it to you and all that. So do your policies align to these current trends? Do they also align to your situation based on the work that you're doing? What predisposes your employees? What predisposes the people working for you to violence? The other thing, especially for instance now on that point, like the way in the tea farms, are there brokers who are bringing people to employment? If you have brokers, then what does that mean? Are they more predisposed to violence from the brokers because they are holding this card of, I'm going to give you this job? The other thing is, as much as you're saying, I appreciate male engagement perfectly, but on the other hand, I also think we have to align by the principle of nothing about us without us. You cannot be sitting there having a panel. Okay, it's not in this case. In this case, you're okay. Just to challenge us. You cannot be sitting somewhere having a panel talking about, for instance, intersex persons. There is no intersex person in that room. You cannot be, it's the same with leadership positions. Are we saying that women, I had a lot of conversation all morning about the boy child, and which I appreciate completely. But then until you as a middle class woman who is working in your blue collar job, you go to the remote areas, that's when you'll realize women are not yet empowered. Girls are not yet empowered. On the other hand, as we say, a lot of girls are getting positions, but what positions are they getting? Are they on the decision-making table? So when you're saying you have like a panel, you have a disciplinary committee for sexual harassment cases, if women are the ones who are mostly predisposed to sexual harassment cases, a woman has to be there. In most cases, you'll find it very, that's why even in the gender desk that you see in the police station, mostly it's women in such places, and even if there's no woman, if it's like a man, they usually have another male police officer, because sometimes this gender issue, it's difficult for a woman to go and report if you've been abused by a man. It becomes very hard for them to trust another man with this information. So put the women in the leadership positions, put the survivors, whether men or women, put the survivors in these leadership positions, bring them to the decision-making tables. If you're revising your policy, let them be there to say, this is not working for us. When we are having all of us, we usually celebrate the end-of-year parties where we are having celebrating the company's wins and all that. Put a session there for the employees to give you feedback about how are the harassment policies working. On the other hand, the final thing is to adopt the intersectional approach. Violence is different for everyone based on who they are. There are very different trends right now. For instance, as I mentioned previously, violence for men might be different. And then we forget this issue of whataboutism, in the sense that women are talking about violence, and then you try to dilute that conversation with what about us. Just because it's happened to you doesn't mean it's not happening to this other person. So the employers and other institutions need to adopt an intersectional approach. And finally, think about self-regulation. I know the Flower Council is doing a very good job with that, whereby we have employers forming a council, regulating themselves, and now competing to get certain certifications on whether they have adhered to prevent gender-based violence in their specific fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we wind up, I just want to maybe, before I come to Bernadette to tell us something in 1 minute, I was doing this strategic plan for social and cultural services in one county which practices FGM. And when I completed, and it was very nice, they told me you cannot be paid. So I told them it's very, very okay. So they told me, show us, where is the woman to be cut? And because I don't come from such a community, I told them, no, that one has been outlawed. So the governor directed that I should not be paid until I insert that just a cut, a top cut, and then you are paid. And eventually we were, because we had stayed in that county for about a month, we had to insert a sentence that a small cut should be made. That's how serious it is. That's how serious it is. So I wanted you to just, in a minute, to just say politics and gender-based violence, including that, just in a short while, kindly.
Yeah, thank you very much. Even before I go into politics and gender-based violence, I want to ask Wilson, who has been engaging boys and men, if the boys of today are ready for an empowered woman at the workplace. Are they ready for an empowered woman in the future of the workplace? Are the men ready in their homes to handle a woman who is more empowered than them and who is earning more money than them? Are they ready for that? So it's an issue that needs to be handled with urgency, because the world of work is changing, and we need boys who will be ready to face the future of work as it comes. I know women, at the same time, an empowered woman is not a disempowered man. Are human beings, and we all have rights. And when women are empowered, we should not also look, what is the first reaction? Oh, you want to be governor, and then?
I was asked whether the young men are prepared for the empowered woman. Unfortunately, the answer is no at the moment. And this has given rise to domestic violence that we have experienced, because at the moment there are many households where we are working hard. We are talking to the young men, mainly animals. So we need to balance these things so that we don't overdo it down there. Because this
you can clearly see. Then, as I continue, I want to say, during the anti-finance bill protest in 2024, recently British Broadcasting Corporation released a documentary about the events for 25th June, and there are two ladies who are crying outside Parliament saying the police were beating them, yet they were unarmed. They were just ladies with their smartphones who are protesting for their rights. Now, before I ask my question again, I want to mention some few influential people, and I'm not mentioning them because they're women. I'm mentioning them because they're in positions of influence. Influence policy, it will actually take place. One, we have the Office of the First Lady. We have 47 women representatives. We have the G7 women governors. We have the Attorney General who is a lady. I want to mention the Chief Justice. I'll just leave her for now. Now my question is to the panel. Do you think the government of the day is genuinely concerned or is genuinely actively fighting the fight against femicide, gender-based violence, or reproductive cultures and norms? Thank you.
Hey, those are really, really long questions.
So you have the perspectives.
Yes.
Please.
Good evening. My name is Maria, and I want to start by appreciating the quality of the conversation that we've had. I also must acknowledge the GVRC at Nairobi Women. You're doing a phenomenal job. I've been there. And also the work that the other panelists have said they are doing. My question goes to Ms. Gatwiri. As an advocate, do you think that the justice system in our country is greatly disadvantaging the women? Now, I come from Kisumu County. I run a community-based organization called Hope Rekindle Initiative, and we respond to gender-based violence. And in the rural cases of defilement and rape and sexual violences have been on the rise. And you realize that the perpetrators most of the time get away with it. Why? Because they're affluent people, even those who are playing in the political space. And the ones who actually get justice, if at all, it's just a slap on the wrist for the perpetrators. The other day, we saw that the president gave, what's the name? A presidential pardon to a perpetrator of sexual violence, and the community was celebrating him. It's almost like he had graduated. So then my question is, why can't we, in the civil space, why can't we come together and ensure that perpetrators actually, serve the sentences that they deserve? Why can't we get a few perpetrators to serve an example? So that, because these cases, we'll keep talking about them, we're going to have safe spaces like the one she was talking about, but it's going to continue. The fight against FGM is something that has started even way before I was born, but it's still there. Why? Because the perpetrators, from where I sit, they're doing it because they know there's nothing that is going to happen to them. So why are we not able to come up with structures within our justice system that will ensure that these cases, even before mtu afikirie kufanya, they will just stop? Thank you.
Good. Yes, yes. Okay, after that one, it will be you. And then we wind up.
Yeah, thanks very much. I really appreciate the panel. It was really an educative panel. My concern is this. I think all these things start from mindset. I think there is a need to involve the young people, to tell them that there is no harm when we empower both men and women. Because from that is when we realize a sustainable society. We can't talk about quality education without addressing gender issues. We can't talk about environment without addressing gender issues. And I know there are a lot of pretense. It is there. But we have to be intentional and well-structured on how to address gender issues. And the thing is, I understand that we can have conversation of men to men. But I feel if we have both men and women coming together to converse, I think these things can be solved. Because I'm proud that I'm working with, I'm the chairperson for UNESCO Youth Forum. But the most men there are advocating for women more than women themselves. So I feel like it is a collective responsibility. I bring my idea, you bring your idea, and we learn together. So no one is left behind. So this is a very crucial conversation, and I think that it is not supposed to be on only this conference to talk about this. It should be an ongoing conversation so that people know that it is good to promote gender equality and have a society that is productive, a society that every woman and boy child is valued, and a society where we live we're fully motivated. And I feel that there is also need to motivate those advocating for gender, because it is not easy. Boy child is going through a lot, I can't lie. And not only boy child, even girl childs are going through a lot, but they can't speak. But for those few who have been empowered, I kindly request you to be courageous enough. Speak out. Don't glorify injustice. Don't glorify stupidity. If something is wrong, shout. Tell them this is wrong, it should be done like this. And I feel like, I don't know, I don't know how society perceives the young people. You know, there are times where we can speak diplomacy, but there's time where we can speak as activists. Not because we don't want the government or we don't want leaders, but just trying to hold them accountable. But since when will we shout? A number of people should believe in us and invest in us. Try to invest in boy child right now, and try to invest in girl child right now, and you see if we don't go where we want to go. I believe that this thing is possible. And thanks to everyone who has been in this hall. I am ready to learn more and ready to share insights. We have a lot of resources we can share to learn and see how best we grow together and make our society better. Thanks very much, and feel free to connect with me. My name is John Linus. You can connect me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. He had a burning issue, this one. Then Monica, we shall come to you. You have been an advocate of gender.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank the panelists for giving justice to this issue. And following up from what the colleagues have raised, I was here wondering of the issues of culture. You know, some of these things, even the FAGM, just like you have said, this is taken to be a cultural issue. So we have a lot to do to change the thinking, just as you had said that you can't get married. But also I heard that was one way to tame women to have more than one spouse. So you can see that the cultural importance attached to that. And the same goes to our offices. This side, this part of our world, there are some things we say, but not as the chair said, and we say we are joking, or sometimes to praise, yet they are serious issues. So I was wondering the role of culture, but also education. I think some of these habits can be solved through education, empowerment, and now empowerment is bringing in a very big issue where now women are getting empowered, and this is further killing the family fiber. So even these efforts of ours, we need to see how can we have them go on without affecting the family. So now we have so many single mothers, so many people running out of the homes, many women beating men because men are now, some men are seen as useless, they have no money and all that. So there is a lot to do to prepare for the family. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us get Monica, and then we shall be through with that. And then we come to the panelists. Gatwiri should be ready.
Thank you very much, our panelists. I didn't plan on speaking, but since I've been given the opportunity, good afternoon, everyone. I am a big advocate for safeguarding. Before my current role at KIPPRA, I was in charge of safeguarding at KCB Foundation.
My question is that do we have a nationwide safeguarding framework? How does that look like? What about the safeguarding networks? So for instance, the safeguarding incident has happened here. How do I get hold of the police if I want to register my complaint? What about the hospital if I need a rep kit? What about the sensitizations? And so many other networks. If we have a national safeguarding framework, has it been decentralized to go up to the village? Because most of these cases we hear are from the village. And they are also at family level. Grandmothers, children, young girls, and even boys. Then the other question is for Wilson. You indicated that you are not ready yet. Men are not ready yet, but you're getting there for the empowered woman. What does getting ready look like? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now, Gatweri, let us start to answer what maybe they inquired. Some were just actually giving solutions, or maybe just giving inside theory, solutions that could assist us come out of that gender-based violence problem, or FGM. And but there was that one that was very, very particular. If you could kindly talk about it.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just answer two. First, what protections are there for people who are falsely accused of GBV? One of the things you usually learn in law school a lot, the law is not for victims. The law is for justice. And actually, there's a concept, I don't have the Latin word, but it is better, for the law prefers to have one perpetrator to be outside of imprisonment rather than have 10 innocent persons in imprisonment. So basically, for example, if I were to use sexual harassment as an example, sexual harassment is both criminal, and an employer can take it up and take up disciplinary action. Disciplinary action, there's a whole very rigorous process. And if you saw like the case of the lady who was called someone a lollipop, she was actually awarded some compensation, but on the basis that the employer did not follow the procedure required to fire someone. You don't just get a report and then you just fire someone. A balance has to be achieved. On the other hand, proving a criminal case is not easy peasy as we think. Proving a criminal case requires proof beyond reasonable doubt, such that if a reasonable man is sitting there, there is entirely nothing can make them doubt that this person committed that crime. So because of that, of course, I am alive to the fact that there are people who we find innocent people have actually been convicted, and but then it is very hard, because of these legal processes that are there, it is very hard to find someone has gone through all that and been convicted when they have actually not committed the crime. And if that happens, then there are the appeal processes that are there. And even us as AMCA, I would say we don't just deal. We actually have like one case where we are defending a child who was wrongly accused of defilement just because he was employed and asked for his money and he was not paid. So this is something we are alive to as a civil society. So the second one is, do I think the justice system is greatly disadvantaging the woman? That's a very hard question. I don't want to say yes, because I don't want to say yes fully because niko kwa serikali, but anyway, there are big challenges, to be honest. Reason being, GBV, the way it looks like, especially the criminal process, is entirely dependent on so many people. Like a case I got recently, there was clearly defilement, but the case has been lost. Why? The investigator, the police did not do proper investigation. And what that means, that ties the prosecution's hand, that ties the judge's hand. Because the judge, when they sit in that seat, they are not supposed, even the way we have media people talking this and that, they are supposed to look at the evidence that is on the table, not what they know about this case. So, of course, we are having challenges where, like, investigation, ukienda, we know, of course, sometimes we have very good police officers, of course, who are very interested in pursuing such cases, but in certain circumstances, some are compromised. Or when there are other times, I was in Kasarani and I was learning sometimes they don't have the resources. So they don't have, like, they're supposed to go arrest someone, there's no car at the police station. So what happens? when that happens, now you find you have lost the perpetrator to the system. That happens, it happens a lot, but what I would say is for us to keep going. Because otherwise, if we lose hope, I've seen, as AMCA, we have handled cases where we have had victims who have gone through the process. You go through with someone, they recount that thing which is very terrible, which is very traumatic, then you lose the case. Now you have to talk to this person to convince them to go with you through an appeal process. And it is very, very difficult. Sometimes we lose them again on the way. We lose them, we go home, we cry, the next morning we wake up again, we try again. I would say it's for all of us as civil society, as government institutions to work together and keep going. Because now the systems, the laws are there, to be honest. The laws, not much of a very big problem. But then remember, the laws are being implemented by humans. That's where the challenge becomes.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether any of the questions also touched on you. Any? Yes, briefly.
I want to talk on the issue of the young people. Young people, as I had said earlier, are very critical today and even in the future. And I know young people keep on telling us, you are saying we are the leaders of tomorrow. You are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of today. Nobody is really trying to make the young people voices not to be heard. Number one, the government of the day has given a young person to be the PS youth. How many young people have tried to reach out to the PS and take their issues or their memoranda to the PS and talk to him face to face? In my community where I come from, they say, do not beat me before you talk to me. You have to talk to me. I know we are very good on social media. We are very good on email. We are very good on passing our information through the areas that I know that is easily is good for us or we are able to reach. But how many of us have gone to a government office and they've not been given audience? We start from there so that you are able to say, CEO, Madam CEO, I came to your office and as a young person, you did not give me audience. Then from there, then we are able to say the offices of the government are not giving young people audience. Then number two, we know on issues of gender-based violence and femicide, the president has put in place a national gender-based violence sector working group. And this sector working group started public participation on 12th May, and they went around the 47 counties to take memoranda and also listen to the communities at the county level. And I think they've done a good job. I think I'm seeing one of the members of the, are you part of the gender? Yes. Maybe she can also say something. But I just want to say that we already have that sector working group chaired by Dr. Baraza. And all of us were given a chance to give our input so that the team can take our issues to the president. You know, all of us cannot go to the president, but the president has put in place that gender-based violence working group to be the ones that will take the information that we've given to them to the president. And even the counties that I saw, because I was following online, I saw young people from counties, from the counties giving their memoranda and also giving what they want done on issues of GBV and femicide. And because Madam is here, I don't know if she can be able also to speak on that, but I was just giving my, from where I
just 1 minute.
As a panelist.
I mean, we can give her 1 minute.
Yeah.
Because we were actually supposed to end by 3. We've given 1 hour extra, and issues of gender cannot actually come to a close.
Good evening. My apologies, I joined this conversation late. Partly is because my name is Gloria Wawera. I am a young person, and I lead the National Youth Council. The reason is because I came in this morning from Turkana. We have the technical working group on GBV is concluding public participation. We began last week on the 12th, and we should be done by the end of this week. We will have covered all 47 counties. I can say without fear of contradiction, I went to 6 counties, most of them very remote, including Turkana and Samburu. Because I work for the National Youth Council, I must confess I have a bias. So in every crowd I go to, my primary objective is to find the young people in the room. They were there. They have given in submissions, we have taken them, we have noted them, and we should be done with our report by mid-June for forwarding to the presidency. I think to further reiterate the voices of young people in the GBV or the femicide conversation, there are plans ongoing for a very focused conversation targeted specifically at the young people of the Republic, and as soon as we are clear on it, we will share it. I can see one of my primary constituents shaking their head. I can assure you that any sentiment that has come from any young person, I personally will make it my business to make sure it doesn't get lost in the array of submissions. So for anyone who's feeling underrepresented, underseen, we are in the room, and the conversations, and I say this time and time again, and I may seem biased, there are multiple places where decisions are made. We also have to find a way to be on the table. And on behalf of every young person here, I hear you, I am on the table. I don't think anyone is focused on settling down voices. They are there, they are being heard, and they will not disappear. I can promise you that. Thank you.
Wow, she's on the table. In the process of closing down, I've seen the representative of the executive director is here to just say a word. Dr. Karanja is within, just behind you. If he could say a word as we wind up. He's representing the ED and he has chosen to come to this one. Kindly give him a mic to say a word as we close down. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lutomia, and thank you, our panelists. We want to really appreciate you so much, and also the participant for contributing to this subject. As an institute, we want to appreciate, and this conversation will continue even as we go back to the institute. We will make sure that we don't stop it here. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and to the panelists, I want to say thank you. It has been very, very good. I also hope that you leave your emails and numbers so that we shall reach you. It was very, very enriching. I'm personally very, very happy, and I know these people have really gained a lot. I want to encourage you that as you continue with that crusade, you do it even more better than you are doing, so that we come to a close of this vice. I want to thank you very much, and want now to usher you to the other side so that we can give them an applause. Makofi. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. It was wonderful. Again, karibuni. Back to you.
A round of applause for Daktari, and hey, a round of applause for Daktari and the panelists. They've done a wonderful job, and I do hope that you've taken some of the seminal points that have been raised here regarding that particular challenge that we still have in the country, trying to combat also FGM. Really consternating that you had to amend that particular, your finding of yours, Daktari, and insert that particular reason that you were being asked to, you know, insert in your findings as well. Why did you budge? All right, I'm still wondering why you budged. You should have actually stood your ground, or it was the money. Thank you so much, nonetheless. And I think we should liaise with the CEO of Anti-FGM so that he may pick up on that particular county, and if that particular policy is still active, it needs to be quashed. I'm a CEO. I'm a CEO. I'm a CEO. Hey, come on, give me proof of life. Are you there? Fantastic. Wapigeni makofi tena. So we want to move swiftly because I think we've taken a good chunk of time on this topic, and we still have other delegates who are outside. I'll kindly request them to come back into the plenary where we'll have a common session here. If you're still outside, kindly walk back in. We're done with that particular session on gender and the JBV. So we want to move on swiftly to industrialization, trade, and financial access for MSME. And just to give you a bit of highlights there that I was trying to scope out of how we have a critical sector here, especially knowing our economy where it is, recent findings also from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics as well. This is where we want to see, just to set the segue for our conversation, we're looking at the micro, small, and medium enterprises. which is the backbone, or they are the backbone of Kenya's economy, contributing approximately 40% to the country's GDP and employing nearly 14.9 million people. So the economic contributions, MSME contribute about 40% to Kenya's GDP. I've already mentioned that. Looking at the business landscape, there are over 7.4 million MSMEs in Kenya, but only 1.5 million are formally registered. 80% of employment in the country, 80%. When it comes to credit access, despite the significance, MSME persistent barriers in accessing formal financing, with lending to MSMEs accounting for less than half of the total credit issued. Also looking just overall on the banking sector, the Kenya Bankers Association has committed 150 billion shillings, or it has annually, over the next 3 years to support MSMEs access to affordable credits. And of course, there are policy challenges and proposed solutions that I know our experts will touch on. I can see Roslyn as well, still with KBA, I presume. Yes, she is here. Roslyn Gino. So we want to just look at this particular sector briefly, and this is where we want to engage. And I want to call upon Moses Njenga, who will be coordinating this. Moses Njenga, karibu sana to the podium. Where are you? Right, so we'll have also part of the panelists. Maybe I should be calling them up, so as we eagerly wait for Moses Njenga to take over this, Dr. Simon Giduku, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Dr. Simon Giduku, are you here? Simon Giduku. Also, we do have with us Charles Kahudu, CEO, East African Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. Asante sana mkubwa. We have Export Processing Zone Authority. We have Francis Rotich. Francis Rotich, are you here? Right. We have also SME Support Center, Miss Linda Onyango. Miss Linda Onyango, where are you? Kindly join also the panel. Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, Dr. Hannah Kamano. Where are you, Dr. Hannah Kamano? Thank you for being also amazingly patient. I've not seen Esther Okenyuri, who's the Vice Chair of Trade in Parliament. I've not seen her. But if we have a representative also from them, will be nice. Or maybe she'll send someone. I think that's it. So we hand over now to Daktari to come and take over.
Thank you, MC. We're actually waiting for more seats because the chair for the session is not seated, so bear with us. Yeah, in the meantime, maybe I could take this opportunity to introduce the chair of the session, Dr. Diana Ngwe. Please, Daktari, come over and handle the situation.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Yes, my name is Diana Mushai. I'm from African Economic Research Consortium. I used to work with KIPPRA a while ago. That is like 20 years ago. It's good to be back home. I think a bit of introduction has been done, and in the interest of time, I just want to ask Moses, how much time do we have? 1 hour only. Yes, 1 hour only. So we are given 1 hour. I'll see how to manage the 1 hour within the time we have here. And I'm going to start briefly with some of the questions. I'll do 1 or 2 rounds, and then I open the plenary. I don't know I'm going to manage this, but hope all is going to be well. I'm going to start with Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Abel Kamau. Just a brief introduction. I think you've not been introduced, but I can briefly introduce you in the interest of time. Is the Acting Manager of Research, Planning and Innovation Department. Sorry, that is Rotich. Let me get Albert, yes. Is a trade and industry policy specialist with over 12 years expertise, currently serving as the trade and policy manager of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. He oversees technical support, representation, policy formulation, and deployment. So he's the one who is sitting in today instead of Dr. Simon Githuku. So I think that is what had not been introduced. So briefly, Abel Kamau. Just a brief question. Many youths are trying to break into Kenya's manufacturing space, but the industrial value chains often feel out of reach. How can the country's industrial policy be redesigned to intentionally include youth-led MSCs? And while on that, probably you may want to touch on the strong ideas the youth normally have, but we have barriers that normally make them probably not to often start the SMEs that they have because of the high cost, limited infrastructure. Probably you can touch on the structural issues that must be tackled to help them grow fast, the country's industrial policy that need to be redesigned intentionally to include SMEs, and secondly, the structural issues that must be tackled to help the youth-led businesses to grow. Thank you. I'll just give you a few minutes, like 3 to 4 minutes, yeah.
It's okay. Thank you for the 20 minutes on a light touch. So maybe from maybe the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and maybe also trying to link up with this big conversation that you've been talking about MSMEs, because ideally I think we've been talking about it for many years, many decades right now. But as you rightly put it, there are still those many challenges. Especially for the youth when they try to get into these industrial value chains. And as maybe Kenya right now is trying to redesign its industrial policy, one of the key things that we need to do is to ensure that there's synergy within the various policies that we have within the country. So we have a lot of lack of synergies within these policies. We have an industrial policy that is not speaking to the trade policy. We have an industrial policy that's not talking to the regulatory policies. We have an industrial policy that's not talking on the other end in tandem, for instance, with the fiscal and monetary policies. We are not really putting our money to drive this important agenda. So when we're looking at, for instance, at maybe redesigning the industrial policy in Kenya, I know the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry is currently working on these as one of the major ambitions that the government wishes to do. There's a need to ensure that we're able to link up all these policies to speak to each other. Because one of the major challenges we find is that, for instance, we have a youth fund or maybe a hustler fund that's supporting maybe access to capital. But when the SME maybe goes on the other end and they're looking at market access, they have another barrier which is still introduced by the same government. And this is a manifestation of the lack of synergies within these policies. Then secondly, I think is creating and this is maybe for when you're talking about the structured approach, the second question, on how to provide a structure within which MSMEs, especially those that are driven by the youth, can be able to excel within the industrial value chains. And the key thing around this is to ensure that we have an SME policy or a startup policy that ensures that these MSMEs are able to, first of all, build up their financial statements, they're able to build up their market portfolios before regulations kick in. Just as an example, if maybe for instance I started up a simple SME-based factory today, the next thing is that in the next 24 hours, we'll have KRA knocking on my doors. In the next 24 hours, we'll have KEBS knocking on my doors. We'll have NEMA knocking on my doors. And what that does is that the idea of starting up is crippled even before the actual SME is able to even stand. Part of what is being foreseen in this SME policy from a manufacturer's standpoint is trying to emulate what other countries have. For instance, the likes of Japan and the Nordic countries, where companies, especially the startups and MSMEs, about 5 runway where they can be able to build up their bottom lines, their financial statements, so that they become bankable and be able to attract the much needed policy. So I think the key thing in structuring these is going to the actual operational environment of the MSMEs and ensuring that we give them some lifeline and space to breathe before regulations kicks in.
Thank you. I'm hearing more of the policies that are in agriculture. And there's so much on regional trade. I remember a few years back, I did a research. And one of the key things that was coming out was barriers of trade along the northern corridor. But that said, probably what I would want you to handle this afternoon is, or evening, is the reforms that are needed to open up regional markets for youth-led SMEs. The speaker, when he was introducing this session, he talked about how much the MSCs contribute to the GDP, around 40%, and of course around 80% when it comes to the workforce. Now, that said, could you please kindly let us know that even with the youth that are trying to break into Kenya's manufacturing space, but industrial value chains often feel out of reach, how can the country's industrial policy be redesigned to intentionally include youth-led MSMEs? And while on that, we know a number of youth-led businesses start with very strong ideas. Yet, they rarely go beyond the small production due to high cost, limited infrastructure, and market barriers. These are some of the constraints that hinder the startups. Now, what structural issues must be tackled to help them grow? I know we have a number of youth here, they have visions, some have started, so some of these structural issues, probably you can mention them and help us know how can they be tackled to help these youth-led businesses that have just started grow. Now, Kahudhu, just while on that, I think what I've done is to repeat what I've told him. The regional trade opportunities, sorry about that. One of the things I want you to handle, sorry audience about that, is the main, so that we don't repeat, the main non-tariff barriers that are faced by the youth-led MSMEs, and how can this be practically resolved. Let's just move from the barriers, the structural barriers, and move to the non-tariff barriers, so that we separate between what he has spoken about and what you are going to suppose, so that we avoid the overlapping. While you're talking about the reforms that are needed to open up the regional markets, kindly touch on the main non-tariff barriers that are faced by the youth-led MSCs as as they find the cross-border too difficult? And of course, how can this be practically resolved? Sorry for that mix-up.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. To start off with your very first question about the structural barriers that the youth MSMEs face as they try to attempt to conquer or capture the regional markets. Obviously, is the too much bureaucratic institutions at the borders, mainly because most of them will maybe their goods and services as they try to reach out the markets in the region through the roads, the various one-stop border posts in Amanga, in Malamba, and wherever else. We have too many institutions, and the type of requirements that they need, they haven't literally, I cannot say that they are helping in terms of actually facilitating trade. In fact, I personally pass through Namanga almost every other day when I'm going to Arusha, and this is a discussion we have with the customs officials over there, because I am going myself to work because I work from Arusha, but when I see the people who are queuing up in those one-stop border posts, you see that they are not being helped. Many of them are youth, and so on. I think we have not fully appreciated that the East African region is one single common market administered at the one, external, common tariff. Not many of us at the border there appreciate. And the youth, more importantly, because they actually normally will be bringing or selling those goods themselves, not like the big corporates who can actually have hired staff to go and run those issues across the borders. They have those difficulties and challenges. We want to deal with that and finish with it. As you said, some of them are tariff, you can say they are tariff, but it's very minimal. We have political-based ones, and I think these are more challenging because they are non-tariff. And I would like to say it is they want to operate Tanzania and Kenya, or Tanzania and Uganda, or Rwanda, Burundi, as how close are we, the two institutions? I don't think that's what you want to see in a regional body, because East Africa is actually an East African common market and customs territory. You don't want to see that. What you want to see is a free movement of that youth with his or her goods crossing the border with a minimum problem, and that is not happening. We need actually to address that, and I think that is something that KIPPRA can do, because I think it requires more of what you call a research that is actually non-politicized, very independent, and of course informed by data obtained across the border points, which we have a lot of. And then we see what are we likely to be doing? What would we want to do, the region to do? I can give you a story. In 2013, the East African community was actually the showcase of the best regional integrated part of Africa. And we were trying to look at how the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, of course, that time there was no AFCFTA, was going to actually catch up very quickly, because we would actually look at the example of East Africa. East Africa was very well connected at that time. We were an integrated region, well integrated. Today, if I look back, I think we have stepped a few back, maybe 3 or 4 steps. We are not integrating, we are really putting in barrier to ourselves. It is something that we need to do. And if we want to support our SMEs, particularly capture the regional market and expand their markets and businesses across the region by actually adding on, riding on the value chains, the regional value chains, which they cannot right now get because of those little barriers that we have at the borders. We need to do something about that. Now, the other issue that I think our small enterprises, SMEs, face is most of what they want to say to us in the region are small units, small amounts, things that it is difficult to make them competitive because of the very nature they are small. They need to be supported to consolidate, both to build up a mass that can be economical if they were to hire maybe a big truck and cross it across the border. That is investing more than maybe they may be having capital to put in. So we need to support them with policies and other incentives which need to be put in place to make sure that they are able to go through that route. I would like to just look at what Kenya is doing with what you call a county aggregation program. The one that each county is being told to look at products which they have a comparative advantage, and every farmer is working on, but individually they are not able to actually become competitive in the marketplace. But if they bring them together and they are, I left one time the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, try to look whether DHL can actually aggregate all those items of the various farmers, bring it to Nairobi Airport, and sell it off to far-off markets. That is something that we can also do for the region. We don't have just to look at what we are selling overseas. The region itself has a lot of market opportunities for our SMEs, but they cannot otherwise access it because, as I said, there are those NTBs that you just have been talking about, you asked me to talk about. And more importantly, they are not capable. We need to build their capacity, both financial and, of course, technical, that they have the skills that they need to be able to build up consortia, that we are a team of, the cooperative side of way of doing things. That is how actually they should be able to approach it. Now, I think SMEs actually need to be consolidated more in Kenya before they can attempt to go out to the regional markets. I believe sometimes business can thrive or die in the process because you go out there and you don't succeed and you lose heart because you started in a bad, the perspective, the way you started off is not the right way. So we need to do more work here in Kenya to make sure that we strengthen and build their capacity. They are able to respond to what the market needs are, making sure that they have quality goods and that can meet the standards of Tanzania, of Uganda, of Rwanda, Burundi. Because I know Kenya, of course, we know our market standards. The standards that the market demands are high. And that is what you go and fight maybe in Rwanda or, Tanzania. So we need to actually be able to work together to make sure that they understand the standard they are going to meet. That being said, my colleague from Kenya Association of Manufacturers, he knows that we have standards to meet that have been actually designed by our Bureau of Standards, Kenya Bureau of Standards. Tanzania has Tanzania Bureau of Standards, Uganda has Uganda Bureau of Standards. The problem is we are subjecting these SMEs to a lot of other standards that they have to meet because we have not harmonized this. I think harmonization is also something else that we need to look at. That is more on the government side. I don't know whether we have anybody from government. But from the private sector, this is an issue we can continue lobbying and advocating that can we harmonize the regional standards in many of the things that we are doing and the products that we are offering and the services as well. The youth enterprises cannot actually be able to succeed in those markets if they'll be subjected to one standard in Kenya, another one in Tanzania, and another one in Uganda. So that harmonization and, you know, structural harmonization of actually the various regulatory frameworks that we have is very, very important. And then we can look at what our friends in the customs at the border points are doing, because that's, although it's a little bit of tariff, because we are not actually complaining about the amount of duty being levied, even it is actually the non-tariff barriers that they are applying. Some of them are totally unnecessary. We know what they are. I'm sure KM is also aware of what we need to do in Namanga. We need to do a lot more work there. A lot more work needs to be done in Malamba and Busia. These are our major exit points of markets across the region. And we haven't done it. I have to confess that we haven't fully done it. East Africa, as I said, should have been the most integrated region, but it is not. I think if I look at the continent, ZADAC, not ZADAC, but ECOWAS is catching up on us very, very quickly. And I think we need to look at that. We were a good integrated region. Let's go back there so that our SMEs, MSMEs, mainly those that are owned by youth and women, can benefit from some of the upgrading that we shall be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kahutu. When you see some notes coming around here, I'm being told to finalize. Dr. Linda, right? Doctor? It's okay. Sorry, Madam Linda. Yes, I want to come to you. They've talked about policies, they've talked about building capacity, they've talked about political barriers, and I know you're the CEO of the SME Support Center Limited. We have limited time, but even within that time when we have, which we have, we know one of the key things that the youth lack is affordable credit and risk tolerance. What financial tools and regulatory reforms can bridge this financing gap for youth-led SMEs? And also one thing, I'm asking mouthful questions, sorry about that. We know that the young entrepreneurs often operate informally and struggle to grow. Actually, a number of informal enterprises are not registered, and the ones which we have that are registered are still struggling. What has the SME Support Center found to be the most effective ways to help youth transition toward sustainability and formality? Briefly, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Linda Onyango from the SME Support Center. So we are a private organization, we're not government, and we primarily support SMEs on 4 things. So access to finance, access to information, access to skills, and access to market. So 4 things. And SME Support Center, so I'm not speaking just as a CEO. It's a company I founded 8 years ago, and by God's grace, we have grown it not just in Kenya, so to across the region. So I'm going to share on those 2 items she's sent, or she's given as an entrepreneur, but not necessarily just as a CEO. So as an entrepreneur who also started this business, I was lucky enough not to start as a young person. So I started it after about 13 years, 14 years of work experience in some of the largest firms in the world. Now, if you look at 2 things, credit, finance, formalization, and such things, it boils down to what I say. In this market, I know government, first in terms of policy, I know there's an MSME policy going on right now. In terms of policy, for a long time, government has classified businesses as micro, small, medium, and then you give them employees, the number of employees, number of revenue, and all that. From my experience working with businesses, I only look at entrepreneurs from two lenses. One who is subsistence, and another who is growth-oriented. Now, subsistence people doesn't mean farmers. Farmers for a long time have been looked at as subsistence. Subsistence is a mindset that you're set in this business to grow. You're set in this business to scale. You're set in this business that for you, in your mind, if you're growth-oriented and not subsistence, you're set in this business from the onset with structures. Yeah? So subsistence business exists for kukula, yo ya sayo. Yeah? They exist to make money, to eat then and then and then. Growth-oriented businesses exist to build a company that can outlive them. That is the main difference. And once you're a growth-oriented enterprise, your first thing is to formalize. Formalization is three things. One is the business licenses. I mean, I keep telling entrepreneurs, if city council have to come and chase you from your office, you're not a serious entrepreneur. You're not growth-oriented. Sorry, I just speak as it is. You're just subsistence. I mean, if you're fighting with city council, can you imagine? You should be, as an entrepreneur, if you're growth-oriented, your vision should be to look for markets, to look for business. That is where we should be focusing at. So when you're growth-oriented and formalization, it is licenses. City council license is something we should all get. Legal registration, right now in Kenya, it is so easy. It is actually so easy to formalize. I mean, it's 10,000 bob. If you cannot invest 10,000 bob for yourself, eCitizen has made it so easy. Actually, within 3 hours, you get a business name. Within 3 hours, you get a business name. And then within a week, the memorandum and articles, everything is online. You just need to part with 10,000 bob. If you're growth-oriented, as a young person, we shouldn't be discussing formalization. So once you sort out the registration, the licenses, you start to build your plan and you start to sell. Once you start to sell, the first thing you should do is open a bank account. Even if it has zero money. I remember we opened our bank accounts at zero. You open a bank account. Start to deposit the sales there, which is why your biggest focus should be to sell. And the moment you start to sell and you start banking, you know, for a long time we've told banks are not lending to young people. And people forget that banks don't lend their own money. Bank lend deposits. Deposits are people's money. Okay? So for you, as an entrepreneur who is growth-oriented, I'm not talking about the subsistence ones, the growth-oriented ones. If you're growth-oriented, you start to sell, you start to bring in the sales, and then you open a bank account, the money starts to flow there, and the moment the money starts to flow in your bank account, the opportunities for growth are endless. If you're in manufacturing, you don't have to start big. Practically, I like to speak very practically. If you're in manufacturing, you don't have to start big. KIPPRA has facilities. You can go there, common manufacturing, manufacture your product, and start to sell. The important part is to start and start to sell. Yeah? If you're doing peanuts, if you're doing what, if you're doing crisps, KIPPRA has that for you. All they teach you is to brand it, and you start to sell it by yourself. And these days, there's a lot of support for entrepreneurs. There are many, many support organizations like ourselves across Africa. You cannot be stuck. So if you're a young person here and you're in business, just start. Keep building in yourself. Sorry, one more point. I know the time is really up. One of the greatest challenges I've seen with entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs, and even experienced entrepreneurs, what they are lacking is technical capacity, skills and experience. Now, many governments have pushed entrepreneurs young people to start entrepreneurship at such a young age. I mean, you're starting entrepreneurship right from campus. I tell you, it is tough. Yeah, I started entrepreneurship after 14 years of experience, and good experience, and it is still tough. So for a long time, we've pushed young people to start businesses. No wonder many of them are dying. 3 years, because entrepreneurship requires skill, it requires technical capacity, and it requires investing in yourself. So if you're a wrong person, I know many of us are starting business out of necessity because there's nothing else, and many of us are then just becoming subsistence, where we just do business for what we are eating now, which is okay, because we need to make a living. But if you're growth-oriented, I would say plug into the many entrepreneurship programs. There are very many entrepreneurship programs to just help you build your capacity, your mindset, even ourselves. For the center, just go to our website. It says SME Support Center. Register there, and there are so many tools we have there for you, so many resources, whether it's information, funding opportunities, tender, trade events. We have everything aggregated in one place. So if you can type on Google SME Support Center, and you can get everything. And you'll also get to come to some of our programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Linda. Probably somebody was expecting that she tells you where to get the money from. Information is power. What she's given us is information, and once you have the information, you can always get your way to getting the finances. But I know that might come up from the floor. Kirdi Acid. Now, Dr. Hannah, that's what she has said. You are a lead food expert at Kirdi. For those who are wondering, Kirdi is Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. I'm not so sure how many young business owners are aware about Kirdi. Probably you may want to bring that awareness to us briefly. And while you make us aware about Kirdi, what do they do, then probably you can let the young entrepreneurs here know how the model is designed to be accessible and responsive to the realities of young innovators. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. My name, as you've been told, I'm Hannah Mugure. I'm a food safety expert, and also I've been training SMEs for over 15 years. So what we do at Kirdi, we have different centers which are focused on different cluster of SMEs. We train not only in food, we also have areas like textile engineering, we have chemical engineering, we have leather processing. So we cater for a wide range of SMEs. We also advise the government with regards to how we think we can intervene in areas that are related to the SMEs. To the question that you posed on what we do, at Kirdi also we have, she has mentioned that we have incubation facilities. And by incubation, I mean like how you can have a baby in an incubator. So we have a business. It's already a challenge for a business to be able to thrive out there. So we nurture that business at Kirdi. We have facilities where you get technical assistance. You get to use the facilities under the common manufacturing arrangement, where you just come in with your raw materials and your labor force. You don't pay for electricity, you don't pay for any other thing. So while you are there, you do your processing. In case you get into any hiccups, we are there to support and aid in solving your challenges. We direct you to support you to collect, to be able to get financial.
Thank you very much, moderator, for this opportunity. My name is Francis Rotich, moderator for this opportunity. My name is Francis Rotich from Export Processing Zones Authority. From the name itself, export, we focus much on the export market. We provide incentive to the investors that want to enter export market, and so that they ensure that to enter export market, and so that they ensure that which enjoy incentives which are better than the rest of the EPZ companies which are operating within the EPZ. One of the incentives that they enjoy is the issue of rent. Rent, they get preparation rate. Others get at 2.5 US dollars per square foot per annum. The SMEs get at $2 per square foot per annum. And they get 4 months rent free. So they don't pay for 4 months rent. So in that situation, out of those 14 which you have licensed, actually 8 are operating. And those 8, they have an employment of 637. And last year, they made exports worth 300 million. And the investment, cumulative investment for those SMEs was 306 million. So you can see from 2009 up to last year, you can see the number of the enterprises which we had under SMEs within the EPZ program. And you can realize that generally SMEs, they face a lot of challenges if you compare with the rest of the enterprises within the EPZ. I want to point that in 2010, the percentage of companies which were Kenyan owned within the EPZ program was 17.3%. And last year, it has actually grown to that 7.8%. Because it was because of the affirmative action the authority took, so that to ensure that we have as many local companies local investors joining the EPZ program, so that we make it a more sustainable program, other than relying much on the foreign investors to sustain the program. Coming to the barriers or the challenges the SMEs face in the international trade, you'll find that our SMEs within the EPZ program, they face serious challenges on the issues of market. They don't have really a strong market orientation. They have a challenging market. And there is even some other local investors within the EPZ program who have been even conned. Local companies within the EPZ program, they face the challenge of accessing affordable finance, because if you can find any interest, you get a loan in a financial institution and the interest is around 18%, you cannot access, because nobody is be able to get profit of over 18%, so that you can make the profit and also repay the loan. The other issue, of course, is the issue of quality. There is still a challenge in terms of the SMEs getting quality products within what the goods that they get from the local market, which they have been value added within the EPZs, and then they are exported. So generally, those are the challenges that the SMEs within the program they are actually facing. But in the initial stage, when this program was started, the authority provided some technical support. They supported providing some information about the market in terms of accounting, budgeting, all those so that they can capacity build in business processes. So generally, that is what is happening within the EPZ program. Thank you.
Thank you, Rotich. I'd been given up to 5, but I started after 5. Kindly, Moses, give me a few minutes. As somebody was seated in the previous session, and they said nothing about us without us. Even while at that, I'm just asking myself so many questions when it comes to the barriers that SMEs, face. If I'm an entrepreneur here and I don't have market information. The quality of product is low. It is returned at my own cost. At what point was this product released to leave our market to get outside there without having met, you know, the standards that such a product should go out? I'm asking myself a number of questions. We don't have affordable finance. What are we doing to ensure that our SMEs can get affordable finance? I am a youth with only 10 employees, and the land I have is costing so much. Can I still get access to the EPZ, or it is for the small and medium? If I'm micro below the 10 she talked about, the number of employees, will I be allowed still to operate in this? What are these things that we really look at, so that at the end of the day, when I have my own enterprise, I'm able to access these facilities that are at KIRDI, at EPZ, and so on and so forth. I want to open the floor for 3 questions. Kindly get to the point so that we can move forward, so that we can bring this session to an end. The conversation will keep going. I have one there. Who is, oh, sorry, yes, that lady, please, you can stand up so that they see you. Any other person? And this gentleman here, I'm only picking 3, and that gentleman there. I'm gender biased. We don't have a lady. Oh, she's one. Okay, good. Please get to the point. Just say your name and get to the point without much.
Good evening, everybody.
Good
My name is Hiram Nganga from National Youth Service Technical Training Institute in Naivasha. And I started a business. I registered it, and I have a government procurement certificate. And it was all mentorship from Madam Linda. Thank you very much. And I have a question on finance access. How is the financial sector adapting to the unique needs of the informal and semi-informal SMEs that may not have traditional collaterals? And allow me to add one question for the speaker who was handling industrialization and manufacturing. And what trade policies are being developed to make it easier for SMEs to access regional and international markets, especially for niche, value-added products like sustainable fashion? Also, just to vent for a minute, I was supposed to give a short pitch, but I don't think time is going to allow. Maybe for tomorrow. In operations of my business.
Please, Moses, take notes of that speech he's talking about. Okay, go on in the interest of time,
yes,
please.
Thank you. In the operations of my business, I'm still a startup. I'd consider myself a very small startup. And there's so many challenges even before I hit the ground, you know. Like, I am trying to connect my bank, my till, Safaricom till, to my bank account, and it has been so hectic. I tried doing that, and the letters, the bank accounts, the communications, I don't know, there's some fight. The KCB people don't want a Safaricom till, I don't know, something like that. I also am finding problems with managing finances in terms of personal and business finances. I'm still startup, still growing, and I'd really love some intervention on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nganga. This gentleman here, Linda, you've heard. Please, that's why we have these panelists here. Thanks to her, I know she's going to continue the mentorship. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is George Awala, and I work with VSO, and also part of the Values and Life Skills Network. 2 questions. One unanswered question for me is, how do we make running a business easy for a young person? The person who spoke before me has just expressed their frustration. We work with young people who've been trying to process groundnuts, give it value, make peanut butter and all other things. But they are facing so many challenges. They've even gone to Kariobangi small industries where they were told, you know, when you're here, it will be easier for you to comply and life will be easy. They need about 5 million shillings just to meet the regulations and everything that's needed around them, setting this business, marketing, and doing everything else. Anything that leaves their factory, small factory as it is, they have to pay tax in advance in whichever form or shape. So they need to find that money. So there's a lot of things that we can be speaking here academically or based on our comfort working for either government or government institutions, and yet the reality for young people is very, very different. So what are the 2-3 things that maybe the government can do, or even KIPPRA could do, or EPZ can do to make life for this young man who can't find 3 or 4 million shillings, but has the idea, wants to grow? Then secondly, the second question goes maybe to Linda. You provide a whole range of support. Businesses need different skills as they grow. Some
supporting exports, and it comes out a big company under the program is having a challenge to access financing. I'm looking at a young person who doesn't have a credit history, who doesn't have any collateral to build up the good political will, and out of it, can we create an institution that is SME focused, and it has to come from the public sector, backed by the treasury, so that the risk is flat. We are talking about not you saying maybe I'll give to a corporate because they have a lesser risk and and not give to SME? Why don't we have a bank institution that is only lending to SMEs and it's backed by the treasury? So that from that point, we know the risk is flat. These are only SMEs that we are trying to support. And how do we proceed from that? Otherwise, I'm looking at the statistics remaining the same for a very long time. Actually, the statistics you are reading there should be 2016 KNBS. You can imagine 10 years later, we are still talking about 40% with an employability of 80% from the SMEs. What kind of jobs are they creating? It's informal jobs. MasterCard Foundation talks about fulfilling jobs. If we are still talking about that, we are not able to create fulfilling jobs. We'll be still creating informal jobs. And many years to come, we'll be still talking about the same narrative. It has to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi. I know it is the same narrative. That's why I'm asking myself many questions. 20 years ago, when I was doing research at KIPPRA, the same story that is being repeated here is the same story we have put in papers, and I'm looking for a change. This lady here, I make rules and break them because there was no lady. So please, and then we finish with
Okay,
her.
I'll be
Yeah.
fast because I know we don't have a lot of time. My name is Catherine Masoli. I'm from Somo Africa Trust. Why I felt I must speak is because we are speaking about access to finance. And Somo Africa Trust is raising financing specifically for the youth. So I had Nganga, and I don't know where you are, and the problems you're saying about accessing financing. We are actually struggling with pipeline. But I think one of the problems is we don't collaborate properly between organizations like ours that are able to access financing. Like right now, we need to deploy maybe $100,000 to micro and small enterprises using a particular method that we've developed, which is credit scoring, which is different from how a bank would do it. Of course, we have also tested models of giving grants, and we see how it works, but what we give is non-commercial debt financing. And we'll be having a panel later. I think there's some people here. Maybe you want to come and listen to us when we speak so that we can give you some of the ideas and how you can work together with us if financing is one of the issues that you're struggling with.
Thank you. One question answered for Levi and you and Nganga here. Thank you very much. I want to throw the questions to the panelists, and then as you answer the question, 2 minutes, please, you give your parting shot. We've had a number of questions. And I think each of them, most of them were directed across board. There's a question that is going to come. She's already answered a bit of it. Doing justice when it comes to access of finance. Do we have political will to support the youth-led entrepreneurs? I want to hear from Cam, what do you have? I know you could not be supporting the micro ones, but probably you can help us with that. Then Hannah, we've heard about making it easy to form a business. What is this that you've already talked about, but you can briefly talk about it? Gahuthu trade policies, somebody mentioned about that. And of course, Linda, many questions were being channeled to you. Finance access, support, how do we get this in one house, one stop? So probably you answer each question that has been directed to you and give your parting shot, so that I give each of us 2 minutes. In the next 10 minutes, we should be done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. There are many questions. So the first one, great to see you again. I saw you in Naivasha when we go around with KIPPRA to mentor young people. You mentioned collateral. Right now in the Banking Sector Act, you don't have to give land. We accept what is called immovable assets. Actually, this week, KNBS released stats, or KBA, that furniture and household items have surpassed cars as in terms of collateral and land. So we have immovable assets now. We have stock right now that can be accepted in terms of collateral. So it's not only hard assets. So just to tie that into finance, there are very many, I know Catherine has talked about what they have. There are very many funds, private funds, not just banks, private funds that give funding. The issue is the pricing. So many of them give maybe 3 to 5% or 7% per month in terms of interest rate. So there are many private lenders, very many, including logbook financiers. There are very many. Now, for the young person, I like to say this. If you yourself, your family cannot even invest in you 50,000 bob to start, how do you want an institution who doesn't know you to give you that initial 100K? Even your own family cannot invest in you. You've not even convinced an uncle to help you start. Because starting is everything. No one wants to fund zero. Because the reality of business, in terms of risk, no one wants to fund zero. Even Catherine will tell you what they're going to fund. You have to have something. You have to have started. Okay? So I think we need to move to that. On the one-stop shop, SSC is a one-stop shop. SME Support Center is a one-stop shop. Just go to the, Google SME Support Center, click the register button, and you'll see all our services. You'll see we've aggregated legal, audit, websites, everything is aggregated. Think about it as an Huduma Center for SMEs, only that it's online. And the moment you register, our team gets back to you within 24 to 36 hours, the moment you register. And if they don't, you come and you will write to me directly. I always reply to everyone. Within 24 to 36 hours, when you register and you tick which service you want, they will get back to you on email with our brochure and the pricing. We have some basic services, bonus services, and premium services. And you can start taking advantage of our bonus services. So I will stop there. I know I can speak a lot. I can speak a lot, but my parting shot to every young person here is start. Start with what you have. Start where you are. Start to make some sales. Start to make some sales. I mean, honestly, yeah? Don't just have a plan. Start to make some sales. And the moment you start to make some sales and you come to me, Linda, I need this, I'll definitely get you something. But you've come to me with zero, no one has invested in you, your own family, your own dad has not given you 100K or even 50 or even 20 to start. I cannot listen to you personally. Yeah, personally. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. I know of a lady at Gilgil who started with 100 bob and her business has grown. So just start with what you have. We start small. You don't need to have that 50,000 to start, but with what you have the business idea, you get the information, then you keep going. Somehow, somewhat, you will be overcoming one barrier after the other. Yes, Rotich, please.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for this opportunity. I've been directed some questions, 2 questions. The first one is the issue of having to be SME to be supported. EBZD can support young people, SMEs, into the program, possibly to give money. I would like to state that the money that we can give, we don't have money. The only thing that we can give is the operating environment. We provide industrial building and we provide the incentives, which has actually included even preferential market rent, which is $2 per square foot per annum, and also even the service charge is charged at 10%, not the 15% for the others, and also the rent-free period 4 months. So that's the only thing that you are able to give, because we don't have money. We also depend on Exchequer to give us money. The other one is from, that was from Hiram, from NYS. No, from George. George Awala. And then from KEMSA, about the goods which were rejected in the export market. You know, Europe is stringent in terms of market access, and some of the chemicals which are used in the agro processing in the farm, they might at times might have been banned, and by the time that possibly before it is banned, it is still in use. So when the investor, actually the supplier, managed to get the goods from the farm, that pesticide might have been still in operation, and by the time it crosses to overseas to Europe, it was not prohibited. It was a prohibited chemical, then resulting in the rejection of the goods. But we are trying as much as possible to ensure that all the standards, the quality of the products that come from the investors within the EBZ actually meet the required standards. So I think that was an isolated case, one case, which, but it was a huge consignment. That's why it made even the investor exit the SME program, and because he had actually put all the money there.
So parting short, please.
So parting short, thank you, is that more than 50% of employment within the EBZ program are actually composed of the youth, which can get income and possibly save, and some of them can even come to be investors. And then the other one is we are putting up, EBZ is facilitating construction of 4 flagship projects within the country. We are in Muranga, Sakana, Eldoret, and Busia. And we are putting up initial industrial buildings and initial infrastructure. When it is come to complete, we intend to have more youth enterprises, investors within those areas where it is actually located near the source of raw materials, near the source of the labor, and all those in those areas which are actually in the rural areas, and we hope it will help to enhance the youth MSME within the export market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me shift to Hannah here. Just briefly, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. The question that was directed to me was on making running of businesses easier. What I can say about KIRDI is that many people do not know what we offer at KIRDI. So KIRDI is a research organization that has research capacity and also offers technology transfer. So as an SME, you should come to KIRDI to get those facilities, because we are a government institution and these are your taxes, and so you should make use of your taxes. So what we do, we offer what we call common manufacturing facilities. And within this program, what happens is that the SME comes with their raw materials, and then they come with their labor force. So they are cushioned from, naturally in a business, you'll be paying rent, you'll be paying other costs like electricity, water. But under this program, you only come with your raw materials, you pay per unit of the product. So for example, if you're producing a packet of maize flour or a packet of, or a bottle of juice, you have an agreement with the KIRDI that you'll be paying per bottle, you'll be paying 10 shillings, for example. Some products go up to 100 shillings. So this makes it more competitive for this SME to be able to market their product out there. So the other component is where you have incubation. Naturally, research is an expensive, is expensive. So, but under this program, you have technical support. You don't pay any extra fee. just by being in Kirdi as an incubatee, you get this facility, you're able to get proper support. For example, if you have any hiccups in the production, we also facilitate you are getting certification with KEBS. So it makes the process so much easier for the SME. Again, we have started collaboration with the government of India, as I mentioned. We have our staff who have been trained in India, and I've been one of them. We have been able to get a lot of support in terms of how to enhance the growth of the SME sector. And we are still continuing with the same collaboration with the Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India through the the Ministry of External Affairs. So within this program, we'll be having virtual incubation for businesses that we are not able to support in terms of our facilities. So as my parting shot, because of time, we encourage you to come to Kirdi to see what we offer and what we can plug in to make the SMEs be able to thrive better. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Abel, parting shot, and Kahuthu, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe answering the question on maybe the trade policies that can support SMEs in cross-border trade. Specifically, especially in Africa, we do have in EAC, COMESA, and also ACFTA, we do have what we call the simplified trade regime, which allows SME to participate in cross-border trade seamlessly. I think if you go to River Road right now, you'll see so many buses being stacked with gunias of commodities destined for various parts within the East African community, or even in the COMESA. And this is basically the use of the simplified trade regime. That is a simplified processing for SMEs that wish to participate in cross-border trade. But we could have some maybe one-on-one discussions still around this. Maybe as I go towards my part in short and technically on answering the question on how to make it easy for SMEs to run businesses and youth, I think we do need to have synergized policies, policies that ensure that they are speaking to each other. It's quite unfortunate that MSMEs right now are taking loans during startup to feed into regulatory requirements, which is unfortunate. But there are also some existing structures that SMEs can take advantage of, basically within the government facilities and also within the private sector facilities. Under CAM, we do have the SME Hub. We welcome anybody who's in value addition to come and take up advantages and opportunities under it. Then lastly, maybe allow me to touch on what Hannah touched on as she left.
Time,
if you look at the initial, and maybe let me touch on maybe some good big corporates that we have in Kenya.
Can we take that to one-on-one?
Sure,
Conversation continues, please.
Sure.
Yeah. So Kahuthu, please, parting shot. We'll continue with the conversation.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. There was no specific question for me, but I can say our job as chambers of commerce, and I'm saying chambers because we represent all of them in East Africa, is to facilitate trade, to make sure that goods are produced and they end up with the consumer, the person who eventually wants to have them. That is our job, to make sure they leave Kenya's regional manufacturing factories and get to the final end user. So that being said, you can see across the board there that most of the services that you need can be actually supported by chambers of commerce. Not necessarily East African Chamber, because we are an umbrella association based in Arusha, but Kenya Chamber here, Uganda Chamber, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and Somalia, the very latest. Now, I want to talk just 1 minute about access to finance, because we have been
Kahuthu, please, just give a parting shot.
Thank you.
Yes.
But my parting shot would be actually very simple. If we want to support micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kenya, those particular ones that have growth potential, we need, first of all, to address the institutional frameworks of the government of the Republic of Kenya. We have very, very many of them competing with each other. And I have, I think, a few of them here. If we can, and I think that is an issue we had addressed back in the second KIPPRA administration, to 2010 there, yeah. If KIDI and Kenya Industrial Property Institute and Kenya Industrial Estates could either collaboratively or be merged, to my mind, they should be merged, to form one body wholly devoted to supporting the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises in Kenya. This would go a long way to making the development of SMEs, which form the bulk of Kenya's economy, in fact, a reality, as opposed to things that we shall be talking day in, day out. This is a sector we have been wanting to support, I think, with UNDP in the 90s, and we are still talking about it. How does it access finance? How does it access technology? How does it access markets? This should not keep on going on. If we can have those three institutions and their government owned so that the government can deal with them actually at one go, I think we can see a difference in how we support the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises in the Republic of Kenya. Of course, getting market access to the region, that's another ball game, and that is, I think, a political decision. I think somebody there, I think from KIPPRA, asked whether we have political will. To my mind, we do not have political will because most of the NTBs that are there are purely political. There is nothing to do with the tariffs. There is nothing to do with the lack of good standards of the product being moved across the border. It's politics. And, you know, so political goodwill sometimes is lacking. And not in Kenya only, in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Kahutu. When you see both of us standing here, it means we should stop. Thank you very much, panelists. And to KIPPRA, you have the solutions. Now we expect in the next annual conference, we are not going to be talking about this, but we are going to be talking about implementation of the ideas that we've had. We would want to hear something to do with, this is what was said in this conference, this is what we have gone to do, to push the government to do. We have achieved at least 20% of the things that are coming out of this conference. That will help us and will make us more happy. Thank you very much. Let us clap for the panelists, and thank you very much for availing yourselves. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diana Mushai, for doing a sterling job. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. No. Give them a good hearty applause for the good job they've done. I think the information is very rich. Seminal points have been raised. You've taken mental note, I hope. And this is why we have this forum, so that we can have that synergization, as it's been put, you know. We can have complementarity, exchanges of ideas. You have the finances. There's someone in need, but now that particular pipeline of connectivity is not there, then how do we fuse that together? And I think that's why we have this forum. And you have maybe the materials, but you don't have really the capacity. Yeah, KIPPRA is here as well, and they can actually do the processing for you in a very minimal manner when it comes to finances. So I think it's a good forum. Thank you so much again, and we really do appreciate. We are pinched for time. And we still have the breakout sessions. Yes, we do. And I know you want to know where they are. So I'll just want to make brief announcements. After the breakout sessions, we also have dinner tonight. And that will be happening, because now I can see we've eaten to our time a bit, at around 6:45 p.m. It's all about job creation, change makers dinner at the ballroom in the convention center. In this particular building, you'll be guided where the ballroom is. So we want to take a break right now to go to the breakout sessions, not a break for tea. Could you kindly just rush to the, I know you're also feeling maybe a bit famished, you need to refresh yourself, but since dinner is awaiting for us, why could we just go to the different segments that are there today? So here in the main hall, if you're interested with access to markets for youth-led business and innovations, this is a place for you to be. Access to markets for youth-led businesses and innovations. The conversations will be happening here. So kindly remain if you are interested. And this is piquing your, of course, it piques your interest. This will be the place. Room 210, second floor. The future for jobs in MSMEs and industrializations. And I think this conversation has acted as a segue to that as well. That is where you can actually go and now get down to studs, to the brass tacks of issues, you know, to the nitty-gritty of them. That will be happening on second floor, room 210. The future for jobs in MSMEs and industrialization. Then we do have room 214, second floor. Topic, access to finance for youth-led startups. Access to finance for youth-led startups. If that really piques your interest as well, you can head over there. That is on second floor, room 214. Access to finance for youth-led startups. That's where the conversation is. Yeah, and I have a lost and found phone here. Right? I can't read the brand, but if you can see it, yeah, you can just pick it from Monica, right? She has bright colors, just follow her wherever she will be. She has a phone, and still we have Award Ronald. Award, okay, finally. We've been announcing this and we wondered where he went to. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Again, if you're missing out, room 210, the future for jobs in MSMEs and industrializations, that's where the conversation is happening. Here in the main hall, access to markets for youth-led businesses and innovations. You can kindly remain for that conversation. Room 214, second floor, access to finance for youth-led startups. And kindly note, the dinner thereafter at 6:45 at the ballroom here at the Convention Center. May you enjoy your sessions. Thank you for being amazingly patient.
Hello and good afternoon. Is it afternoon or evening? Good evening. Hello. If you can hear me, please let's move a seat in front of you so that we can start this very interactive session. So I'm looking for Estangari from KEBS. Estangari, you around? Please join me in the podium here. From EPZA, Francis Rotich. Lisa Okoth. Lisa Okoth, if you can hear me, please join me. Right. Isaac Pretoris, are you around? Please join me, as well as Joseph Opondo. Joseph Opondo, you are Lisa Okoth? Peter Charles. Peter Charles, please join us. So you can pick the seat. Yeah, you can pick the seat next time. Karibu-san. Peter Charles, Francis Rotich. Francis Rotich from EPZA. If you can hear me, please join me at the podium here. Lisa Okoth as well. Francis Rotich. In case you are Francis Rotich and you are in the house, please join me here. And Lisa Okoth. We are waiting for them. I think some might have break for tea, but a few minutes and then they join.
traditional.
No, not at all.
We try and make, I usually say, let me make farming sexy. True. Yeah. Even with your suit. You can pull up with your pickup, check out from the farm with your gumboots, go on with your suit. True. No one will walk from the farm to the marketing cooperative. One day you're on a gumboots, one day you're on a suit making a deal because of agriculture. True. Because agriculture is just another business. You have to make deals. Yeah. I think most people who are in agriculture are struggling with market access. Even me, as much as yes, I'm trying, but there are those markets I would try to access that will push you even further. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Gonzalez is really close knit. It's like socially. She has been to my mom. She knows how I operate. We've not such a setup. You know, I had actually thought that our session has been done.
I was telling him it will likely be cancelled.
Really?
Yeah, but anyway, they decided to forge ahead with it because of the dinner. If not for the dinner, we
I'm sure they would have cancelled because today, the dinner was tomorrow. I'm sure it would have been different because literally 1 hour everybody is just leaving.
Yeah, and then
Outside there, people are just leaving.
they're just leaving. Yeah.
People leaving. They're not going to the other round.
The other sessions like access to finance, that one is the one I thought would attract people.
I actually thought so. Yes, and people walking towards the other side of the
Okay. Good evening once more. So I want us to start this discussion. This is a very nice discussion on how the youths are accessing the markets for their various innovations. And with me, we have 3 panelists, and we are expecting 2 more to join us. So worry not. We will be getting Francis Rotich and Lisa Okoth joining us shortly. So with us, we have Edna, we have Peter, and we have Andrew. So just to start us off, I want to request each of us to do an introduction about themselves and the organization that they are coming from. We start from my far left. 1 minute each.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrew Sikwe. I'm the managing director for Royalty Vacation Homes. We are a holiday real estate youth-led business, and we list holiday properties for short-term and long-term rentals.
Good evening. My name is Edna Odalo. I'm the managing director for Afriscope Research Limited. First, I think I'm in the right panel because from here I'm going straight for a holiday. Very nice to meet you. Afriscope Research, we offer business advisory services to SMEs and especially youth-led SMEs with the main objective to put money in the pockets of our entrepreneurs. What we do, we ensure that we link them up with the markets, with finances, and we make sure their businesses are futuristic by implementing our 3S model, which involve setting up the right structures in the business, working with the entrepreneur to formulate a bankable strategy, and lastly, focusing on sustainability and scaling of the business. We also have an arm that conducts research, and that is investment research, policy research, and market research, so we can be able to tackle the gaps that exist. Thank you.
Very good. Let's proceed.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Peter Charles Onyango from Tangla Gardens, based in Siaya County, sorry. All we do is agriculture services, so from export services to local markets. We also offer opportunities to those looking for attachment, opportunities from various agricultural institutions, but majorly, all we do is agriculture, so from production in crops to livestock. So that's what we do. Thank you.
Wow.
Good evening. My name is Teresia John. I'm holding brief for one of our own who is just around the corner from Kenya Bureau of Standards. Our managing director was supposed to attend, but she delegated. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I work in the Standards Development Division.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe to start us off, Edna, you've talked from AfriScope that you're doing lots of market research and innovations. Maybe what do you think are some of the policy shifts that you believe can be put in place to help these youth-led innovations in the country?
We can look at tax exemptions and subsidies for the youth-led businesses as one of the policy shifts we would recommend. We have examples in different countries. For example, in Singapore, they set up a Startup SG Founder Program. And in addition to providing grants, which tackles the issue of access to finance, they also provided like a tax exemption, tax subsidy. They had a tax subsidy provision whereby you are not taxed on the first $100,000 that you make. What this does is to provide additional resources for these youth-led organizations, and they can be able to use these resources for further product development and additionally to develop market entry strategies. This just is the mobility into the market. That is one of the example of policies that we can consider, and we are not, or rather policy shift, we are really not reinventing the wheel because this has been tried and tested in different countries. What we need to look at is which sectors would benefit the most. The high growth sectors that, such as tech. If we look right now in our landscape in the Kenyan business, we have a lot of agri-tech organizations coming up. So we can consider agri-tech businesses as well as businesses that are coming up in the green economy. That would be one of the recommendations.
Wow, wow. The aspect of tax exemption, very key to make sure that these youth-led innovations are still bidding for with the big fish. Correct. Maybe to hear from Peter from Tagla Gardens. I know there's been this aspect of procurement where issues of procurement and the youth, we've really had a hiccup. Maybe what do you think are some of the challenges and some of the policy directions that we can pick as the youth and advise the government to make sure that the youth are also bidding for these procurement opportunities?
First of all, I will start by saying we really need to change our stereotypes when it comes to youth-led enterprises and agribusinesses, because personally, I have faced it. And you find, like, for example, let's take an example of in Nairobi, we have the county feeding programs. How sure are we that we have a percentage of the youth supplying to the county government? Most of the things they are just outsourcing from other people. It's not a bad thing, because we have to also show support to other businesses and other people. But what about the youth-led enterprises? I'm a young farmer. I produce a lot of things. I aggregate a lot of produces. But where do I fit when it comes to the county feeding program? If I'm supposed to go look for a tender, will I be counted as one of the opportunists, you know, to supply whatever they want me to supply based on how much I aggregate? So I feel like the policies based made by the government as a whole, county and national government, also in the private sector, there's policies we have to change. Maybe given a percentage, a small percentage. It doesn't have to be a big percentage, because also being a youthful person doesn't mean you've really experienced in life. You just want to grow in life, right? So there's a small percentage, maybe 20, 30% should be allocated to the young people, you know, practicing agriculture, like to give them the morale that whatever you're producing, you will sell. Because our mandate in agriculture, you grow to sell. You don't grow and sell. So that is one thing I'd like a policy that can be changed, that a percentage of the procurement contracts and the tenders be allocated to the young people in agriculture. Because currently, if I am applying for something, they'd be like, you're a young person, so why would you really focus on you, yet you're aggregating and other people aggregating? So that is one thing, that's one policy I'd really love to be implemented, both in the national and county level, because I'm from Siaya. I'm not even from Nairobi, you see. So that is one thing for the young people I'd really like to advocate, at least some small percentage, because we have to grow. We are still young people. We still need the older people, but we also need to be, we also want to feel included, not just as the young people, but also as members of the society, that we are also, you know, we are trying to make money as young people, so also include us in such of the, such procurement processes, give us allocations. Maybe, for example, in Nairobi, yes, I'm from Siaya, but for example, in Nairobi, there's the demand for the ALVs, those are the African leafy vegetables, maybe the demand is low. So why not get it from me? Why get it from someone else who's outside the country? Yet we are also trying to encourage the young people, you know, to pursue agriculture. Maybe ALVs might be very cheap to produce. So that is one policy I'd like to see being implemented, actually, not just talked about. Also, us young people, not only in the agriculture sector, but broadly, all the youth-led enterprises, let's get a smaller percentage of allocation, you know, to supply whatever goods and services we provide. Yes.
Good, good. And back in 2015, the government passed a policy on access to government procurement opportunities, the commonly called AGPO, and which gives some percentage allocated to the youth, women, and persons with disability. Maybe I will be coming back to you to know whether is it that the implementation part of that policy we are not doing very well, and that we need to work on something about it. But maybe from Andrew, we know youth are very good and are good innovators. And the youth have done a lot of innovation across board in various sectors in this country. Maybe where do you think the government needs to come in and help? Because some of these innovations start, and by the time they are getting to the second, third year, maybe they have flopped away. And maybe you can also give us an idea from your experience. How long have you been in the sector, and how are you feeling it, and where do you think the government needs to come in to improve and make sure that these young innovators are not getting lost or losing their business in the first 2 years?
Thank you for this opportunity. For a long time, most business ideas end up at the ideation stage, or someone comes with a formidable idea, but then now carrying this idea now to actual execution becomes a problem. Now, I think the government and the private sector need to start supporting entrepreneurs from the ideation stage to market readiness, so that now they can be able to have real products, real customers, and real markets where they can test the validity of their products or their ideas. And then we also have got enabling linkages for B2B, that is business to business, and even business to government. For example, I was looking at a situation where we have a youth-led organization that maybe is in fumigation and pest control. And now through access to markets, let's say from corporates, let's say a hotel chain that would want to source for this kind of services, they would rather approach a youth-led organization, because now they can be able to get the resources they need to advance from one stage to the other. And then we also thinking of now building regional and global exposure, because you may have a product, but then now without the exposure of that product to actual markets or now to international markets, it becomes a problem to convert it now into actual commerce. And I think that is where we need a lot of support from the accelerator programs and now the established private sectors that are looking at uplifting some of these entrepreneurial ideas. Yeah.
Wow, wow. the aspect of incubation, the aspect of linking the markets to the youth to help them maybe even stay afloat for some time. And the issue of also coming up with policies that will help them in resource and the resources for them to run their businesses. Very good. Maybe to come to Teresia from Kenya Bureau of Standards. It's a norm that people think that these standards are made with the big fish in mind, the big manufacturers in mind. Now this young guys looking at you here are wondering where do they come in? And especially now that they are very innovative and most of them are in the digital space, they are also in the informal space, market, and some of these standards maybe they are not favorable. And maybe, what do you think as KEBS you are doing towards now linking yourself and making sure that you unlock those opportunities for the youth in this country who are doing some innovations on business?
Okay, thank you very much. So we are doing several things. For example, when we're developing the standards, for example, let me just quote a standard that is well known. There's ISO 9001. We have an SME package for this standard. The ISO has an SME package for this standard, whereby when you go to the, when you Google online, you just Google ISO 9001 SME package, you'll be able to get the wordings of the standard for free as an SME. And then there's a booklet, a guide that guides the SME on how to implement that standard. Another way in which KEBS is helping the youth and the small medium enterprises is by making sure that when they start the businesses and the startups, we support them from, in terms of certification fees, they pay less. So like you find they pay when, okay, for a person who started a new business, for an SME and the youth, they'll pay around 11,000 for a certification permit. But for a corporate, they'll pay around, they'll pay 46 for the initial permit, plus 15 for each new product. So you see, we've already subsidized in terms of price. And then now it comes to the standards, whereby they're not made for the big fish. We actually have several standards that are targeted towards small, medium enterprises and the youth. We have adopted an ISO standard that is called 56,000. It's a series. So this series of 56,000, there is one which is called 56,005. This one is on innovation management and specific to intellectual property. So this particular standard is guiding you on how to manage intellectual property. And we know that most of the youth right now, they are starting up businesses which are shrouded around the intellectual property area. So that would be a standard that is actually geared towards such a market. Then also, as KEBS, we support the youth and the small medium enterprises by coming up with standards which are not necessarily mainstream. For example, in the food sector, we come up with standards like for moringa, porridge, cassava, which are not mainstream standards, but standards for products that are being developed by SMEs and maybe the youth.
Wow. Wow, and I think still more needs to come, and I'm sure from the floor we might be getting more questions on that area, because people are interested to know how you are coming up near to the youth, for them to feel that, to feel and touch, and feel that you are really helping them to navigate this. Maybe to go back to Edna, as an innovation and market research firm, the youth in the room are wondering, what are some of these under-researched consumer trends that we can say that the youth can leverage on them and maybe capitalize on them, and from this conference they can say that this is an area which is a place I can pick and move with it and put the money in my pocket. So as a researcher and an innovator, what are some of these under-researched consumer trends you think that are existing in the country or even outside the country?
Okay, one thing with the youth, they are so blessed with this ability to convert tech into something, right? Some of us still struggle with things like WhatsApp. We're still trying to figure out how to maneuver. But With the youth, I believe one of the things that you can focus on is in the agri-food space. A lot of people are coming up trying to make healthier choices. One of the things they do is to figure out where the product has actually come from. I believe one can develop maybe an app that can trace the product from farm to table. We have organizations, I think there's a company that I've seen around, I believe it's called Greenspoon or something, in Nairobi, that actually does that. They can trace the food backwards. We also have an organization that we worked with in Western Kenya called Arianda Farms Africa. What they do is they sell Africa leafy vegetables. And with the way they package it, there's actually a barcode that shows you exactly where this product came from, which farm it came from. From then you can be able to determine what are the inputs that were used. Did they use organic products if you're in that, if that's that tickles your fancy? Did they use organic products? Is this actually a purely organic good? Did they use fertilizers or did they use organically produced manure? So that kind of thing on the traceability front, it's really an agri-tech type of business which consumers are looking towards right now. It's a niche market, but it's a very profitable one. Another trend that we can talk about are the various opportunities in green economy. We are now in a space where we have to find solutions that reduce the carbon footprint in the globe. There are quite a number of green solutions. We can figure out how to use cleaner energy and how to actually translate this to the consumer, because people are looking for it. People have become more health conscious, climate conscious. You see a lot of the trends even right now. People are driving electric cars. People are riding electric bikes. There are so many opportunities in the green space that can be harnessed by the youth. Thank you.
Wow. The aspect of technology. And maybe to ask Andrew, because I'm sure that in royalty homes, you are really accessing these consumers using technology. Maybe how have you used technology to access these consumers? And because I'm sure you are not waiting for somebody at the doorstep for them to be able to access your homes. And I've seen already you have got a client from the panel. So maybe how are you leveraging on the technology for your business?
Well, we live in the 21st century, and technology is a core part of our society. And well, initially we started with technology as a communication channel, but then over time we realized that it is a bridge to markets. And one of the ways we leverage technology is optimizing the online platforms. When we started the conventional Airbnb, but over time we realized that we can also begin our own platform which can compete with them and also meet the standards that the previous providers have set. And so optimizing our online platform from time to time has really improved our organic traffic. We are able to get inquiries, from just interactions. And social media is another part of technology which we have quite much leveraged. From now engaging with our audiences to now actually conversion of those followers now to actual business. Then also integration of automation tools, which has really helped in making our processes, our operational processes, very efficient, from automated responses to issuing accountancy tasks like invoices. So technology is a really core part of what we do. And finally also is now leveraging on Google tools to help us with analyzing our traffic and also being able to optimize and push for more traffic and business. So technology has really been a core part of our business so far.
Wow, I'm happy to know that you're also using Google tools to do those analytics, and that is data. To make sure that you see that people are flocking into your Google account. That's very great. Maybe to come to Peter, you are in agri-processing sector. and you're doing a lot in the agri-processing. But most of these youth-led or youth-run agri-processing companies, sometimes they flop at some point, and sometimes they find it difficult to come from the informal market, that is the local market, to the big retail markets, the formal retail markets. Maybe where do you think the supply chain can come in and aid or to support this youth so that they can be able to move from the informal markets and also feature in the formal markets? This supply chain management, supply chain people can be able to help you in terms of transitioning in that new formal market. Where do you think we can, the supply chain can come in, maybe?
Again, thank you again. I'd say I'm blessed to be one of the young people around, the youngest people around here. Also, I'm blessed that in the agriculture sector, I've experienced a lot more than older people than me. I'd say also, again, as much as I produce the whole value chain, I can also be in a position to call myself a supply chain member, right? So how we can play it, I want to speak about it, both as a young farmer and also as a, a supply chain member. The prices. There's a particular stereotyping that the young people, one, they don't need that much money. So even if you're targeting to make, for example, I've done chilies, I'm targeting to harvest 2 tons. You tell us a particular, let's say, it's an exporter. Let me speak about the export market. And they are like, you're that young. So instead of giving you the right prices, based on how the market is going, they will lowball you. For example, if it's a produce that's supposed to be going at 150 shillings per kilo, they'll give you literally half the price or even less than half the price. So I'd say it's just a matter of, don't look at this young person as a young person. Look at them as someone who's trying to grow. Because at the end of the day, we all started from somewhere. So for example, I have a truck. You have produces that I need to carry for you. There's no point for me to lowball you just for me to make money out of you as a young person. Because for example, they are seeing your responsibilities are quite low, more than, people who have, families more than 20, 30 years. But just because we're in the same table, they will lowball you because you're a young person. So I'd say it's just, call a spade a spade. Yeah, don't look at me as a young, yes, we're advocating for young people. Personally, I'd be biased. I'm advocating for young people to venture into farming. But just because we are young, doesn't give you the right or the mandate to lowball us, especially on prices, because that is where everything matters. Because you have to look at your cost of production. If you don't have a truck, your cost of production has to include that hiring that cold truck from someone like me who has it. But just because I'm seeing you're desperate to hire the truck, doesn't mean I have to, give you extravagant prices and rates, especially because you're a young person. I love the export market, especially for herbs. We were doing herbs and spices since 2021. I loved it because of one thing. They don't care where you're producing from. They don't care your age. They don't care your name. They have a standard price globally. So you can give or take, for example, something like basil if you're exporting to Europe. Give or take. You cannot sell it under 300 shillings per kilo. But you find our local supply chain shareholders, stakeholders, I don't know how we'll mention them, but they'd be like, it is Kenya. This is how we do it, because they are the stereotype. One, farming is only done by the old people. Secondly, farming is only done by those who are struggling. You can't advise someone to turn farming into their main source of income. Farming is my main source of income. So I want to speak about it based on a producer, also based on a stakeholder. So as a young person, speaking to everybody here they are young, they're also stakeholders, it's all about calling a spade a spade. It's not about the age. We are trying to encourage the young people to do farming, because farming can be very expensive, but it can also be very sustainable. You see? Yeah.
Wow, wow. And I think the aspect of bringing the youth closer to the aspect of farming is a very key point, because, of course, as you're saying, most of the people are thinking that farming is for the odd man.
Yes.
As well as others will argue that the youth are not getting into the farming maybe because of also the issues of the land ownership.
Yes.
Which is also another factor.
Very big
I don't know what you can say about that.
Let me just cut you short. Let me speak about that. We have a lot we can say about that. That can come from a social perspective, also from a financial perspective. By social, I mean I might be having my parent who's not really into, a young person venturing into farming. Most of our parents want us to go for the white-collar jobs, put on a suit, go to the office, not get dirty and produce for someone something and you sell. Also, the financial institutions. This is a very basic example. Currently, right now, I cannot go minus a title deed under my name and take a loan in the bank just to help me in farming. You see, even if it's just for less than an acre. So there's a lot that we young people, we are going through just to, do farming.
Oh, great. And soon we'll be coming back to you also to know how you have navigated that and managed to now be where you are, because we want this, how the rubber is meeting the road. Maybe to come to Teresia, in your experience working with KEBS, I'm sure there's a point where you saw a youth-led product come and get timely certification, timely get the standard access, and get all those certifications. And maybe through that, it became a success story for that youth in terms of putting that product into the market and getting those monies into their pocket. Maybe if you have any case that you remember, and maybe from that case, what were some of the things that we can learn? Is it that if we fasten the processes, especially for the youth-led products in terms of certification, and also, as you had indicated earlier, that you have lowered the prices for the various certification, what are some of the success stories you say has grown from that for the youth-led products in the market? Yeah.
We've encountered some, our quality assurance department offers guidance. We know it's a form of free consultancy for startups, for people who are setting up, especially the youth and the small, medium enterprises. So what we normally do, for example, if they want to produce something like soap and they don't know the procedure and they don't know how to get certified for it, our quality assurance officers, they guide them through the whole process, including how to make the soap. So they are guided through the whole process until the point of certification, how they're supposed now to be certified, whereby now our quality assurance officers will visit their enterprise, wherever it is. They will do a surveillance audit, and then now they guide them on how to apply the permit. And this has happened, and it has been a success story for soap, liquid soap. We've also collaborated with other partners, international partners, as well as donor partners. So we had a program by a Spanish company called Horti Green. So the main aim of this project was to support the small, medium enterprises, mostly made of young people, to do sustainable, it was actually about farming, to do sustainable business. So they were trained by KEBS in collaboration with the sponsors. And right now, actually it's a success story, because out of the 22 who started out in the project, 19 were certified. And also the objective was to access international markets. So you see, normally out there, when you get certification, it gives you access to the international markets because they are laid down standards, maybe for if you want to export a particular product. So there are those laid down standards. So when now you go through the process and you get certification for whatever you're doing, it's easy now for you to export. For example, some of the youths in that, the ones I was telling you that are around 19, some of them are exporting cowpeas, others are exporting dried fruit, others are exporting dried food, cowpeas, yeah, basically food products. So they were trained on energy management in their processes. They were also trained on environmental management as well as on quality management. And then they were certified on that. And it's been a success story. Actually, there's a report, I think it's on it's available publicly. Yeah.
Wow, great. And I think by the end of this session, Peter should be one of the beneficiaries. In the next round, we will be saying that KEBS also trained him, and now his product is sending them to those countries outside. So I hope, Peter, you take advantage of that. So maybe just to finalize this discussion, I want to give Andrew. I'm sure you didn't start on a silver platter. And I'm sure there were challenges in that business. The youth in this room want to hear what are some of these challenges and how did you navigate them? Because that practical part is what they want to know, especially on issues of accessing the market. Because when you start the royalty homes, I'm not sure whether you had somebody in mind who is coming to even spend there. But how did you navigate that to where you are now?
Well, initially, when you start out, there's low brand trust. You know, before people get used to you, or there's repeat guests who now have reference of their experience. So initially, it was difficult for a start, and also now considering the high cost of digital infrastructure, especially if you are not exposed to the technological space, it could be a challenge, especially for some people who, yes, they have come up with products, but then they cannot leverage some of these social media tools or digital marketing tools that may be accessible to others. So I think there is need in training and creating capacity to such enterprises, you know, so that then they can be able to not just talk of what they do on social media, but actually turn that into actual business. And then another challenge that I experienced was limited marketing budgets. You know, you can't compare, let's say, for example, with Booking.com. Booking.com can afford $10,000 in adverts in a month, but us, we have to, whatever we generate is what we plow back into the business. So at times you may really experience a challenge, especially if you have to run operations and at the same time scale up the business. So, but I mean, from this discussion, we've talked of what the private sector and what government entities can do. It's just giving youths and trusting them with more opportunities and more contracts. In the sense, for example, if the county government is looking at sourcing for accommodation for an activity or an event location, they would prefer to, you know, make use of youth-led, proven agencies as compared to, you know, just sourcing randomly from anywhere else. Yeah.
Wow, wow. And I think I want to open this space now for the members in the house, maybe to ask a few questions from the panel. So I hope my panel, you are ready. So maybe who wants to go first? Any question? Yes, I can see somebody at the back there. I don't know who will help me pass the mic. Somebody help me pass the mic. Thank you. There is somebody on the other end here. Yes. Please, you will introduce yourself and maybe the organization you're working with, and then you proceed with the question.
Okay. My name is Gabriel Ngangi Munuve. I'm a student at Kenyatta University, but I'm here, courtesy of AYLF. Okay, I am a person with a disability, and I have always tried those small businesses, and really in need of becoming a great business person. And one of them which I have tried is the liquid soap since 2015. Although I'm yet to register, maybe for the KEBS, maybe I didn't know the strategy. And now my question is, you are encouraging us, or the youth, to do to get into the businesses, to produce locally. But now the problem is people of Kenya does not trust the products from Kenya. There is a time I requested someone to buy the green grams from me. It's a lady who has a hostel in Thika, but she told me that green grams from Uganda are cheaper than those of Kenya. So she didn't even want to engage to know how much I was going to sell the green grams. Yeah, that's my question.
Wow, thank you, Gabriel. Any other question from the floor? Yes, we have two here. One here and somebody. Let's get from him and then you. Remember to introduce yourself and then just push your question to whoever you need from the panel. Proceed.
Good evening. My name is Nente Mobito from Laikipia County. Yeah, I'm a founder of an organization called Green Earth Warriors Organization, a purely youth-led organization. But my question goes straight to our farmer, young farmer over there. Okay, I also do a lot of farming, and my question is, how do you manage expectation and consistency in the farming space? Because sometimes you find out that farming comes with a lot of frustration, and managing the expectation and having that sort of consistency sometimes it's quite challenging. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. We had one more question down here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Araka Juvenal, CEO of an organization called INAPS. My question goes to our young farmer. Sorry, I came in slightly late, so I didn't catch the name. Having been in the farming space, and I relate to them because I paid for myself undergraduate through farming, especially export farming. I was doing French beans back then. The reason why I left farming, I think at that time, maybe for the future, is I was doing 20 acres, and I remember there was flooding and everything was swept. After I'd invested almost everything. How do you manage these challenges? As my friend said, what do you foresee in terms of the challenges that you face currently? And secondly, I remember also the biggest challenge was the financing. At least for me, I'd already created my own network where I was able to raise funds to do all this. Where do you get your what is your source of funding? And I'm not sure, I've not really caught how much, acreage that you're doing, but how do you manage to seek your financial aid based on the fact that banks have their own issues when financing you and other financial partners?
Wow. It seems the farmer, you have a lot to make sure that you speak to that, especially the challenges, and more on the challenges on financing. You have something? Yes?
I have a
Proceed.
question,
Yes.
particularly to KEBS, yeah?
Yes?
To KEBS.
Yeah, you'll introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Alan Ligari. I am also a CEO of a company called Gary Holdings Limited. We are trading as Mzuri Organics, producing agrobiologicals from Kakamega County. And I have had interactions with KEBS since I started. We started our enterprise in 2021. And it is quite a nascent industry because we are basically bioconverting waste and making something of high value out of it, something that can be used by the farmers. We have, as we started, we went through the KEBS offices, and I can assure you those guys are very friendly. And they actually advised us that if we want our certification to be done fast, we also engaged the guys in charge of plant health, since that's a product that they were not very familiar with. Yeah? So we did all that, engaged KEFIS very nicely, until we paid for the certification. Actually, we had the option of paying for the SME package that you talked about, 11,000. But since we had reached a level of selling more than 500,000, that is for the SME, we were already at 2 million plus. We decided that we want to pay for the big boys club, yeah? And we did that last year, August. But ever since we paid, nothing has happened. We have done emails, we have done calls, but nothing just seems to move. And we keep wondering, is it the standards that are lacking? And if it is the standards, is it so hard for us to work together to create standards for this product? Yeah, so we would like some insight into such small challenges, and also to advise that since the youth are actually very innovative nowadays, you're going to meet these new products in the market that probably don't have challenges. And it would be very nice for you to be a bit more flexible when it comes to working with these youth to come up with standards for these new products. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. I hope I have not locked any other question from the floor. Thank you. I think members, Bwana Peter, people are interested in understanding how you managed to manage these expectations, how you managed to work on the issues of the financing, and how you managed to be able to go to that field and venture well. So maybe you can talk to that. I know Gabriel had also brought the issue of most of the Kenyans, we have trust issues with our products. Maybe Edna, the researcher, you'll tell us why you think that Kenyans have trust issues with our products, and that they feel that when you say this is made in Kenya, then they are not ready to buy it. Maybe what is speaking to that, and then Teresia, you'll speak on the issue of the case of the KEBS. So Peter, start.
Thank you again, once again. I'd say, before I even say more, what I'm going to say might touch again on why Kenyans have trust issues with their products. Let me speak to the people who are dreaming of doing export. So for example, something like basil, for you to export, there's a certain standard that is there, and it's set, not by the local government, not by Kenyans, it's global. So you find there's a specific, let me say, a spray program for those who understand farming. There's a specific spraying program that we are given by, our clients. And by our clients, I mean where you sell. And I remember one of the main forums, okay, sorry for even going far. I didn't even do agriculture in campus or something. I did agriculture because I ended up loving agriculture. I did IT, but I had to learn about agriculture personally. So I had to accept that for me to sell, for me to grow, I grow to sell. I don't grow and sell. That will really help you a lot in agriculture, because before you say my land is fertile, I can do 10 acres of chili, where will you sell it? You see, how are you going to sell it? Is it in fresh? Is it in dried? Is it in paste form? Is it in chili sauce form? So there's a lot of homework you have to do when it comes to agriculture. It's not an easy thing to do, but as long as you do it out of love, agriculture can be very, very, very loving to you. Yes, there are challenges, very, very many challenges. The main challenges I'd say I've encountered, there are two. One is market, what we are talking about today, the market access. Also, the market comes with a lot of challenges into it. Let me speak about one of the main challenges I faced when doing hubs. When you're exporting to Europe, you go with your standards. They tell you use a specific spray, plant it in a specific way. You see, in 2022, there was a very, very, very big impact when it comes to climate change. So you find that the winters in Europe were shorter than before. And once they are to the standards they want. You see, you have to accept such challenges that will affect the prices. Unless you have a direct link to the export market directly to them, it will affect you whether you like it or not. Because once you are growing to sell to an exporter, you have to go with the conditions they tell you, whether you like it or not. As long as you say, I want to do this, you'll go with how the market or how the client tells you to go, you see. Also, the same way you didn't get my name, the same way I didn't get your name, I'm Peter Charles. But you are mentioning about finance. It's very broad. I will say it's very broad. I am blessed to have a very loving father. As much as man-to-man relationship, but he's a loving father. As long as you're making money, you'll make money with him. I don't know about the other families. I don't know how they are supported. But when it comes to banks, it's very, very difficult. That one is for a fact. Because mainly banks, they want to deal with you directly. Not you to go to them then say, I have a proxy, or I have a sponsor, or I have someone you can trust. They want to trust you directly. So with me, how I've been managing to, you know, get my supplies, even if it's in terms of seedlings, if it's in terms of fertilizers and the sprays, I'm a young guy. Again, I've never been employed anywhere. Save a lot. As much as you're making your little money, and you also want to, you know, engage in life, save your money. If you don't have a trust fund, and by trust fund I mean maybe it's your parent, maybe it's your friend, maybe it's an investor, save your money and invest in it very well. I'm proud to say Edna and their organization, AfriScope, they also held my hand to help me understand how to make my money, not just today, not just to eat today. What about the future? I have employees that I've given jobs. I give jobs to attaches, so you have to plan. So it's broad. You have to take it deeply and into detail when it comes to agriculture. Otherwise, something small will make you say, agriculture, it's a no. That one can be something like natural calamities. I'm sorry, I'm going to speak kidogo longer. It's a youth forum anyway. Yeah, I want to speak about something like the natural calamities. I have like 12 greenhouses back at home. I recently constructed 4, but in the wrong way. In the wrong way, I don't mean in terms of material, in terms of procurement of the services and all that. It's as simple as, where does the wind come from? I missed that. It was a big mistake because I constructed my greenhouses in the wrong way. Simply because, also as a young guy, we need advice from people who have been experienced, you see? But I was hot-headed. That was like 3 years ago. That's a fact. If you don't want to be helped, you won't be helped. My greenhouses collapsed because of wind and rains. So you can imagine constructing a brand new greenhouses, spending over 1 M. Maybe you sold your land, maybe you sold your car, maybe you sold your furniture. You sold something. Maybe you sold your soul. You never know. But imeenda hasara. just because that little advice, you neglected it. So with agriculture, I would say from someone coming from an IT background, and I don't know why we have that notion, IT is this way and agriculture is this way, yet they are parallel. I am practicing both IT and agriculture, and I'm very proud of that. But unless you go detailed, you have to go and check your soil structure, check your water structure, check your environment. It's more than that. Check your laborers. I do chilies. For me to harvest 1.2 tons chili in one day for one person, I need like 50 people. I just don't need 50 people to fill the farm. I need 50 people who can harvest my chilies properly. Not to harvest, they harvest flowers and the chilies. The flowers are what brings the chilies. So it's a lot. With agriculture, it's very, very beautiful. I usually say as a young person, I want to make agriculture sexy. But unless you are willing to go detail by detail, it's not hard. Maybe I'm saying it's a bit deep. It's not. Just accept it. Let it be a hobby and you love it. Unless you are willing to go down that path, agriculture will always be a negative to you. But to me, I'm proud. I don't buy chicken. I don't buy LVs. LVs ni mboga za kienyeji. I don't know the last time I bought dania, carrots, and all that. From a very small space. It's how you perceive it. Agriculture is all about perception. That's all I would say. It's quite deep.
Wow, wow. And that's quite deep. That's a nice way of ending that one. And maybe we hear from the researcher.
Okay.
Something small from you.
Sure. Please allow me to speak about a few issues. Access to finance is something that I'm very passionate about. And it is something I work with enterprises to access not just finance, but appropriate and affordable capital. So I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but you talked about having your own network of funders. To the young people in the room, the only thing you're really lacking by virtue of your age is experience. So what I would say is normalize working with advisors, because we will point you in the right direction. We know of funders who provide seed capital. At your level right now, you've not lived long enough to acquire assets that can be used as collateral by the banks. The bank is not the right place for you to go look for money. We have angel investors. Angel investors could be your family and your friends. Angel investors could be the grant providers. But you need to have the qualifying criteria. Normalize working with business advisors, because we can open doors for you. Funding is there. The issue about capital is not lack of it, is actually the distribution of the capital. And we have figured out mechanisms of doing that. I know maybe people view it as something that's impossible, but we have a very good track record of raising financing for farmers and other smaller businesses. We are focusing as an organization on the target market called the missing middle. And that's where a lot of youth enterprises fall. Money is there. We can help you raise the funding. So that is one. Please, I would like to address Mr. Munuve from Kenyatta University. You talked about trust issues. Wow. Unfortunately, there is a lot of lack of integrity in how we do business in this country. And it's something we're all working towards changing. Number one, there's regulation. Don't ignore KEBS. KEBS adds a layer of credibility to your product, you know, and that enhances trust of the consumer. As a consumer of soap, I will go into a supermarket and buy soap, rather than, unfortunately, buy the Mkebe soap that is sold around. You know, there are people who make soap. Probably, I'm sorry, Mr. Munuve, probably you're one of them. You just make and sell to your small circle around there. I will prefer to go to the supermarket and buy something that actually has the KEBS stamp. I'm looking at it from a consumer perspective. Also with soap, I know of an enterprise that deals with soap here in Nairobi. And they had the KEBS certification. They had their products in supermarkets. But then they decided, I am smarter than KEBS. I am not going to follow all the criteria and the procedures that I did when I submitted my product to KEBS for approval. Do you know KEBS go around various supermarkets and they take stuff from the shelves and they actually test to see, is this the right pH? That's the truth, right? Needless to say, this person had their products removed from the shelves, okay? What I call that is a missed opportunity to sell. And that affects your internal financing, because access to funding is not just external sources, it's internal sources as well. If I do not sell my product, I do not have sales, I do not have profit margins, it's a missed opportunity. This 10% I would have gotten for my 500 shilling sales would have helped me advertise my products more. You talked about some of the challenges of advertising. You cannot play with the big boys, but these little things make a difference. Let us not lose opportunities because we are here thinking we are smarter than the regulators. Do not ignore them. We had a few years ago some fintechs, I think it was around 2010, some fintechs were almost delisted by Central Bank of Kenya because they had not followed the regulation. Follow the regulation. It enhances trust. People will look for your products. Mr. Munuve, you talked about Uganda products being cheaper. And when we started this conversation, I talked about tariffs. Our tariffs as a country sometimes make us not competitive in the global markets. And that is a discussion we keep on having. We can have tax holidays. I know the tax collector is currently under so much pressure because this country has a lot of debt. You know, you have to look at things sometimes from a macro perspective. But even amongst that, you know, in the midst of all that, surely we can have some tax credits, we can have a few tax exemptions, we can have tax holidays. Tax holidays does not mean we will not eventually pay tax. We will. But we're just giving these youth-led enterprises, youth-owned enterprises, startups, we're giving them a chance. You know, those are the kind of conversations we need to have with the government representatives. Lastly, and I know we're out of time, there was an issue of how do youth entrepreneurs get into mainstream markets. There is this project by GIZ Agri Jobs for Youth, one of the sponsors of this conference. It's called Inclusive Contract Farming, whereby the younger farmers are attached to an aggregator. And the aggregator can now sell in the institutional markets. You can sell to supermarkets because as a young farmer, sometimes you don't have the resources to be able to produce every single day you're harvesting and selling to the supermarkets. So what happens is get into contract farming in whatever industry, whatever sector you're doing. GIZ has proved that in farming, it works. Inclusive contract farming, emphasis on inclusive, including the excluded, the previously excluded. It could be persons with disabilities, it could be women, it could be youth. They get fair terms of trade. So there's a lot we can talk about that, and yeah. Let me just end there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we will still continue with the conversation even off this panel. Maybe just briefly to respond to the issue that Alan had brought, because I think it's also more of a personalized, so you can maybe just speak to that because we are talking of timely certification, and then we'll get a parting shot from my brother from the Royalty Homes. Briefly, 1 minute, okay. 1 minute, okay. Then we finish.
Okay, thank you. So just can I reiterate just something she said? So yeah, I would like to reiterate what she said about Monove, that when you actually, some customers, most customers actually, most markets, they want standards, they want products that meet quality requirements. So when you get a certification for your product, it will be easier to access some markets which you could not have been able to access before. For example, she gave an example of supermarkets, hotels. You can sell your soap in other markets which maybe they are looking for that certification. Okay, now let me respond to Alan. Yeah, as you said, it's a bit of a personalized matter. So what we can do, I can give you my email, maybe after this forum, and then I can follow up your case, because I don't think there is supposed to be a delay. Then maybe just to reiterate on what you were saying about standards, maybe something the public doesn't know is that as KEBS, we not only develop national standards, but we harmonize international standards as well as regional standards. That means the standards which are internationally recognized, like for food safety, we have ISO 22000. If you are developing anything to do with if you're doing any business to do with food, you can actually be certified to that standards, and you can be able to access international markets because it's an international standard in collaboration with HACCP, which is the Hazard Critical Control, whatever point. So like we also harmonize African standards as well as East African standards. I know in the other forum that came up, yes, we do harmonize those standards to make sure that we reduce technical barriers to trade.
Wow, thank you. We can get parting shot from Andrew, and then Peter, 30 seconds. So because you are all youth, I will give you 45 seconds, and I'll be timing. Let's proceed.
As a parting shot, when we're talking market access, it's not just opening the doors, but it's holding the hands of the youths and walking with them through those doors, giving them a seat at the table and letting them prove themselves. If we are talking about product market fit, if you have to meet compliance, just find out, do some background, get to understand for your product to meet the expectations of the market, what do you need to do? And how do you need to go about structuring that so that then you don't fail? All in all, I want to believe that we have what it takes. Kenyans, as a society, we are very enterprising. People come with ideas every day. It's just now the responsibility of every stakeholder involved to support these initiatives to meet the market standards and drive business growth.
Wow. Thank you for being timely. 45 seconds, Peter. I'm counting.
Okay, I'll really try my best to use 45 seconds, but I just want to reiterate and join everything that we were talking about from her perspective, to her perspective, to his perspective, based on what I'm doing. So for example, there's something called GAP, that is Good Agricultural Practices. Nobody will ever get that license if you're not compliant to the body that is her body, you see. So those are the kind of homeworks he was trying to mention you have to go through. So there's a lot of things, and I want to believe it's not only in my industry, it's in everyone's industry, especially if you're feeding people. Maybe you're doing value addition, and as long as it's food, you will have to be compliant to every single body. It has also been a challenge to me because nobody was believing a young guy from CI is doing export. That was a challenge, but I met the challenge by delivering what they wanted. If KEBS tells you, I want this flower arranged in this particular design for you to get the license, go with them. Do what they want. Get your license. Do your business. As simple as that.
Thank you. Edna, 45 seconds.
I even just need 20 seconds. We did not respond to a gentleman from Green Earth Warriors. He asked about consistency in farming and managing of expectations. Managing of expectations, please work with a partner. They normally have, in farming especially, you will find that that aggregator actually has extension officers who can help you with the quality, and quality standards can be met. On consistency in any business, I'm not just addressing farming, in any business, please, young people in the room, document anything. Document that today I used 2 ounces of fertilizer. Document. That documentation will help you even understand your cost of production. That documentation will help you build a case for financing in future. Keep records. Even something that you think is not valuable, keep records. In our days, we used to have a black book. You guys nowadays have computers. It's even easy. Document every single thing. When you're searching for markets, you take a matatu or you take a motorbike. Document that cost. Build your case for future investment. Thank you.
Wow, wow. And that is a very good place to end this conversation. Document. Can you put your hands together for my panel? Please clap for them. Thank you, and thank you for showing up. And I hope that we have learned something. So I want to take this opportunity to invite all of us for dinner, which is on the other end. So you are all invited for dinner. Please, let's proceed there so that as we now discuss this and make it more practical, we shake a leg. Hello. Thank you. Be blessed.